be opened. L'on ouvre les portes. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaties entitled Protocol between the Government of Canada and the Government of Romania, supplementing the agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Socialist Republic of Romania for cooperation in the development and application of atomic energy for peaceful purposes, done at Ottawa on October 24, 1977, done at Bucharest on July 31, 2015. Audiovisual co-production treaty between the Government of Canada and the Government of Ireland, done at Ottawa on February 4, 2016, and the agreement concerning the application of the arbitration provisions of the Income Tax Convention between Canada and the United Kingdom, signed through an exchange of diplomatic notes, done at Ottawa on July 27, 2015, done at London on August 11, 2015. An explanatory memorandum is included with each treaty. Thank you very much.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Report.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and indeed it's an honour for me to be able to present, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, to this House in both official languages, the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-China Legislative Association and Canada-Japan Interparliamentary Group respecting its participation at the 22nd annual meeting of the Asia-Pacific Parliamentary Forum, Puerto Vallarta, Mexico, January the 12th to the 15th, 2014.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 4 reports of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group. The first concerns the 2015 annual summer meeting of the National Governors Association held in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia, United States, July 23rd to the 25th, 2015. The second concerns the 66th annual meeting of the Council of State Governments West, CSG West, held in Vail, Colorado, United States, July 28th to the 31st, 2015. The third concerns the annual Legislative Summit of the National Conference of State Legislators, held in Seattle, Washington, United States, August 3rd to the 6th, 2015. And finally, the fourth concerns the 55th annual meeting and regional policy forum of the Council of State Governments Eastern Regional Conference, held in Wilmington, Delaware, United States of America, August 16th to 19th, 2015. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The honourable member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Consent for the following motion that notwithstanding any standing or special order at the conclusion of the debate on today's opposition motion, that all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put, a recorded division deemed requested, and deferred until Monday, February 22nd, 2016, at the conclusion of oral questions.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Orders today. Oh yes, presenting petitions. Presenting petitions. Not seeing any. Questions in the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed. So ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, commencement of the motion standing in the name of Mr. Clement regarding Israel.
Mr. Clement, seconded by Ms. Rempel, moves that given Canada and Israel share a long history of friendship as well as economic and diplomatic relations, the House reject the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement which promotes the demonization and delegitimization of the State of Israel and call upon the government to condemn any and all attempts by Canadian organizations, groups, or individuals to promote the BDS movement both here at home and abroad. The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, I seek to divide my time with my honourable colleague and seatmate, the member for Calgary Nose Hill. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the House will be discussing and debating this very important issue. Just for those perhaps who are watching or listening in, I'll be talking a lot about something called BDS, which is an acronym for the Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions Movement, which seeks to delegitimize and isolate Israel and, quite frankly, single Israel out around the world. Le principe derrière l'idée.
The premise behind the idea of BDS is the promotion of the odious narrative that Israel is uniquely responsible for the Arab-Israeli conflict.
Further, the activists that are involved in this movement push for a complete worldwide boycott of, quite frankly, the only liberal democracy in the Middle East, while simultaneously exempting some of the worst human rights offenders in the world from equivalent attention. These boycotts manifest themselves in many ways, from pressuring consumers not to buy Israeli products, to calling on universities to cut ties with Israeli academia, to calling for Israeli athletes to be banned from international sports competitions. By advocating these things, these activists are assaulting all Israelis of all political persuasions and of all opinions within that country. And they use the discourse that is uniquely reserved for pariah states and applies this standard uniquely and singularly to the Middle East's only liberal democracy and the world's only Jewish state.
It's clear that the intent of those in favor of BDS is not to resolve the conflict, but rather to single out Israel and contest the Jewish state's right to be treated with fairness.
Mr. Speaker, I would put it before this House that this BDS movement is actually a form of discrimination. In targeting all Israelis, BDS is a present-day blacklist and a form of discrimination strictly based on national origin. Just like boycotts have targeted Jews throughout history, today BDS activists call on boycotting people who come from the Jewish state. I would stress this. It is in no way pro-Palestinian. It is, in fact, anti-Israel. I would put it to my colleagues and members of this chamber that BDS actually undermines peace. It undermines peace. It does nothing to bring the two sides together, to promote peace, or improve the quality of life for Palestinian citizens. Indeed, BDS absurdly lays the blame completely on Israel and completely refutes any other responsibilities, including Palestinian responsibilities. And so if BDS were successful, Mr. Speaker, the livelihood of thousands of Palestinians employed by Israeli companies would be in jeopardy. In addition, BDS imports the conflict by illegitimately targeting businesses, universities, and civil society institutions. BDS tries to bring the conflict in the Middle East to Canada. Canadian organizations, I would put it to you, should never be used as a vehicle for social exclusion and the demonization of Canadians based on their national origin.
This movement, as I've said, imports the conflict by illegitimately targeting businesses, universities, and civil society institutions. BDS, indeed, tries to bring the conflict in the Middle East here to Canada. Canadian organizations should never be used as a vehicle for social exclusion and for the demonization of Canadians based on their national origin.
Mr. Speaker, already this movement has had some consequences which are injurious. An example of this is the BDS target of the company SodaStream. In September of 2015, SodaStream moved their factory out of the West Bank and into the Negev as a direct result of this boycott movement. And the Palestinian employees were the victims of this move. And yet, these misguided activists claimed it as a win. Mr. Speaker, this is just one example of how this movement can be used for nefarious purposes. We on this side of the House value our freedoms, we value our rights, we value the ability to speak freely and to act freely. This is not what this debate is about. This is not a motion that would seek to shut down people expressing themselves either in the marketplace or in the political commons. But we should take a stand. We should take a stand, Mr. Speaker. This is an important issue, not only for Israelis, but I believe of Canadians of all points of view who value the proper discourse and value a democracy in, let's be frank, a very bad neighborhood of the world. I seek all members of all political parties to side with us. This is not a partisan issue, I would put it to you. Side with us on this motion. Send a strong message to our fellow Canadians and to freedom lovers around the world. Support this motion. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable
The Honourable
Minister
of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I will be speaking on this motion very soon, but I would like to ask my colleague if he could give assurances to this House that the motivation of his party is not once again to create division on this issue, which should unite all of us, given the friendship that exists between Canada and Israel, and also given all that Canada owes to its own Jewish community. He knows very well that the government that he was a member of endlessly made this a partisan issue and tried to tell Canadians, Jewish Canadians, how they should vote. It took place in my riding and in the riding of Mount Royal. Is this not once again proof that the Conservatives haven't learned from the errors of the past and continue to try to divide Canadians on issues that should be bringing them together?
The
Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to repeat for those here in the House that, and for the record, that we do not want this motion to be a partisan issue. That's not the case. It's not at all the case.
As we believe, it is critically important to support the state of Israel, the Jewish state of Israel, against a movement that seeks to isolate in the world. I think that this accurately reflects, this motion accurately reflects Canadian values, Canadian interests, Canadian principles, and Canadian morality. And I will take no offense if the honourable members opposite vote for the motion.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague spoke about democracy a few times during his speech. Would my colleague not agree that one of the foundations of documentaries, democracy, and is to be able to discuss issues that we do not agree with others? The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka. Of course, Madam Speaker, it's very important to have this discussion. It is, of course, one of the foundations of our Canadian democracy, and here in the House of Commons, of course. But at the same time, to protect democracy in the Middle East, a democracy that is attacked by everyone daily through this movement, but also by other nations who would like the State of Israel not to exist.
Our forces in the world, in the region, I dare say in our country, unfortunately, but also around the world, who wish Israel away, who wish that it did not exist, and quite frankly support any movement that could eradicate Israel from the face of the earth. So I would say to the honourable member, I encourage her to support this motion as well, because I think this is an important principle not only of Canadian foreign policy, but of human rights as well.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Madam Speaker, would the honourable colleague not admit that freedom of expression is also a Canadian value and an Israeli value, and that we can debate without poisoning the debate? We can debate without putting everyone in the same bag. The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka. Of course, Madam Speaker, it's clear from my speech in this chamber that we support the concept of our democracy and the idea that we can discuss all the issues here in our country. But it's important to say that the circumstances of the Israeli state must be protected. It's important to protect that state today and in the future as well.
We have a proper discussion. Look, no democracy is perfect. No democracy is without rancor or without questioning. But we must not support a movement that seeks the eradication of this democracy.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member from Calgary, Nose Hill.
Here, here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Canada, we enjoy freedom of speech. We can express ideas and thoughts without fear of reprisal. And of course, there are lines that are drawn around hate speech, criminal harassment, and speech that incites violence. But in Canada, for the most part, you can say what you want to say. Freedom of speech, however, does not equate to the right for the public to have to support what you espouse. In fact, the same freedom of speech that allows someone to put forward an idea is the same freedom of speech that allows me and the leaders of our country who sit in this place today to condemn it. It is up to society to pick and choose which ideas we embrace and which ideas we condemn. And the motion in front of the House today asks each of us in this place to make such a choice. The motion is that, given Canada and Israel share a long history of friendship, as well as economic and diplomatic relations, the House, all of us here, reject the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, which promotes the demonization and delegitimization of the State of Israel and call upon the government to condemn any and all attempts by Canadian organizations, groups, or individuals to promote the BDS movement both here and abroad. Now, the BDS movement, according to its organizers from bdsmovement.net, is the global movement for a campaign of boycott, divestment, and sanctions against Israel until it complies with international law and Palestinian rights, and so on and so forth. And you'll notice, if you read this, that nowhere in this statement of purpose is there a call for peace in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Rather, the words against Israel are what is the core of this movement. This is no ordinary boycott. In its actions, self-described as against Israel, the BDS movement seeks global delegitimization of the right of the Jewish people to self-determination and the right for Israel to exist. All parties in this place have vocalized support for the right of Israel to exist. And because this movement is the antithesis of that, because it opposes this, I stand here in this place and I condemn it. In a 2011 article, writer Robin Urbach described a BDS-related incident at Carleton University. Reports coming out of Carleton University last night allege that chaos ensued at a Carleton University Students Association meeting when a divestment motion by Students Against Israeli Apartheid was shelved. Protesters outside the council room began chanting and yelling after the decision, and some students say they felt trapped and threatened. That's when the association exploded, said Emil Scheffel, a Carleton student and a member of the Ottawa Israeli Awareness Committee. The council took a 5-minute recess, but people didn't feel comfortable leaving the room. It got pretty intense, Scheffel said. They started banging on the walls, yelling shame and screaming. Some students also alleged they were subject to physical intimidation and homophobic slurs for supporting the motion. My personal safety was threatened repeatedly last night, and I'm extremely apprehensive about coming onto campus now, said a CUSAT counselor in the Faculty of Public Affairs. The BDS movement brings physical intimidation and a spirit of demonization into the Canadian discourse of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, rather than supporting the movement of this discourse in our country here in Canada towards peace through actions and learnings. It's the antithesis of that. This is not Canadian, and thus I condemn it. The BDS movement calls for the stifling of academic freedom. Many of my colleagues here today will talk about all the aspects of this movement, but this is one that I find particularly egregious. In an article on, I think it's called jadalia.com, it outlines its activities as not to attend conferences hosted by Israeli institutions, for its supporters not to give lectures at Israeli institutions, not to conduct joint research with Israeli institutions, not to sponsor student visits to Israeli institutions, not to review academic grant proposals for Israeli grant-giving bodies, not to review articles for academic journals based in Israeli institutions. This movement calls on us as Canadians to silence the ideas of a sovereign, democratic nation with which we have long-standing diplomatic and economic relations. Even I can think of one that's personal to me. There's a joint initiative with our world-renowned Brain Institute at the University of Calgary. They hosted Israeli researchers to look at ways that we can improve brain health. There's so many different things that we can do. The silencing of academic thought, that's something that this movement is promoting. And because that is not Canadian, I condemn it. You know, Madam Speaker, I know that there are many students around the country who are facing motions that are going forward through their student unions and student council. I'm aware that McGill University has, I think this is the 7th time that they'll be facing this in as many years. There's a motion coming up calling upon them to support the BDS movement. I asked the students who are facing this decision to ask why this movement isn't working collaboratively to fundraise for, let's say, aid organizations that are providing direct support to build a framework of democracy within the Palestinian state. Why aren't we fundraising to do that? Ask them that. ask them why their movement doesn't call for peace. These are things that we do as Canadians. My Liberal colleagues, everyone here in the House supports aid, preferably not to organizations that support terrorism. But there is a way to do this that is not what the BDS movement is about. And for those students who are facing this, who have faced violence on their campuses and shame and intimidation because they stand against the BDS movement, I want you to take heart. Because when we vote on this motion, everybody that stands up and condemns this movement, not shutting down its ideas, but we're saying we turn our backs to it and there is a better way, take heart because we stand with you. We stand with you and we stand for the right for Canadian academic institutions to promote what we have built as a Canadian country in terms of values, what my colleague just talked about in terms of how we support Israel and how we approach diplomatic relationships. Take heart, because we will stand and condemn this movement. You know, I've spoken to students, Madam Speaker, and I want to speak to my colleagues in this place. In 2010, a similar motion came before Queen's Park, and Ontario MPPs voted unanimously to condemn Israeli Apartheid Week. And for those who might be wondering what Israeli Apartheid Week is, it's self-described by its organizers. It aims to raise awareness about Israel's ongoing settler colonial project and apartheid policies over the Palestinian people, and it seeks to build support for the Palestinian-led boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. We've already had this discussion in a provincial legislature in this country, and it achieved unanimous support. I would like to read a comment from an NDP MPP. Her name was Sherry DeNovo, and she said, while the motion, which passed with a unanimous vote, was symbolic, it sent a signal that parliamentarians want to promote positive debate. We condemn this activity. I want to read from a Liberal minister at the time and an MPP, John Milloy. He was a minister at the time. He wasn't in the House for the vote, but he said, campuses are a place for debate and discussion. They can often get into areas that offend people and challenge people. I think the goal has to be to make sure that there's not hatred on campus, that nothing would make a student feel threatened.
Hear, hear.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I was in Israel last week with members from across the aisle from the three major parties in this place, and we sat in front of Palestinian leaders and we sat in front of Israeli people and leaders, and the question was asked by all three parties, what can we as Canadians do to help? Well, Mr. Speaker, there's something before the House right now that we can do to help. We can send a message that as Canadians, we support peace, and we condemn and reject the false ideologies and the harmful nature of this movement as it relates to promoting peace in this region. We stand for what it means to be Canadian, and we condemn the actions of this movement.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, making condemnations is one thing. I've heard her say that there is a way to do this, and I'd like to go a little deeper and ask her how she would support dialogue, how we can find moderation, even at a time when we are experiencing the extremities of the group we're talking about.
The honourable member from Calgary, Nose Hill.
You know, this question was asked, I believe it was to our Palestinian head of mission in Canada on a visit last week. I believe it was her. One of the ways that she mentioned was through aid. In fact, some of the people that we interacted with talked about how there's actually a Canadian model for aid within the Palestinian community, where we're supporting aid directly to organizations that are building up economic infrastructure that help the people of Palestine. Because in order for there to be a peace solution, there has to be two peace partners at the table, not one that's condemning the other or one that wants to incite violence. In order for that to happen, we can help build that up. That's one of many ways. That's why in my speech I said, for all of those who are sitting on academic campuses, why keep beating your head against the wall over this movement? Unilaterally reject it and start doing something positive like fundraising for these types of movements.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
One of the great strengths of a liberal democracy, whether it's in Israel, where there's debate, or in the House of Commons, is the right to debate and the right to hold individual views. I note that last August, the United Church of Canada, representing 2 million Protestants, supported the divestment movement. This is a choice that they made. This has nothing to do with my colleagues claiming they're delegitimizing the State of Israel. This was a choice they made. But what my colleagues and the Conservatives are asking Parliament to do is to stand up in this House and condemn individuals in this country for their right to debate. And for them to talk about stifling academic freedom when we're being asked as members of Parliament, whatever our views are, is to deny and to condemn individual students for debating in politics, to deny and condemn the discussions. This is an issue that I think is for us, that we have to look at the right in a liberal democracy, whether in Israel, where there's a fulsome debate on all manner of issues, and within the House of Commons, that we protect the rights of students, that we protect the rights of anyone to debate foreign policies of another country. That is their right.
I just want to remind members that if you want to ask questions, you can stand up and ask questions. And if you want to make a speech, you also know that procedure. When someone is speaking in the House, I would hope that you're going to give him that respect to have his views heard. And if you want to ask a question thereafter, you'd be able to do that. So resuming debate, the member from Calgary-Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, my colleague is wrong. He's trying to turn this into a debate about free speech. He's trying to say that we're trying to stifle free speech. No. All of the groups that he mentioned absolutely have the right to say what they said. But what I'm asking him to do is make a choice and condemn this motion and condemn this movement. So I'll say what he's not willing to say. I condemn the decision of the group that he mentioned to support this movement. I condemn the choice of Cup W to support this movement. I condemn the choice of academic student groups to choose to support this motion. I can disagree with them. And as leaders of this country, this movement is not Canadian. This is not Canadian. And we should stand for something and say, while they have the right to say this, we have the right not to support it, and we condemn it.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Between agreement and condemnation, there is opposition, disagreement, mutual debate. It seems that for the Conservatives, it's black on white. There is no nuances because they want to divide everyone instead of building consensus. I would like to ask a question to my colleague. She mentioned John Malloy. Was it to praise him or to condemn him? Because he's a friend of mine, I would like to know.
A very brief answer from the member from Calgary-Nose Hill.
For my colleague opposite, I raised multi-partisan support for this as a show of the fact that this has been done before in Canada. I'm not sure where he's going with this, but I will say one thing. He mentioned nuance. There's a time and a place for nuance, and there's a time and a place to take a stand.
Hear, hear.
And this motion, this movement, is a time and a place. It's actually a choice for Canada to say we can turn a blind eye to what is happening on our university campuses and within other organizations in supporting the rhetoric that this movement, or we can make a choice and say it's wrong. And I hope that all of my colleagues in this place will find their spine, stand up, and do that.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable.
The honourable member, or rather the honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Prime Minister and of the entire government, I would at the outset like to state, or rather I would like to announce, that the government will support this motion moved by the official opposition because we agree with the substance of it, despite our reservations with regard to its form and the actual objectives of the Conservative Party by moving it.
That given Canada and Israel share a long history of friendship as well as economic and diplomatic relations, the House rejects the boycott, divestment, and sanctions BDS movement, which promotes the demonization and delegitimization of the State of Israel, and call upon the government to condemn any and all attempts by Canadian organizations, groups, or individuals to promote the BDS movement, both here and at home and abroad. So, Madam Speaker, let us review the terms of this motion. That given Canada and Israel share a long history of friendship as well as economic and diplomatic relations. I stop there. Tout à fait d'accord.
We are absolutely in agreement with that. There are strong economic and diplomatic ties and a fast friendship between Canada and Israel. And in fact, who in this House does not agree with this motion? Israel is not only an ally, but a fast friend of Canada. So how could we not admire this country? It is so small in size, but in courage, in determination, in inventiveness, in solidarity, it is a great country. How can we not hope that this democracy spread in a region that is grappling with all kinds of authoritarian excesses? How can we not rejoice when we see the Jewish people that has been persecuted for millennia find a place to call home?
Have every reason to show solidarity with Israel. First, because we bear the burden of history. Canada turned Jews back at its borders. Remember, none is too many. Canada excluded Jews from decision-making bodies and universities, and sometimes openly and sometimes in a covert manner, discriminated against them in many ways. But let's look at where Jews in Canada stand today. How can we help but congratulate ourselves for having welcomed what has in fact become the fourth largest Jewish community in the world after the United States, Israel, and France? Moved by the music of Leonard Cohen, amazed by the architecture of Moshe Safdie, enchanted by the stories of Mordecai Richler, convinced by the judgments of Jean Betts, or inspired by the dedication of Erwin Cutler, we can measure the momentum of the Jewish presence in every sphere of our national life. Since we owe so much to our Jewish community, should we not show solidarity with Israel, a country that is under intense military pressure, the constant threat of terrorism, and needs our support? In any case, it is in our interest to do so. We would agree, for example, that it is in our interest to connect with the second largest research and development investor among OECD countries. But let's continue looking at the motion before us. I quote, "The House rejects the boycott, the investment and sanctions BDS movement." End of quote. Encore là.
There again, we are in full agreement. The rejection of the boycott of Israel is part of Canadian tradition.
Firm in its opposition to the Arab boycott of Israel since it began in the 1970s. L'opposition.
In fact, the opposition to the BDS movement was expressed forcefully by the leader of the Liberal Party and by the party itself before and during the election campaign.
News a publié une publicité électorale.
During the campaign, the Canadian Jewish News published an election ad signed by the Liberal candidates of Papineau, the Prime Minister, that is, Mont-Royal, Outremont, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Westmount, Pierrefonds-Dollard, and Saint-Laurent, which reads as follows.
Believes that Canada has and must always be a friend of Israel. We must fight anti-Semitism in all of its forms. We must oppose boycott, divest, and sanctions campaigns in our communities and continue to speak out forcefully against them. Fin de citation.
End of quote. We, the Liberal Party, do not support this boycott movement because we do not believe that it will achieve the objective of peace in the Middle East. And peace must be sought tirelessly, and we must not get the solutions that we advocate to achieve it wrong. The status quo is untenable both for Israelis and for Palestinians. Demographic trends will make the occupation of these territories more and more unbearable. Therefore, we must find a peaceful path that through negotiation will lead to a two-state solution, Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and safety. A boycott of Israel will not lead to this fair peace that is so sought after.
Building bridges between peoples, not from rejection. Peace emerges from more interaction, from more collaboration, not the opposite. A boycott creates victims. Boycotting businesses thrusts workers, be they Israelis, Jews, or Arabs, or Palestinians, Christians, or Muslims, into unemployment. Stemming the flow of investment can only create more misery and despair. A poignant example, a world-renowned Israeli company, SodaStream, was forced through threats of a BDS boycott to close its factory, which was located in the West Bank. This resulted in the loss of hundreds of well-paying jobs for Palestinians. This negative effect on the Palestinian people and its economy is wrong in itself and provides nothing good for peace. Canada believes that supporting the economic prospects of the Palestinian people is a vital goal for ensuring their dignity and has the valuable side effect of creating stability and security in the region. In this spirit, Canada funds a host of projects to better the livelihood of the Palestinians. Working towards that goal is the sort of activity that will advance prospects for the peace process. The BDS movement, however, is exacerbating already high tensions between Israelis and Palestinians to their detriment. The world will win nothing from boycotting Israel and depriving itself of its talents and inventiveness. It would be unjust and counterproductive to deprive our students of the contribution of Israeli professors, or researchers of the collaboration of their Israeli colleagues, or businesses of their partnerships with Israeli companies. That will not contribute in any way to peace, but would create a lot of injustice and be an affront to free speech. It is wrong and counterproductive to pressure musicians, writers, poets, and artists not to perform in or visit Israel. Instead of dialogue and understanding, we will only be spreading distrust and intimidation. There are disturbing reports of Jewish students feeling unsafe at Canadian universities. That's unacceptable. Il nous faut pas moins.
We don't need less trade between Canada and Israel. On the contrary, we need more. We need to implement the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement in order to reduce technical obstacles, increase cooperation, strengthen transparency in regulatory matters, and reduce the cost of transactions for business. That is the way to go. We must object to anything that creates a barrier to the strengthening of these ties, all kinds of ties between Canada and Israel.
The private nature of the BDS movement is in itself a problem for the search for peace and justice. It targets Israel alone. It calls on Israel alone to act. Once again, instead of a recipe for achievement, a lasting peace settlement, the BDS movement creates, in fact, a form of collective punishment at the expense of both Israelis and Palestinians. As Canada considers the Middle East peace process and seeks opportunities to move to pursue our role in the eventual resolution that meets the interest of Israelis and Palestinians, we should not be asking ourselves, how do we punish one people? But instead, we should ask ourselves, how can we remotivate these two peoples to get into a dialogue again, how to start a positive process with the Israelis and Palestinians to relaunch a peace process. Now, let us finish our review of the motion before us. And I quote, "The BDS movement promotes the demonization and delegitimization of the State of Israel, and the House call upon the government to condemn any and all attempts by Canadian organizations, groups, or individuals to promote the BDS movement, both here at home and abroad." End of quote. Voilà une rhétorique
Coming from the Conservatives, this is the type of rhetoric that prompts distrust, because that party in past years has sought nonstop to transform support for Israel into a partisan matter here in Canada. Yes, among people who are for the boycott, there are people with bad intentions who do not want peace and who are attacking Israel.
Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but to legitimize and single out Israel. Il y a aussi certainement.
Now, this movement certainly also contains extremists, racists, anti-Semites, all people who promote hate, and we must condemn those people in no uncertain terms.
That many of the boycott supporters are mistaken in good faith. Many organizations and individuals in Canada and abroad support the BDS movement out of the belief that it will somehow accelerate the peace process, be on a nonviolent initiative that leads to a lasting resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Their goal, ultimately, is the same than ours, a two-state solution with a secure, stable, and democratic Israel living side by side with a secure, stable, and democratic Palestinian state. But they are mistaken in the way this goal may be achieved. Ceux-là.
We cannot convince those people who, in good faith, of their mistake by shaking our finger at them, by condemning them from all sides. It is not through intimidation, invective, or impugning false motives to them that we can establish a constructive dialogue with those people. We must talk to them with respect and put forward arguments that will prove to them that the boycott of Israel is a false solution. I and many others have held this debate in Canada and elsewhere with players whom we respect and who themselves are often Jewish. So it is not by ostracism or intimidation, but rather by dialogue, a frank and firm debate, that we will be able to find solutions.
Are strong, vibrant democracies where legitimate criticism within the legitimate discourse is expected and accepted as the way to build consensus. Mais nos collègues conservateurs.
But are our Conservative colleagues really interested in this dialogue, in this search for consensus? Because when they were in power, they did the opposite. They threatened, they spouted invective, they practiced systematic conflation for basely partisan purposes. They made support for Israel and the Canadian Jewish community a partisan matter. It didn't work for them, but it seems that they did not learn their lesson. Here they are again with this motion, and we know full well that this motion has been put forward as a wedge issue to create division. And, Madam Speaker, no one wins at this game. To our friends and to our colleagues, Conservative colleagues and friends, we can tell them Canadians are sick of this black and white approach and of their hyper-partisan maneuvers. That is one of the reasons why Canadians relegated the Conservative Party to the opposition benches. And if they do not learn their lesson, then they will stay there.
Mais concluons sur ce qui compte vraiment. L'amitié indéfectible du Canada.
So let us conclude with what really counts. The steadfast friendship between Canada and Israel, the sustained and constructive partnership that we have with the Palestinian Authority, the quest for justice for all, including the Palestinians, the quest for safety for all, including the Jewish people, and the building of a two-state solution, side by side, two states living in harmony. That is what we must seek tirelessly, with determination, but also with lucidity and discernment. Together, with all human beings of goodwill, we must find solutions that will bring peace and justice, and the boycott of Israel is not one of them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Madam Speaker, it is good news that the Liberals will be supporting this motion. This is part of the Canadian tradition that defends anti-Semitism. We have signed the protocol on that matter, And I would like to mention something that Erwin Cutler, a former colleague of the minister, said.
Be a world leader in heeding the call of the recent United Nations Forum on Anti-Semitism to renew, reaffirm, and reinvigorate efforts to combat anti-Semitism and to promote mutual respect, tolerance, and understanding. Ma question au ministre est simple.
My question to the minister is simple. What measures does our Minister of Foreign Affairs intend to take to fight actively against new forms of anti-Semitism that are pernicious and that attack the very existence of the State of Israel and its legitimacy? And how will he ensure that people will not be misled by these entities that have bad intentions? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And it's a good thing that he quoted Erwin Cotler, because as Minister of Justice, he launched a number of programs that worked very well to fight racism and to develop tolerance and openness and the acceptance of Canadians. But we must avoid conflation. That was one of the conditions. We must not create enemies everywhere by blindly conflating all types of things. Now, one way of clearly identifying anti-Semitism is to dissociate it from legitimate discourses where we are seeking solutions and putting in solutions of good faith, and the Conservatives didn't do that when they were in power. The Prime Minister did everything he could to try to use a partisan approach. And simply what my Prime Minister now wants to do is to bring Canadians together so that they can not use hate as a weapon. The Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech, which contained a number of very interesting elements, and point out that I also agree with him with regard to the terrible things that we saw with the former government's wedge politics that did not serve anyone's interests. Now, that being said, I would like to ask the Minister whether he thinks that it is the role of Parliament and of the government to tell Canadians what they are allowed to debate and what their ideas and opinions should be. The Canadian Union of the Public Alliance, the Ontario section, for example, endorsed BDS. So does the minister condemn the members of the Canadian Union of the Public Service? Not just to say, well, we don't have the same opinion, but does the minister actually condemn them? Will he go so far? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd also like to thank my colleague for her question, which is extremely relevant because, yes, we do have to make choices. We did not formulate this motion. We have to answer yes or no. And as a government, the government that I represent here, we consider that it was better to vote yes, even though we would have formulated the motion otherwise, and that's what I said in my speech. This movement is poorly inspired. I think that most people in this movement are of good faith, including the organizations, but they've gotten off on the wrong foot, and so we're going to vote for this motion, but we want to be clear that we are not going to limit the freedom of expression in Canada. But we will be very vigilant and condemn any hate speech. Questions and comments.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry, my excuse. I want to say that while the motion does say, and I agree with, the rejection of the boycott, divest, and sanctions movement, the question that I have to the minister is around the particular wording of condemn any and all attempts. I find this wording a little bit peculiar in that when I think about this movement, I also think about apartheid and how at the time we had to engage both discourse from persons that agreed and didn't agree with something that was quite terrible in our history. And so I asked the minister, how can we promote peace at the same time when we're looking to engage in discourse from those who are also for and for against?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for a question. It's so valid as a question because it is their aim to be sure that anyone in this House that will vote against them will be considered as an anti-Semite. It's what they are trying to do, and we know that. We know that. So the government made this call. The government think that, all in all, it's better to send the message that the boycott of Israel is a bad solution. But of course, we'll be there to fight any attempt to divide Canadians and to put in the same bag Canadians of good faith with people that are animated by hatred and racism.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Barrie Springwater, Oro Mendonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just quickly here, I find it interesting listening to the Minister of Foreign Affairs talking about creating division, that's trying to say that the Conservative motion today is creating division. It is not creating division. We are responding to a group that is creating division. That's what leadership is. It tries and seeks to unify when others seek to divide. And I think that as we move forward, we need to make sure that we take into consideration that what we do in this House matters. And when we stand up, we need to stand strong and firm, and I welcome the support of the Liberal Party. We do, wholeheartedly, and we thank you for that support. But we ask you to tone down the rhetoric. When will you do that?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I think my colleague should have a mirror and ask the question to this mirror, because it's what he's just doing. He's creating a lot of rhetoric to divide people. It's just what he just said. There is a problem that we need to solve. The problem is that peace does not exist in the Middle East, that the status quo is not viable, is not sustainable, neither for Jews, neither for Arabs, neither for Palestinians, Muslims, or Christians, for nobody. We need to find solutions. Some Canadians, with good faith, believe that a boycott of Israel would be a solution. We believe it is not a valid solution for the reasons I mentioned, but we will not insult them. We're not out to tell all of them that they are racist and so on, that they are not Canadians. They are racist. They are people that are animated by bad faith. We need to condemn them. But the first way to fight racism is to avoid amalgamation, and it's exactly what the Conservatives are always and always and always doing. It's one of the reasons why they are today in the opposition.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, a great debate in this House would have been, how do we find peace in Israel and Palestine? How do we do the rebuilding in Gaza? How do we meet the UN resolution? But that's not what we're debating. What we're debating today is a push by the Conservatives to try and divide Canadians and use Parliament to deny and condemn individuals for their right to dissent. And I ask my honourable colleague, coming from the party of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, to stand with the Conservatives and condemn individuals, because that's what that member is voting for. He can say whatever he wants to attack the Conservatives, but he's taking the same position they took on C-51, which is that because they're afraid of the Conservative rhetoric machine, they will not stand up for the individual rights of Canadians to dissent. This is not the issue about defining between Israel and Palestine. That's a good debate that we should have, and we need that debate within the House. It's a question that's being put here is about the condemnation of individuals and organizations that include church people, that include teachers, that include all manner of people, whether you agree with them or not, Madam Speaker. It's the role that Parliament plays to stand up for individual rights, and I'm absolutely shocked that that member will stand with the Conservatives on a motion that specifically calls upon us to condemn individuals for their right to dissent.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs, a very brief answer, please.
Yes, my brief answer, Madam Speaker. I think my colleague has goodwill, but the way he phrased his question is, I'm afraid that it is him who's playing the game of the Conservatives. Because I want to tell him that I've been very clear in my speech, that if we support the motion is that we want to send the message that the boycott of Israel is not a valid solution. It's what we will do. But I will always respect free speech. I will respect the vote of my colleague, whatever it is. I will not tell him, because he voted differently than me, that he is a bad man and I cannot shake his hand, and to be proud to be his colleague. But unfortunately, we all know that it's not the game the Conservatives want to play. They want to create a situation where the people that are not with them are with the evil. That's as simplistic as that. It's a bad Western of Serie C that they are playing.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
The Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker.
Us today a very bizarre motion, to say the least. Well, there's a first part that reject BDS, and come back on that afterwards. But then there's a second part which calls upon the government to condemn any and all attempts by Canadian organizations, groups, or individuals to promote the BDS movement both here at home and abroad. Well, I have a problem with that, Madam Speaker, and a serious problem, because I don't think it is the role of Parliament to limit topics Canadians are allowed to debate and condemn opinions. The NDP does not support BDS, as we think it detracts from the work of achieving real progress in the region. Let me give you a quote from Jack Layton from 2010. Our party has never, nor would we ever, deny that Israel has not only a right to exist, but a right to exist in secure borders in a safe context. And similar with this BDS proposal, this is not party policy and we don't support it. We think indeed that it would be better to work positively with partners for peace on both sides to find a lasting solution for all. But as I said, this motion is not about BDS. It's about a politic of division, and it's about freedom of opinion. Laissez-moi, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, allow me to read in French what the second part of this motion says. It says, call upon the government to condemn any and all attempts, and now we're not talking about extremist attempts, but any attempt by Canadian organizations, groups, or individuals to promote the BDS movement, both here at home and abroad. So, as I mentioned earlier, I'm convinced that this is not the role of Parliament to prevent anyone from debating any idea or from holding an opinion. Madam Speaker, the role of Parliament is just the opposite of that. The role of Parliament is to defend freedom of opinion and freedom of expression, and that for all Canadians, including those Canadians that we might disagree with. If I had today before me a motion that asked me to condemn any group that's opposed to a woman's right to choose, for example, I would not vote in favor of such a motion, because that's not our role to condemn people for their opinions. Does having a different opinion, is that a crime in Canada? Well, the Conservatives might like that, but I don't think that this Parliament should follow that path. At the same time, I'm not surprised that such an idea or such a motion has come from the Conservative Party. We have seen many similar motions and bills. Bill C-51, for example. And it's interesting to see that the Liberals, who, as we've learned, will support this motion, also voted in favor of C-51, a bill which limits our freedom of expression. We know that Conservatives liked to impose closure on debate. Anytime anyone disagreed with their policies, well, closure. They muzzled bureaucrats, they muzzled scientists, they limited access to information. They treated the media, and the media are one of the bedrock, are part of the bedrock of our democracy. They prevented the media from doing their job properly. They harassed and intimidated all kinds of civil society organizations, for example, through the Canada Revenue Agency, organizations whose major sin was to disagree with the policies of the government of the day. It makes me think of George Orwell. What kind of world are we living in if here in Canada we're starting to attack these fundamental rights of disagreeing? The Conservatives at the same time, and this is ironic, put forward bills to limit our protection through private members' bills. They limited our protection against hate speech. And that's quite strange. Minorities, cultural and sexual minorities are often victims of this. And the Conservatives' motion, once again, and this is what they've always done, seeks to muzzle those who disagree with them. And I refuse that categorically. I will go back to Voltaire, who said, "I disapprove of what you say, but I will fight to the death for you to have the right to say it." Because there are people who think that it's a good idea. I don't necessarily agree. I think that we need to focus on working in partnership to find a lasting, fair peace for both sides, for the benefit of all. But there are people who have another point of view on that. There are those in Israel. I've met with people in my own riding. We disagree, we can discuss, and I think that discussion and dialogue is the path to follow if we want to move forward and find a solution to this very tricky problem.
Speaker, it's very sad to see the Conservatives playing politics with such an issue, because I do agree with what the Minister of Foreign Affairs said. It's obviously playing, here again, a politics of division. And that type of politics doesn't help anybody and doesn't help either our friends. And that's what they've been doing so often. And what was the result of their approach in the Middle East in particular for years is that Canada lost its reputation was damaged, and then Canada lost its ability to act as an honest broker and to help our friends, including Israel. Canada now in the region has no power, no influence, because it has lost its credibility with too many actors who have to be part and who want to be agent for change and peace and have to be part of the process. They utterly have cut our bridges. So yes, we must look at playing a positive role, but we're not going to play a positive role if we adopt politics of interdiction and shutting up debate. Let me give you a quote that I quite like, and that I endorse. I am a Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship in my own way, free to stand for what I think right, free to oppose what I believe wrong, or free to choose those who shall govern my country. This heritage of freedom I pledge to uphold to myself and all mankind. Well, this was the Progressive Conservative Prime Minister John Diefenbaker. And I think he would be very sad. En fait, il se retournerait.
He is turning over in his grave, I think, given what the Conservatives are trying to do today. So, Madam Speaker, instead of trying to create greater division, let's work together to find positive solutions for this very difficult situation. And let's stand up to defend our values, our rights, and our freedoms, including the right to speak out and the right to have an opinion. And it's on behalf of that right that I will say no to this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The BDS movement inflames rather than enlightens. Forbes magazine reports that BDS sanctions harm Palestine disproportionately due to the trade surplus that flows from Israel to Palestine. So I would like to ask the honourable member how she sees supporting BDS effectively helps Palestinians.
The honourable member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Well, Madam Speaker, as I said very clearly in my speech, no, the NDP does not support the BDS movement. Indeed, we think that there are much better, much more effective means to help Israel and Palestine. But it's not because we don't support this that we can allow the House to condemn people who peacefully hold another idea. It's not by condemning those people and by cutting off dialogue that will come up with a solution. It's through enlightened debate, engagement, collaboration. And that's why we cannot accept this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable
The honourable member for
de Mégantic.
Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to the speech given by my colleague, and she spoke about a former prime minister who would be turning over in his grave. Well, given BDS Quebec, I think that must happen a lot. We can see what's happening on the internet, and on the website of BDS Quebec, there's something that's quite shocking. We learned that BDS Quebec, that the NDP indirectly supports BDS, and here, according to the member, we're hearing the opposite. But on September 22nd, BDS Quebec invited its members to a big solidarity event for the movement. Where, Madam Speaker? Well, in front of the election office of the member for Outremont. So, Madam Speaker, when did the NDP change its position? When did it decide to stop supporting BDS, Madam Speaker? The honourable member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Well, Madam Speaker, I really have a very hard time understanding this. There are people who came and held an event in front of the office of an MP, and apparently that means that the MP supports or endorses that? Well, I can tell you that in my brief experience here, when I saw people protest in front of the office of an MP, well, that was because they disagreed with the MP. It's as simple as that. So, we could always, I mean, there are always people out there who say the NDP said this or said that, but I think, and I quoted Jack Layton, and so I find that my colleague's argument is very strange on the one hand, but also on the other hand, once again, that's not the fundamental question here. The fundamental issue here is, are we going to let Canadian citizens who be allowed to express their opinion whether or not we agree with them? And that is a fundamental right. Absolutely fundamental. And if we do this, we're really heading in the wrong direction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Timmins James Bay.
I think what's very disturbing, and I want to ask my colleague about this, we see the Liberals and Conservatives agreeing that us as parliamentarians should denounce students, intervene in universities, attack individuals, over an issue about the Middle East, as opposed to discussing where we need to be on the Middle East. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, being how close the Liberals and Conservatives are on this issue, the work that she's done on the international front, the steps that we should be taking in this Parliament to talk about bringing peace for our friends in Israel, for assuring secure borders, for ensuring the two-state solution, for dealing with the tragedy of Gaza, the importance of Canada on the international stage that has been abdicated by the Conservatives and is being squandered by the Liberals. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague her vision about how we bring these two peoples together and how Canada can play a role internationally in bringing peace between Israel and Palestine.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
And I would like to thank my colleague for a very, very interesting question. I would like to say first that in my experience, lack of respect for another party or country or people's position, lack of dialogue, lack of hearing is the surest path to conflict. So that's why this motion is not working towards peace. It's doing the contrary. We want to have two states, peaceful, where people can go about their life without worrying all the time. For that, we must engage in dialogue. Canada must become a bridge, again, a bridge maker, and we must also promote economic and social development for all. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and tell her that I respect her vote. However, I hope that she will respect mine and don't agree with what the member for Timmins James Bay said, who wants to conflate what the others in the room have said. People will vote yes or no. But I hope that she will never put us in the same category as what the member for Mégantic just said, because of the protests that happened in her riding. This is the kind of thing that the Conservatives did for 10 years, and I can assure you that that is not at all the intention of the government. If we propose to vote for the motion, it's because we simply want to send the message that this is not a simple solution to the problems that Israel is facing. We'll respect all opinions, but we will fight against racist comments. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to say to the Minister that I think that we share precisely the same opinion of what the Conservatives are doing and the comments that we've heard up until now in this chamber. There's no problem with that. My main problem, and I am not trying to conflate issues, is that the Liberals voted with the Conservatives on Bill C-51, which limits our freedom of speech, and that now, despite what the minister tells us in the House, they are getting ready to support a motion that clearly says that we are going to condemn any attempts of groups that are trying to promote the BDS movement. And so I'm sorry, but that's contrary to what the minister is saying himself in his speech. So one thing is being said, but another is being done. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as my honourable colleagues from Quebec know, I am constantly improving my French and trying to work on that. And I want to pick up on a point that my colleague from Lac Mégantic-Arab brought up. And as I read the BDS website, in translation, it speaks very clearly to the fact that this meeting and this gathering was a show or a sign of solidarity in front of the member from Outremont. Now, my honourable colleague had said that this was in fact just a gathering, but the website clearly states that it was a show of solidarity in front of the member from Outremont. So I want to ask the member whether her recollection of what happened is unclear and whether in fact her party was in solidarity with this group.
L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. A brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the website says it was a show of solidarity with whom? Because I think it's a very pertinent question. I think the NDP policy has been very clear all along those lines. Those years has not changed, and I think that the honourable member should be careful about what he's reading into some website. Just saying it's a show of solidarity. Sorry, not sufficient. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And if I may say at the start, I'll be splitting my time with the member for Calgary, Shepherd. Madam Speaker, this should not be a partisan debate, but I must note from the start that our official opposition is the only party that has not had a single member or would-be member who supported or now supports BDS. Now, both the Prime Minister and the leader of the third party have spoken forcefully against BDS, and I look forward to the eventual vote on the motion to see whether we can, in this House make the vote on this motion unanimous. Madam Speaker, the boycott, divest, sanctions campaigners claim it to be a human rights movement. In fact, it is nothing more than a thinly disguised, multidimensional hate campaign. On one hand, it targets the economy and citizens of the only democracy in the Middle East. It seeks to delegitimize and demonize Israel with hateful, hypocritical, anti-Semitic attacks. On the other hand, on Canadian university and college campuses, the BDS movement focuses the new anti-Semitism on pro-Israel and Jewish students, disrupting with hate what should be a happy, uplifting student experience. The global campaign, funded and supported by extremist elements against Israel, has worked its ugly agenda on any number of major campuses at Concordia, McGill, McMaster, Ryerson, the University of Toronto, the University of Waterloo, and York University, which sits just on the edge of my constituency of Thornhill, very often championed by student unions controlled by the Canadian Federation of Students. Very often, all too often, student referenda involve intimidation to discourage opponents of BDS from voting and a variety of forms of vote rigging. In just a few days now, McGill students are being asked, again, for the third time in 2 years, to support BDS. But there is good news to report, Madam Speaker, and one hopes that McGill students will follow the lead of University of Waterloo counterparts who rejected a referendum proposal to sever ties between that university and Israeli academic institutions. A second-year student, Ilya Sokolutsky, was quoted as saying afterward, "If anti-Israel activists at UW genuinely cared about peace, they would have proposed initiatives that bring the two sides together in dialogue, reconciliation, and cooperation. Instead," Ms. Sokolutsky continued, "instead they chose to pursue a one-sided, punitive, and discriminatory effort to isolate Israeli academics. UW students," she concluded, "saw through this charade." While we commend the insight and the courage of some student bodies to resist the BDS bullies, I regret that this House in 2016 must again recognize the pervasive existence of a new anti-Semitism here in Canada and around the world. Despite the best efforts of generations of parliamentarians and private citizens, and the vigilance and determination of human rights organizations such as B'nai B'rith Canada and the Friends of Simon Wiesenthal, anti-Semitism, humankind's original hatred, Madam Speaker, remains alive and hatefully well in Canada and abroad. B'nai B'rith's most recent annual audit of anti-Semitism incidents released last year revealed the highest number of anti-Semitic incidents ever recorded by B'nai B'rith and the League for Human Rights. At 1,627 incidents across Canada, the year saw a 28% increase over 2013. Madam Speaker, Canadians can remember brief periods in recent decades when we might have thought, wishful thinking perhaps, that anti-Semitism was a hateful phenomenon of the past. But then came the resurgence of ancient and hybrid hate. In my riding of Thornhill, anti-Semitic vandalism and graffiti, swastikas over the Star of David, In Montreal, fire bombings of Jewish businesses, desecration of Jewish cemeteries. Anti-Israel rallies during periods of Mideast tension deteriorated into openly anti-Semitic events in Calgary, in Mississauga, and Toronto. Madam Speaker, Israel Apartheid Week and the Boycott, Divest, Sanction movement represent hybrid anti-Semitism. Proponents, propagandists for IAW or BDS, say they are not anti-Semites, that they have nothing against the Jewish people, but are merely against Israel, the Zionist state. Madam Speaker, Zionist has become the hateful code word for Jew. Now, Madam Speaker, we see a new variation of BDS. The European Union has imposed guidelines for labels of Israeli products made in the West Bank or the Golan Heights, regulations which are being widely viewed as soft sanctions. Now, the EU denies the origin labels represent a boycott of Israel, but in an increasingly anti-Israel Europe, labeling could lead to broader damage to Israel's economy. But the policy does, Madam Speaker, seem to legitimize boycott. For example, just a couple of months ago, a high-end Berlin department store removed all Israeli wines from its shelf, not just those from the Golan Heights, but from Israel itself. When the Jerusalem Post newspaper reported that the department store had been stolen by the Nazis before World War II, the store put the wines back on the shelves. Now, the EU justifies the soft boycott on the argument that the root cause of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict are the settlement occupations, and that the origin labels will speed resolution of the two-state outcome that we all in this House wish to see. But, Madam Speaker, the EU has no plans to label Turkish products from illegally occupied North Cyprus or to sanction Morocco for its illegal seizure of Western Sahara. Now, the good news from across the Atlantic is the British government's new legislation that bans city councils, publicly funded institutions, and some university student unions from boycotting Israeli products or products from Israeli settlements. Those public institutions that continue to impose boycott restrictions on goods and services and products from Israel or against British companies that deal in these products will face what are called severe penalties. At the same time, the bad news, this time from the United States, is that the State Department and the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency now intend to sanction products from Israeli settlements. A State Department spokesman said the move could be perceived as a step towards a wider boycott. His boss later said the U.S. denies that the origin discrimination represents a form of boycott. Either way, the State Department action is in strong contrast to statements opposing labeling from Congress and with anti-boycott legislation passed by states such as California, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, Illinois, and Indiana. Now, Madam Speaker, after consultation with my Thornhill constituents and a number of human rights proponents, I've considered putting a private member's bill before this House that would condemn BDS. Such a bill would compel the administrations of publicly funded institutions across Canada to take firm actions against all forms of hate speech, and it would encourage development through the appropriate committees of our Parliament of legislation that would bar publicly funded higher learning institutions from boycotting Israeli goods and services in line with the Government of Canada's own trade agreements with the State of Israel. Now, I'm unfortunately rather distant on the list of precedents for private members' bills, so let me say I would be delighted if a colleague on either side of the House were to preempt my proposed legislation with a private member's bill of their own. Madam Speaker, in closing, and as I said in opening these remarks, today's debate should not divide on partisan lines. I hope that when this motion comes to a vote, the House speaks with one unanimous voice against boycott, divest, sanctions. Thank you.
Any comments, questions, or commentaires? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask my honourable colleague if, by definition, anyone who's proposing a boycott of Israel is animated by hate.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
I'm not sure that I caught the question there. Could I ask my honourable colleague to just finish the sentence?
The honourable member, the honourable minister of Foreign Affairs.
I will articulate a bit better then. Is anyone who's arguing for the boycott of Israel animated by hate?
Honourable member from Thornhill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for clarifying his question. Anyone who supports the boycott, divest, sanctions program or supports Israel Apartheid Week is motivated either by hate or by ignorance.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always enjoy hearing from the member for Thornhill. He has a tremendous eloquence, undoubtedly honed in his illustrious career in journalism. I assume that background has also given him respect for freedom of speech. The Conservatives have tried to argue in this House that free speech simply means that we as parliamentarians are free to condemn certain viewpoints. That's fine, but that's not what this motion is about. This motion calls upon the government to condemn individual Canadians for expressing certain viewpoints. And I wonder if the member for Thornhill would acknowledge that that's not what we do in a free society.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Well, I thank my colleague for his question and for his fond memories of my previous career. I think that the short answer to this question is that the motion before us speaks against a campaign based in hate, created by those who would seek the destruction, first economically and then perhaps by other means, of the State of Israel. The proponents of the BDS campaign, the propagandists for the BDS campaign, will try, as I said in my remarks, to cloak this as a means of speeding the resolution of the dispute between Israel and the Palestinian people. I have been to Palestine. I have been to Israel dozens of times, scores of times over the last 5 decades. I realize the problems on the ground. I remember the Palestinian camps when they were tents before they became concrete places of misery. The inhabitants held in place by their leaders and by Arab surrounding countries who remain determined today to deny the right of the State of Israel to exist.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask my colleague if he is aware of any other boycott, divest, and sanction movement against the Syrian regime. I wonder if he knows about one against Iran for their atrocious human rights. I wonder if he knows about one against North Korea or maybe against Saudi Arabia for their treatment of women. Is he aware of any other boycott, divest, and sanction? Is he aware of any other action against Lebanon or Egypt, for example, who bulldozes houses when they want retribution in Gaza, or floods tunnels and kills Palestinians? Does he know of any other, whether this movement or any other movement actually mentions those kind of things?
A brief answer from the member for Thornhill.
Well, I thank my colleague, and the short answer, and as I said in my remarks, no. Those who support BDS in a variety of forms are hypocrites, true hypocrites, in the sense that they selectively, and as we see at the United Nations every year, that the Group of 77 and others selectively single out one democratic entity for discrimination, for criticism, and I regret, Madam Speaker, for hate.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I want to thank my colleague, my learned colleague,
from Thornhill, my colleagues, the members from Calgary, Nose Hill, and Parry Sound, Muskoka, for the contributions so far to this debate. This matter is personal to me. You see, my wife, Evangeline, has Jewish heritage, and my father-in-law, Winfred Winfield, is also Jewish by birth. So the motion before the House deals with the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, also known as BDS, an acronym I'll be using, against the State of Israel. And like I've done before, I'm reminded of the Yiddish proverb, the smallest vengeance poisons the soul. And the BDS movement is vengeful, petty, counterproductive. It poisons the olive branch of peace that individuals on both sides of the conflict are attempting to nurture. It discriminates based on nationality and ethnicity. It undermines peace by endangering Palestinian jobs linked to Israeli-owned companies, and it imports a foreign conflict to Canada. It achieves none of the goals of its supporters. It is not pro-Palestinian. It is anti-Israel, anti-Jewish, and I would say in many cases anti-Semitic. It poisons whatever potential for goodwill there exists between these two competing sides. It shields the anti-Semites behind a veil of righteousness to pretend to fight for the weak and the downtrodden, when actually they promote hate, a hate that poisons the soul. In 2011, the Boutique Le Marcheur, a shoe store on Saint-Denis Street in Montreal, was the target of activists from a pro-BDS group who protested owner Yves Archambault and Ginette Auger inclusion of Israeli-made shoes in their stock. The sheer pettiness of picking on small business owners in Canada, trying to earn a living, achieves nothing towards the resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. J'aimerais également souligner,
Madam Speaker, I'd also like to point out that the Quebec National Assembly rejected any attempt of BDS against Israel. Mr. Bonardel, along with another member, tabled a motion. Mr. Éric Kerr and a member for Lotbinière-la-Chaudière, that the Quebec National Assembly deplore a boycott campaign that has been carried out in front of the Boutique du Marcheur boutique in Montreal against the principles of free trade. The members of the National Assembly support the owner of this boutique, who has been there for 25 years, who pays his taxes to Quebec, that the National Assembly reiterate its cooperation to the State of Israel because this was renewed in 2007. The only member of the National Assembly who refused to support this motion was the member for Mercier, Mr. Amil Kadir. Mr. Kadir therefore behaved in a shameful fashion by refusing to consent to have this motion debated because he knew full well that his support for the boycott campaign was morally indefensible and simply repugnant. The members of the National Assembly therefore heatedly criticized the boycott campaign against the Boutique du Marcheur and against Israel. They said that anti-Semitism is unacceptable in a free and democratic society.
Reaches university campuses throughout the world and Canada as well, where BDS campaigns become Israeli-phobic events, that is to say, Jewish-phobic events. I am ashamed of Concordia University, from where I hold a bachelor's degree in political science, for its soft response to BDS on campus. The Concordia University Student Union held a successful yes referendum by-election vote in 2014 endorsing BDS. I'm ashamed because it poisons academic freedom, freedom of speech, open debate, and mutual respect. I agree with Alan Shepard, the president of Concordia University, who said at the time, academic freedom to think thoughts we want to think, to test ideas, however controversial, is the bedrock of university life. Boycotts, by definition, foreclose all opportunities for such a free exchange of ideas and perspectives. BDS on Canadian campuses poisons the learning environment. It creates an environment that is welcoming to furthering hate towards Israelis and Jewish persons. As Bassem Aid, a human rights activist and commentator on Palestinian domestic affairs, has written to the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, BDS supporters are creating more hatred, enmity, and polarization. This is from a supporter of the Palestinian cause. When he attempted to speak at the University of Johannesburg event to criticize Israel for its settlements in the West Bank, he was taken aback by what he described, and I'm quoting here his own words, the raw hatred, the sheer unreasonable aggression of the BDS crowd. He went on to write in the Fikra Forum, June 25, 2015, that there is no connection between the tactics and objectives of the BDS movement and the on-the-ground realities in the Middle East. Again, BDS enables a poisonous, vengeful brew of anti-Semitism. In 2012, Israel accounted for 81% of Palestinian exports, less than 1% of Israeli GDP, but Palestinian purchases from Israel were 2/3 of the total Palestinian imports, or 27% of Palestinian GDP. How will sanctions improve any of this? How will boycotts help the families that need these jobs? BDS supporters want to obliterate the vast trade surplus Israel extends to Palestine and offer nothing in return. Trade builds understanding. Trade builds trust over time. Trade, especially free trade, builds successes that a future peace agreement can be built upon. Now, Israel has enjoyed a free trade agreement with Canada since 1997, which has tripled our trade to $1.5 billion in 2015 alone. Israel is our trusted trading partner and a friend when it comes to the fight against international terrorism. The BDS movement poisons rather than enlightens global dialogue around the peace process. Israel invests heavily in Palestine, and the rest of the world typically does not. BDS targets Israel for special treatment when there are horrific regimes with much worse human rights records. It singles out Israel for special treatment on human rights when no widespread BDS movement. Now, we heard from a member's question before if they existed anywhere else, and I looked this up. Serial human rights violators such as Cuba, the Russian Federation, Syria, Iran, Pakistan, China, Sudan, Egypt, Yemen, Libya, Zimbabwe, North Korea. I don't know of any BDS movements against their regimes. Where is the North Korean BDS movement? A regime that has brutalized millions of its people, generations in fact, for half a century. A regime that openly used forced labor camps where political pariahs are dispatched, where their children can spend a lifetime toiling in medieval conditions. Where is the Venezuelan movement for BDS against the Maduro regime, against the Chavistas? A government that intimidates, censors, and prosecutes its critics. It jails opposition politicians on spurious grounds. Police forces engage in arbitrary arrests, violently suppress demonstrations with total impunity. All the while, it enjoys a seat at the United Nations Human Rights Council. BDS is immoral. It begins with a fundamental error for Jewish people. Israelis or Israelites are the indigenous peoples of the region who are and continue to return to their homeland from exile. They are returning. The demands of the BDS movement are inconsistent with achieving a durable peace and incompatible with facts on the ground in the current conflict. Israel has agreed in the past at least 3 times to my count to peace. In 1967, it agreed to the conditions in the UN Security Council Resolution 242. The Palestinians refused. Prime Minister Ehud Barak, the prior Prime Minister of Israel, offered peace twice in 2000, 2001, and 2007. The first time the Palestinian leadership refused, and the second time there was no response to their overtures. Even as BDS fails in its overt goals, it succeeds in eroding the clear moral recognition that Israel has a right to exist, and has a right to exist as a thriving Jewish state. In fact, the only Jewish state of clear Jewish character anywhere in the world. Palestinians and Israelis need to reconcile. I accept that. It must happen. They do not need to reject and vilify each other. We must not assist in this rejection and vilification by allowing BDS campaigners and campaigns to run in Canada without some rejection of it from this Parliament. I ask members to support this motion, to have a clear, unanimous motion in this House. Thank you, Madam
Bravo.
Bravo. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. And indeed, the boycott of Israel is not a good idea. It will not help the cause of peace for the reasons I mentioned in my speech and many of the reasons he mentioned in his speech. But he said that it's important to not vilify each other's. Doesn't he think that it's exactly what he's doing, though? That there are a lot of people that are of good faith and wrongly think that the boycott would be a good solution. In order to convince them, does he think that it's helpful to call them racist, anti-Semite, to call them hypocrite, to call them ignorant? Does he think it's the way that we will progress in Canada, in Israel, for Palestinians, for Jews, for everyone? What positive result may come from this simplistic approach?
The Honourable Member from Calgary-Shepherd.
I'd like to thank the member for his question. He spoke very eloquently earlier in his comments. I just call a spade a spade. I believe you call it the way it is, and if it's racist, it is racist. I mean, not all campaigners for BDS are. There are situations that people, through sheer ignorance, like the member from Thornhill pointing out, support these causes. But again, I ask, where is the BDS movement against the Chavistas? Where is the BDS movement against totalitarian regimes across the world? Where are those people standing up for the rights of people who are truly downtrodden? I am a Canadian of Polish heritage. Where was the BDS movement against the Soviet Union? That's my response to the member.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Calgary-Shepherd quoted a motion from the Quebec National Assembly making a statement on this issue. And I would like to draw a clear distinction between that motion and the motion we have before us today. Because this Conservative motion not only asks this House to endorse a certain statement, but it calls upon the government to condemn individual Canadians for taking a certain position. Now, the member for Calgary-Shepherd talked about the importance of academic freedom and freedom of speech. So I would like to ask him how he can stand up in this House and call upon the government to condemn individuals for expressing or promoting certain views. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A member from Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member for his question. It's about leadership, and that's what we're asking this House to express, for the government to express as well. I think in this case, we're not condemning specific individuals, we're condemning ideas. We're condemning specific movements, not the individuals who take part in it, because like the member for Thornhill said, some of them do it because of sheer ignorance. But some of them do it because they are motivated by hate. And BDS campaigners provide them with a shield with which to claim self-righteousness or kind of righteous cause that they're fighting for, and to enable them by not speaking out in this crucible of our democracy to clearly say that such actions, such hate campaigns don't belong in Canada. Thank you.
Questions, comments? I'm sorry, but the honourable member, you have to be in your own seat in order to ask a question. If you... Oh, you are. Sorry, they moved you around. Used to seeing you down. Is it Bow River? Okay, very good. Go ahead.
Oh, I forgot my question.
Sorry about that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me. I can understand the Liberals' discomfort with our motion. It's a motion about principle. And the definition of a liberal is someone who turns opportunism to the level of a principle. In terms of our case, one of the reasons I'm so proud to be a Conservative is that we actually have principles, and we defend them, and we work for them, and we advocate for principles. The NDP, on the other hand, as well, let's not forget, their founder was J.S. Woodsworth, who opposed Canada's participation in the Second World War. Where would Western society have been without, had we followed what the NDP's founder wanted? So this is a matter of principle. And for those who say that we're attacking Canadians themselves or individuals, that's absolutely false. What is being discussed here is an idea. And debating ideas is something, obviously, the two other parties are very much afraid of. Because in this particular case, we are right in terms of our standing up for democracy and anti-racism in terms of this particular situation. I'd like to ask my honourable friend why it is important to have a principled foreign policy and a principled policy in terms of the BDS movement.
Very briefly, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
So I'd like to thank the member for his question. It's an excellent question, and it's because we Canadians stand on principle. We believe in things, and we believe in them, we speak up for them. So, I'd just like to point out that Omar Barghouti, who's the founder of the BDS movement, has come out against the two-state solution. He's also actively advocated for a violent uprising by any means against Israeli citizens. So when you have the founder of a movement, campaigners on the side of the movement who are motivated many times by hate, by anti-Semitism, some by ignorance, who believe that violent action against Israel is the right thing to do, how can we not stand up and say that this is wrong and that this House does not agree with it and we are opposed to it? I mean, it's very simple. We stand on principle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker,
I would like to mention that I will be splitting my time with a member from La Salle Émard Verdun. Today we're debating a motion that the House reject the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, which, according to the text of the motion, promotes the demonization and delegitimization of the State of Israel. I would like to begin my remarks today by pointing out to all my honourable colleagues that the motion leaves out the all-important third D, that notorious double standard applied to Israel. Mr. Speaker, I believe the Prime Minister said it best. I'm opposed to the BDS movement. I think it's an example of the new form of anti-Semitism in the world, an example of the three Ds: demonization of Israel, delegitimization of Israel, and a double standard applied towards Israel. I'm proud of our Prime Minister's position. As we've seen throughout human history, when we let intolerance fester and grow, it inevitably leads to tragedy. BDS is about intolerance. It's a broader movement to demonize and delegitimize Israel and collectively punish all Israelis by holding Israel alone responsible for the Arab-Israeli conflict. Whereas anti-Semites have long targeted Jews throughout the world as the root of all society's ills, this new form of anti-Semitism targets Israel as the Jew among the nations, singling out the Jewish state as the root of all ills in the world. We don't need to look very far to see examples of this obsessive focus on Israel. We see it every year at the United Nations, where the agendas of the Human Rights Council and General Assembly are clogged with one-sided resolutions that condemn only Israel, in the most heinous terms, deflecting attention away from the world's most prolific human rights abusers. I'm proud that Canada voted against the annual anti-Israel resolutions at the UN General Assembly this past November, continuing the principled approach initiated by Prime Minister Martin and which persisted under the previous government. Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw the attention of my honourable colleagues in this House to the Ottawa Protocol on combating anti-Semitism, which is instructive in identifying the anti-Semitism that is so pervasive within the BDS movement. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, for example, by claiming that the existence of Israel is a racist endeavour, that is anti-Semitism. Applying double standards by requiring of Israel behaviour not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation, that is anti-Semitism. Using the symbols or images of classic anti-Semitism to characterize Israel or Israelis, that is anti-Semitism. Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis, that's anti-Semitism. Holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the government of Israel, that's anti-Semitism. The anti-Semitism so pervasive within the BDS movement involves the discrimination against and the denial of Jewish national self-determination and the right of the Jewish state to exist as an equal member of the family of nations, a universally recognized principle enshrined in the UN Charter. It's no surprise that many BDS activists and leaders oppose the two-state solution and acknowledge their true objective is the destruction of Israel. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. Criticism of Israel is not anti-Semitic, and saying so is wrong. If criticism of Israel is similar to that leveled against any other country, then it cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. But singling Israel out for selective condemnation, let alone denying its right to exist or seeking its destruction, is discriminatory and hateful, and I encourage all of my honourable colleagues to rise in this House and affirm that fundamental fact. Mr. Speaker, no one is claiming that Israel should be above the law. The issue is not that universal human rights standards should not be applied to Israel. They should be applied equitably and to the same extent that they're applied right here in Canada. Unfortunately, this is not the case. The cause of human rights, for which Canadians care so deeply, is being hijacked and abused with Israel denied fair and equal treatment. Mr. Speaker, the solutions to these issues are not easy. Internationally, we must continue to stand up and denounce this flawed and discriminatory process. But within Canada, and as Canadians, we cannot confront hate with hate. We must approach and fight intolerance with civil discourse and education. What the BDS movement attempts to do is to silence dialogue and stifle that education. The BDS movement referenced today is largely, but not entirely, confined to university campuses across our country. As the Ottawa Protocol points out, universities should be encouraged to combat anti-Semitism with the same seriousness with which they confront other forms of hate. Universities should enforce zero tolerance for discrimination of any kind against anyone in the university community on the basis of race, gender, religion, ethnic origin, sexual orientation, or political position. Too many times on university campuses, small but vocal groups call for a boycott of Israeli academic institutions with hateful vitriol, espousing exclusion rather than inclusivity on Canadian campuses. If we agree that education and dialogue are the best tools at reducing intolerance, then increasing contact and collaboration between academics is ideal. This dialogue allows for free exchange of ideas and embraces academic freedom. But when groups call for a boycott of Israeli academics, there is a reduction in dialogue and education and a degradation of discourse and ideas. Rather than increasing understanding and tolerance, it furthers intolerance and xenophobia. The BDS movement's narrow objective of demonization and delegitimization precludes any meaningful conversation. When Jewish students feel unsafe on campus because they are harassed and intimidated, when non-student instigators are sent to campuses to create this environment of intolerance, we cannot be silent. Mr. Speaker, as a Jew and a father of 2 teenagers, I have great concern for the actions I see taking place on university and college campuses across the country. The BDS movement has created a toxic atmosphere on campus for many Jewish students. I worry about what lies ahead. Next Monday, for the 3rd time in less than 2 years, McGill University students are being asked to support a BDS campaign aimed at delegitimizing Israel. This phenomenon is not limited to one campus, but is happening across our country and internationally. I am proud of the students who stand up and oppose these kind of attacks. In particular, and as a McGill alumnus, I want to recognize the Vote No McGill campaign and the incredible work being done by the students who initiated this effort. I wish them luck on Monday to resoundingly defeat these recurring BDS motions. The BDS movement has no place on Canadian campuses. Those aren't my words, Mr. Speaker. They're the Prime Minister's. He said that last year about the BDS initiative at McGill, a message he reiterated clearly when BDS reared its head again at UBC. As we've seen in numerous organizations and on campuses across the country, intolerance does not rest. We cannot rest either in confronting it. Silence is not an option. We must do what we are doing today and condemn it. Every time the BDS movement and other types of intolerance raises its head, no matter what form it takes, we must stand up and call it what it is: hate. Mr. Speaker, I pledge to never be silent in the face of such hate, and it is clear that our Prime Minister will not be silent either. I ask for and thank my fellow members for their support of this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glenbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And although often in this House there's good cordiality in saying that I appreciate the speech of my colleague, I really, really appreciate the speech of my colleague. Mr. Speaker, in 1939, Canada had a policy of none is too many regarding Jews. The St. Louis was turned away, and it's a stain on our history. And those kinds of things happen because people said hateful things and nothing was ever said about it. So I'd just like to ask my colleague in regards to the broader conversation here today, and I want to do that with respect, not calling on any kind of partisanship, not trying to rail against another party, but simply trying to say in this issue, when do we start saying no? When does this House begin to loudly say, enough is enough, this is breeding hatred that we don't want to have in this country, and it is damaging our social discourse, and it is moving towards a hateful situation that will turn into something that none of us want to see. When do we begin to say strongly, enough is enough?
For York Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. I am proud to stand here and say that our Prime Minister has said enough is enough repeatedly where BDS has been concerned on Canadian campuses over the last number of years. I know that it's something that this House feels strongly about, and I encourage members of this House to vote in support of this motion today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague from Laurier-Sainte-Marie mentioned earlier in her speech, we need to remember what was said by Voltaire. I disapprove of your opinion, but I will fight to the end of my days for you to have the right to express it. And I find it incoherent to hear the Liberal Party, which historically has been the party of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, attacking a civil society movement to try to shut them up. Should we not rather encourage people to speak out freely, peacefully? How is it that a member of the Liberal Party feels that it's shameful for Parliament in this case?
Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. I think I can best respond to that by actually quoting the position of the NDP leader on this issue. When asked, where do you stand on the boycott, divestment and sanctions movement, the leader of the NDP said the following: I think it's absurd and I disagree with it. Our focus is achieving real progress in the peace process, lifting countries in the region up, not putting Israel down. He also stated, we take our decisions together, parties formulate policies together, and to say that you're personally in favour of boycott, divestment and sanctions for the only democracy in the Middle East is, as far as I'm concerned, grossly unacceptable. I share the leader of the NDP's view on this, and I hope that members of this party will support this motion. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have an opportunity to rise on this motion. I will not be supporting it, but I want to make it very clear that the Green Party and I personally do not support the BDS movement. We have a Green Party in Israel. We consult with them frequently, and their view is that they would prefer that Green parties around the world do not support calls for boycotting Israel. But similarly, we do call for free speech and respect the right of Canadians to organize as they wish on issues that disturb them. And there's no question that the plight of the Palestinian people is an issue that concerns many Canadians. I do not think this is tactically an appropriate choice, but I ask the honourable member if we can refrain, and I think his speech tried to tread this water carefully, that we not assume that a campaign for boycott, divestment and sanctions against the State of Israel is based in hate, nor should we assume that it's anti-Semitic. The United Church of Canada carries forward such a campaign. It is not an anti-Semitic organization. It is not a hate-filled organization. And I put to the honourable member this interesting vote count from the Israeli Knesset, when in July 2011, that Parliament of Israel voted on a question of whether to condemn calls for boycotts against Israel as a civil wrong. Now, the vote carried, but it wasn't overwhelming. 47 members of the Knesset voted for it. 38 members voted against it. The 38 members who voted against it were certainly not hate-filled against the State of Israel.
Very briefly, the honourable member for York Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. I have spent time on campus over the last decade working with students to oppose the BDS movement, feeling the sense of intimidation and concern and worry that they have when they are heckled walking into classrooms, when they are yelled at as they try to live their life on campus. The BDS movement is anti-Semitism, and I am proud to stand in this House and condemn it as such. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, the Honourable
Resuming debate.
Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak on this motion today and take the opportunity to share with this House the important economic ties between Canada and Israel. As you know, the Government of Canada believes the BDS movement not only to be unhelpful, but also unjust. Canada is proud of our economic and commercial ties with Israel. For example, you will recall that the Prime Minister has directed the Minister of International Trade in her mandate letter to prioritize the implementation of the modernized free trade agreement with Israel. Canada,
Mr. Speaker, Canada and Israel have solid bilateral relationships that are multidimensional with political, economic, social, and cultural links that are very strong. Support for Israel, particularly for its right to live in peace and security with its neighbors, has been at the heart of Canada's Middle East policy since 1948. And it's a relationship that's very strong, Mr. Speaker, as we see with cooperation in many areas, including in public safety, defense, trade, and investment, as well as many bilateral visits.
We support Israel, but we also support the Palestinian people and their legitimate desire to live in peace, security, and justice. But in order to achieve this, Mr. Speaker, we need to remain engaged with all parties in the region at all times. As with any friendship, as is our case with Israel, we will sometimes agree, sometimes disagree, sometimes be critical of each other, but we will remain friends. BDS will not help the Palestinian people achieve their desire for peace, security, and justice. And so, Mr. Speaker, that general context being given, let me proceed to tell this House some of the more economically oriented aspects of our relationship with Israel.
Canada and Israel work together to improve trade and economic relationships between the two countries. To that end, the Canada-Israel Strategic Partnership Memorandum of Understanding aims to strengthen and consolidate bilateral relations in several areas, including energy, safety, international aid and development, innovation, and the promotion of human rights around the world. To meet the objectives mentioned in the strategic partnership, Canada and Israel have co-signed a joint declaration of solidarity and friendship. In addition to that, both countries have signed memoranda of understanding on cooperation between foreign affairs departments and cooperation in open diplomacy, and a declaration of intention to strengthen promotion of trade. Various bilateral agreements support the trade relationship between Canada and Israel. For example, the Canada-Israel Air Transport Agreement of 2015, the renewal and the funding of an agreement on science and technology, the Convention on Double Taxation of 1977, and the Memorandum of Understanding between the Canada Space Agency and the Israeli Space Agency on cooperation in space, signed in March 2005.
Canada is determined to provide Canadian businesses with the tools they need to succeed and compete in a global marketplace. In today's modern knowledge-based economy, free trade agreements, or FTAs, need to go beyond reducing tariffs on goods. A 21st century agreement, Mr. Speaker, must take new trade challenges into account. Israel is an important economic partner for Canada within the Middle East and the North African region, with a full range of commercial opportunities, including trade, investment, science and technology, and innovation. I have taught or lectured, Mr. Speaker, in Israel on 2 occasions at 3 different institutions in the areas of property and intellectual property. Its universities are excellent, Mr. Speaker, its research and technology sector outstanding, and I can attest to the dynamism of the innovation sector in Israel, often called Startup Nation. In order to draw on this potential, the modernization of the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement, or CIFTA, is beneficial for Canadian businesses because it eliminates or reduces tariffs on certain goods. In addition, by eliminating a number of former trade barriers, it will open up new opportunities in the Israeli market for Canadian exporters, for example, in the agricultural and agri-food sectors, as well as the seafood sector. On July 21, 2015, Mr. Speaker, Canada and Israel announced the conclusion of an expanded and modernized CIFTA adapted to the 21st century, which reduces technical barriers, strengthens cooperation, increases transparency in regulatory matters, and reduces transaction costs for businesses. Israel offers a wide range of technologies in areas of exports, investment, science, technology, and innovation.
The modernized CIFTA will allow Canadian businesses to take further advantage of the many possibilities open to them. This agreement will support businesses and investors from Canada. It will strengthen trade and investment links between the two countries and strengthen bilateral merchandise trade between Canada and Israel. So this will strengthen the economic partnership between Canada and Israel. Canada and Israel are creating conditions for better trade between their two modern economies. This modernized CIFTA is truly an agreement of the 21st century. The modernized CIFTA contains measures that will eliminate non-tariff barriers in Israel. Based on solid trade relations which already exist between Canada and Israel, the modernized CIFTA puts in place mechanisms that allow Canada and Israel to hold discussions and to prevent or resolve non-tariff barriers which could hurt exports for both countries. Canada and Israel are undertaking internal processes to ensure that the modernized agreement enters into force as quickly as possible to help the strong economic Canada-Israel partnership. Another key element that I will mention is cooperation in science, technology, and innovation, STI. The bilateral relationship concerning STI is solid and based on close collaboration which has been in place for a long time. Currently, a number of Canadian governmental organizations and certain provinces are involved in cooperative research and development with Israel.
Investment environment, Mr. Speaker. Foreign investors mostly enjoy equal treatment with nationals, though foreign investment is restricted in some sectors, such as defense, and requires government approval in other sectors, such as banking and insurance. Israel has robust infrastructure, a highly skilled workforce, and it benefits from its qualified industrial zone agreements with Jordan and with Egypt. Israel is a rich country with advanced technology and developed agricultural and industrial sectors. Canada and Israel have well-established relationships in trade and investment, a market that offers commercial opportunities in a wide range of sectors. Indeed, international rating agencies rate Israel as investment grade. In addition, the Canadian Trade Commissioner Service can provide on-the-ground intelligence and practical advice on the Israeli market to help Canadian businesses make better, more timely, cost-effective decisions in order to meet their clients' objectives in that market. Similarly, Export Development Canada is a partner of choice for Canadian businesses in Israel. In short, Mr. Speaker, cooperation between our two governments and our two peoples is extensive. Our governments work closely with each other on matters related to trade, investment, science, technology, innovation, education, many others. Numerous initiatives along a wide spectrum of cooperation bring together an increasing number of Canadians and Israelis. Finally, one of the underlying strengths of the Canada-Israeli bilateral relationship lies in the extensive people-to-people ties. There are approximately 20,000 Canadian citizens living in Israel, and many Canadians have family in Israel. These initiatives, Mr. Speaker, are proof positive against BDS. By being engaged with Israel, we will help promote peace, security, and justice for Israel and its neighbors, principally the Palestinians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP's position is that we want sustainable peace. We want a Palestinian state that can coexist with the Israeli state. So BDS is not something we support. We're against this movement. That much is clear. The member for Parry Sound Muskoka was saying this morning that his motion was not an issue of freedom of speech, of expression, but I disagree with him. I think that that's exactly what he's talking about in his last sentence of the motion. So the question for the member is, does he believe it's the role of the Parliament or the government to tell Canadians on what issues they have the right to debate or not? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for her question. As a former university teacher, I firmly believe in the importance of the freedom of expression. And obviously, we need to promote freedom of speech in many areas to the maximum extent possible. But there are at times limits on freedom of speech where it becomes a threat to others, a real threat. And it's a way to promote hate. So when that line is crossed, Mr. Speaker, it is justified from time to time to limit freedom of speech. Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech, first of all, which puts the emphasis on the need for Canada to strengthen its ties to Israel and oppose everything that, on the contrary, could turn us away from that country, which is a friend. And I would like to allow him to reiterate his point of view by asking him what tangibly the Minister of International Trade can do to strengthen that Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement. It's in our interest, this agreement. After all, Israel is the second highest investment in research and development in the OECD. So we have to take what the best strategy possible is to implement this agreement. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister for his question. Yes, this is a priority for my minister. As the Minister of International Trade, the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement, the modernized agreement, we will ratify it as soon as possible. We're working with our Israeli partners on that because in strengthening economic ties with Israel, we will once again take a step towards stabilizing peace and the economy in the region. Indeed, in the search for solutions to problems in the area. Questions and comments.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the Liberal Party has recently announced their intention to whip a vote on a very sensitive moral issue that's going to be coming before the House in the next few months. So this member talks about the importance of this issue. I wonder if he could clarify, will the entire Liberal caucus be voting in favor of this motion based on what he's had to say?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you. Thank you for the promotion, Mr. Speaker. No, that's. I thank the honourable member for his question. That is a question, unfortunately, for the Prime Minister to answer, and not for me. Thank you.
Very good. Reprise du débat. The
resuming debate.
Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time today with the honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. And Mr. Speaker, I stand in this House today and give my support to the motion that was put forward by my colleague from Parry Sound, Muskoka. Canada and Israel have enjoyed a long-standing relationship and years of economic and diplomatic relations, including the recently expanded free trade agreement between our countries. In fact, Mr. Speaker, as a former mayor of the city of Surrey, I led 2 successful trade delegations to Israel and have spent time on the West Bank. These missions sought to bolster the relationship and the understanding between our 2 countries, and I was proud to be a delegate from Canada advocating for increased ties between our 2 countries. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is also because of my experience with these trade delegations that I stand before the House today and frankly state that the international boycott, divestment and sanctions movement is actually a vehicle for spreading anti-Semitism. And Mr. Speaker, it is also for advocating for the elimination of the Jewish state, and that supporting this movement is unacceptable and unsupportable. My colleagues in this House must recognize and affirm that the state of Israel's right to exist and defend itself. And many of my colleagues have stood here this morning and made those statements, and I applaud them and thank them for taking that stand. We must rally behind one of our closest allies and do what we can to ensure its success and not to support its demise. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me outline what the BDS movement means for Israel, because it is vitally important to understand what is at issue here. By targeting businesses, universities, and civil society institutions, BDS tries to bring the conflict of the Middle East to Canada. Canadian organizations should never be used as a vehicle for social exclusion or demonization of Canadians based on their national origin. And that's exactly what the BDS movement is doing to Canadians and to Israelis. But, Mr. Speaker, this goes even further. The BDS movement actually undermines peace. It does nothing to bring the 2 sides of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict together or to improve the quality of life for Palestinian citizens. In fact, it does quite the opposite. It jeopardizes the livelihood of thousands of Palestinians employed by Israeli companies. And there are many examples of this already. Companies and factories that have moved from the West Bank and Palestinians who have lost their livelihood. This does not promote peace, and this does not better the lives of Palestinians or Israelis, and this does not help Canadians here at home. Because, Mr. Speaker, there is important work that is going on in Israel, in the West Bank, by all members of society. When I was in Israel and met with a group of Palestinian business people, the message was very clear. They wanted trade, and they wanted to encourage companies to locate on the West Bank. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, the BDS movement does nothing to promote trade or create jobs for the Palestinian people. In fact, it does quite the opposite. This boycott manifests itself in many ways, from pressuring consumers not to buy Israeli products, to calling for university to cut ties with Israeli academia and researchers, and even to call to ban Israeli athletes from international sporting competitions. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me give you a few examples of the important work that the BDS movement is actively trying to cripple. In the city of Surrey, we have the Simon Fraser University that has ties to the Ben Gurion University in Israel. And we also have a number of research initiatives underway. And I'm going to highlight just 2 of the main initiatives to demonstrate the impact of not having the cooperation between Canada and our counterparts in Israel. Captain Trevor Green, and I think many of you have probably heard of his story, and he was a Canadian soldier who was with the armed forces in Afghanistan, and he was sitting one evening with a group of elders, and out of respect he took his helmet off and removed it, put it on the ground, and he was struck in the back of the head with an axe. Now, his story is really a remarkable one because while he did survive, he was told, and his family was told, that he would never walk again and that he would live his remaining days laying in a bed unresponsive. Well, Mr. Speaker, a young neuroscientist, Dr. Ryan Darcy, put together a team to work with Captain Green, and over a number of years, they worked to rewire his brain. And so they worked together, and Dr. Darcy, who was one of the individuals that accompanied me on both of the trade missions to Israel, we partnered with an Israeli company called HoC that produces exoskeletons. And through that work, we had their team come to Canada and fit Trevor with an exoskeleton. And I'm really proud to say that about 6 months ago, he was able to walk in the exoskeleton and get his life back. But this life-changing research, it continues, and it has changed the course of spinal cord research. And without this important initiative and innovative work being done in Israel today, Captain Green's story would not be possible. The second, and briefly, I would say that the project that we're doing right now between the universities, doctors in Surrey and the Ben Gurion research team in Israel have been putting together leading researchers who are studying the correlation between diabetes and Alzheimer's, two diseases that affect too many Canadians. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is important work that will change the course of how we deal with populations that have high rates of diabetes. One such is the South Asian population. This important research will also help us better understand Alzheimer's and help take us one step closer to battling the disease that affects so many around the world. And we've heard much in recent years about the expected increase of both of those diseases, and with those partnerships between the universities and the research, we are helping combat these epidemics. Pardon me. And again, Mr. Speaker, another game changer. But these are but a few examples of the work that's going on and the innovation and technology breakthroughs between the strong partnerships of our two nations. And keeping this groundbreaking research in mind, Mr. Speaker, can you imagine if the BDS movement was successful and we actually cut ties? How many people would be impacted not only in Canada, but around the world? The basis of which BDS is found with groups pushing anti-Semitic agenda is unacceptable. And it goes against everything that we as Canadians stand for. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. This motion is not against free speech or free ideas. This motion simply condemns the actions that have had huge detrimental impacts both here at home and abroad. And Mr. Speaker, that is totally unacceptable.
Questions and comments? Questions? The
honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague. We can see and we find it very unfortunate that there is a rise in anti-Semitic acts in Hungary. We have been seeing this for some time. It's not new. And yet, the Conservative government, the previous government, put Hungary on the list of safe countries. So, could my colleague explain that position to me, that Conservative position? Thank you. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say that any time there are groups of people that have ideals and anti-Semitic actions are to be condemned. It's unacceptable. It's not part of who we are as people, as in any country around the world, and it's wrong. It has been wrong, it will be wrong, and continue to be wrong.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
For Fleetwood, Port Kells.
I'd ask the honourable member to perhaps explain what signal we're sending to Canadians by adopting the motion that's been put forward.
The honourable member for Surrey, White Rocks.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The message that we're sending is that we are taking a leadership role, and I would suggest that not only the Conservatives, but we've heard from the Liberal side of the House as well, that we are in support of the tenets that make us Canadian. And when we look at individuals that are basically stated that they have no right to exist, is absolutely unacceptable. We are all human beings. We all occupy this world, and we need to come together and support one another, and that's exactly what we're doing through this motion.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the member on an excellent speech. I particularly liked how she talked about specifically the benefits for her riding. We support Israel as a matter of principle, of course, but there are also many benefits to our country through trade, through integration of academic institutions and others. So I wonder if the member could speak a little bit more specifically about the benefits to her riding and also the benefits to Canada in general of a strong relationship between Canada and Israel.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
And thank you very much for that question. You know, we've had a very robust relationship with Israel, and in terms of the trade delegations that I headed up as the former mayor and also as the CEO of the Health Innovation Foundation. And that technology has helped on many fronts, many people in Canada, right across this country, in terms of the innovation that has come from Israel. And, you know, highlighting the exoskeleton from ReWalk is an absolute game changer for people with spinal cord injury. And that is just a sample. We have ongoing relationships with Israel. We have the technology that we've imported and that we're using in our health authorities. So I would say that we continue to strengthen, we continue to work, and we continue to support our friends in Israel.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And members of this House know, as I've mentioned before, that my grandmother was a Holocaust survivor, so I am particularly honored to be speaking strongly today against contemporary discrimination against the Jewish people. I am very proud to be a Zionist defined originally as someone who supported the reestablishment and now as someone who supports the development and protection of a Jewish nation called Israel. There is, for me, an important connection between remembering the lessons of the Holocaust and supporting the modern Jewish state of Israel. Zionism began at the end of the 19th century, but support for Zionism was not a slam dunk, even within the Jewish community. Some liberal-minded Jews perceived, in fact, the tension between the call for a separate Jewish state on the one hand and the demand for full Jewish equality within existing European states on the other. They saw the call for a separate Jewish homeland as contrary to their project of seeking integration and assimilation. But the terrible experience of European Jews during the Second World War demonstrated for most Jews and most non-Jews alike the need for a Jewish homeland. As much as Jews everywhere continued to seek full acceptance in nations where they lived outside of Israel, the opportunity to go to an ethnic and religious homeland provided them and provides them with vital security. If and when things go badly, Jews always have somewhere to go. This wasn't the case at the time of the Holocaust. My grandmother was part of a mixed family. They were only able to obtain one visa, so her father, the full-blood Jew in the family, left for South America. But my grandmother and her mother had to stay behind without him. And we all know the tragic case of the St. Louis, a boat carrying Jewish refugees from Germany, which Mackenzie King refused to allow into Canada. Noting this experience, Mr. Speaker, Jews have rightly reasoned that as much as they can hope for goodwill from other nations where they live, they cannot always depend on it. Israel not only has a right to exist, Israel's existence is necessary. Necessary because without it, Jews will not have the security that comes with knowing that worst come to worst, they always have somewhere to go. Now, despite some dark moments, Canada and Israel have had a strong partnership, and certainly we have much in common. Of course, we disagree on some things. It is a misconception that those of us who are Zionists always agree with policies of the Israeli government. As the member for Calgary Heritage has said, of course, like any country, Israel may be subjected to fair criticism. And like any free country, Israel subjects itself to such criticism. Healthy, necessary, democratic debate. Mr. Speaker, that self-criticism is part of what makes Israel a great nation. Vibrant, open debate about politics between people of different philosophies and from widely varying religious traditions. In Israel, the only liberal democracy in the Middle East, all citizens are able to run for government, to attend university, to hold any job, to sit on the Supreme Court, to represent their country on the international stage, just as Canadians are. Israelis, just like Canadians, can aspire to any goal and are free to work to achieve it. Frankly, Israel's Muslim population enjoy more economic, political, and religious freedom than do Muslim populations in many neighboring Muslim-majority states. Now, Canada and Israel have much in common. We are vibrant democracies, we value multiculturalism, we protect the rights of all citizens, and we enjoy robust democratic debate in two official languages. For us, English and French, for them, Hebrew and Arabic. With these traits in common, it is natural for Canada and Israel to have a very strong bond. Like Israel, Canada has spoken out in the past about global anti-Semitism, and we must do so again. Let us be clear, anti-Semitism and racism almost never identify themselves as such, but a movement that calls for boycott, divestment, and sanctions, not on the basis of actions, views, or words of the individuals facing the boycott, but on the basis of national origin alone. This is clearly an example of anti-Semitic racism. And we have an obligation to speak out. Not only to speak out in support of a friend, but to take a principled stand on something that runs counter to our deeply held values of diversity and inclusion. Now, we are fortunate to live in a country where we do not face discrimination on the basis of things like religion, sex, age, or ethnic or national origin. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms entrenches this fact, that everyone is equal under Canadian law. This section of the Charter reflects our deepest held values. People should not face discrimination, again, on the basis of religion or of ethnic or national origin. But the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, or BDS, advocates for actions that run entirely contrary to these Canadian values. They advocate discrimination against individuals and businesses on the basis of national origin. BDS openly calls for discrimination against and boycotts of Israeli individuals, artists, companies, organizations, academics, universities, research institutions, hospitals, and technology and development projects, again, simply because they are Israeli. BDS advocates for discrimination against those who happen to be Israelis and also against Canadians who hold dual Canadian-Israeli citizenship. BDS seeks to discriminate against individuals for no reason other than the passport that they hold. George Santayana said, "Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it." And boycotts against Jews have occurred throughout history, based on lies and misinformation and on prejudicial assumptions. And we are now seeing boycotts against the world's only Jewish state and against all citizens of that Jewish state. Is it plausible that this is really simply about a political statement, or isn't it obvious that this is about something much darker than political disagreement? BDS does not advocate peace between Israeli Jews and Palestinians. On this side of the House, we support negotiations between Israeli and Palestinian leaders, and we support a two-state solution. But instead of trying to bring people together and support meaningful collaboration, BDS seeks to silence dialogue and once again single out Jews and Israelis for ill treatment. These actions do not contribute to peace. They only drive people further apart. Now, this motion is one that I would have hoped would receive unanimous support from the House. And I am frankly perplexed by the fact that some members seem to be opposing it. The best that we hear from those who are disinclined to support this motion is reference to freedom of speech. But, Mr. Speaker, it certainly does not restrict anyone's freedom for this House to express its support for our collective values of tolerance and inclusion, and to express our opposition to discrimination on the basis of national origin. You may recall that in 2010, Maclean's magazine ran a cover story calling Quebec Canada's most corrupt province. This House responded by unanimously passing a motion which expressed, quote, its profound sadness at the prejudice displayed and stereotypes employed by Maclean's magazine to denigrate the Quebec nation, its history, and its institutions. Earlier in 2006, the Globe and Mail published a story about the shooting at Montreal's Dawson College, in which the author suggested that the province's history of linguistic strife contributed to the incident. Following that, the House again unanimously passed a motion, quote, that in the opinion of the House, an apology be given to the people of Quebec for the offensive remarks of Ms. Jan Wong in a Globe and Mail article regarding the recent Dawson College tragedy. In these instances, members of all parties did not have a problem understanding that the House can express its opinion without limiting free and robust debate. As we must ask in all of these cases, why treat Israel differently? Now, Mr. Speaker, the collaboration between Canada and Israel benefits all of us. Just this past weekend, my daughter Gianna and I assembled our new SodaStream machine. SodaStream has a plant in Israel which provides good, well-paying jobs to both Israelis and Palestinians. So let's stand today against racism and anti-Semitism. Let's stand in support of tolerance and inclusion, and also in support of delicious fizzy drinks. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable.
Questions and comments.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your statements this afternoon. I want to say that we are not here debating whether we recognize the legitimacy of the State of Israel. This is something that we all truly believe in. But my question to the member is that he spoke about healthy, necessary, and democratic debate which exists in Israel and in Canada. As such, I ask the member to define what any and all attempts means, and if this part of the motion impedes healthy, necessary, and democratic debate in the promotion of peace.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I think the motion is quite clear, and the rules of the House with respect to motions are quite clear in this sense as well. We are not legislating as part of this debate today. We are not making any kind of change that would limit people's ability to speak freely. We, as a party, are asking this House to express strongly its opinion about an issue of our collective values. And as I've illustrated, the House has not had a problem doing this before. In two cases, the House has unanimously expressed its disagreement with some of Canada's most prominent publications, in one case the Globe and Mail, in one case Maclean's magazine. So if this House, in those instances, does not have a problem expressing its opinion without limiting freedom of speech, but expressing its opinion about issues which are important in terms of our collective values as a nation, then let's be consistent. Let's do it in this case as well. Because if the House isn't willing to pass this motion unanimously, I would have to ask again, what makes Israel different?
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
For Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's really not much point engaging Conservatives on this issue because they take the crisis of trying to find peace between Israel and Palestine and traditionally and habitually use it as a wedge issue. But what came up this morning is that we're being asked in this House to use the power of Parliament to condemn individuals for the right to dissent from the Conservative worldview. And that was made clear when the Conservatives attacked the leader of the New Democratic Party for failing to condemn a demonstration outside his office. Well, I sat this morning reading the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the right to picket outside MPs' offices. That is a fundamental right. So when my colleagues in the Conservative Party are asking us to condemn individuals for their right to dissent, I am absolutely shocked and appalled that the Liberal Party, the party of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, would go along with them, because they are playing into the Conservative continual attempt to wedge and divide Canadians. And I want to ask my colleagues, how could we stand up and say we're going to support academic freedom when we would use the House of Commons to condemn individual students for participating in debates about foreign policies in another country? What kind of parliament are we going to be if we're not going to be some kind of monkey house for conservative ideology, if we're not willing to stand up on the right to dissent, the right to protest, the right to engage in discussion about what is good policy in another country? If we are not willing to stand up for that, Mr. Speaker, then this House is a much shabbier place as a result of these really, really distasteful wedge issues. And I'm looking at the Liberal Party and thinking, my God, are you going to go along with them one more time, just like you did on Bill C-51? Show some backbone. Stand up to this kind of game playing.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Quite frankly, it's disappointing to hear the honourable member say that he is not interested in engaging this conversation with those of us over here. Of course, we have a very different worldview, but I respect the member, and I think he should respect us to really see the value of, at the very least, having this conversation. This is not about a wedge issue. We want members in other parties to support this motion. Frankly, I think this should be a consensus issue. But if there are those that wish to vote against it, of course, they have to give account for that decision. Now, it's very inconsistent, though, for members of the New Democratic Party, because I remember in 2010, the leader of the New Democratic Party in particular taking great umbrage with a cover on Maclean's magazine that I referred to talking about Quebec, and a unanimous motion of this House expressing its opinion about that cover. The member should explain why it is okay for the House to express its opinion on issues like that, but somehow when it comes to Israel, the House should just not express its opinion. Well, when we see things that go directly against our collective values, we have to take a strong position. The House should not limit freedom of speech, but should express strongly its opposition to this racist.
Resuming debate, the Honourary Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I have a question. Quoting a Washington Institute article written by a Palestinian man dedicated to peace and reconciliation between him and his Israeli neighbors, who says that BDS does nothing to help the cause of peace. I'm interested to know why the opposition party has not focused... Oh, I'm sorry.
We're resuming debate, and I've got you on the list here. Are you speaking next, or...? I don't know. Maybe I'll just check with the table here and find out what happened.
Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to be sharing my time with the honourable member from Mississauga Centre. Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate again that we believe that all members of the House should support this motion. The Government of Canada unequivocally opposes the boycott, divestment and sanctions movement. Democracy and freedom of expression are important Canadian values that we uphold and defend. Nevertheless, activities such as the BDS movement and the harsh rhetoric and tactics that often accompany operate against freedom of speech. As has been made evident in today's debate, the BDS movement targets Canadian companies and threatens their legitimate commercial cooperation with Israel and Israeli companies. This threatens prosperity and runs counterproductive to the pursuit of a lasting peace in the Middle East. It is not only Canadian and Israeli businesses that suffer. Palestinian businesses are also made to suffer. As was noted previously, the imposition of restrictions on cultural and academic exchanges only exacerbate tension in the region, instead of enhancing the personal linkages that are our best hope for paving the road to a just and lasting settlement. Mr. Speaker, Canada has been a close ally and strong friend of Israel since 1948. We know our relationship is both broad and deep, and it encompasses political, economic, cultural, and security cooperation, as well as deep ties between our people and communities. Canada is also an important partner of the Palestinian Authority. Our development and humanitarian assistance to the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza address the immediate needs of the Palestinian people. This helps to lay the groundwork for the viable, democratic, and secure Palestinian state that will one day exist alongside a democratic and secure Israeli state. To that end, Canada supports U.S.-led efforts to enhance cooperation between Israel and the Palestinian Authority through the deployment of Canadian armed forces on a daily basis toward dialogue, toward functioning well together. Canada looks forward to supporting the direct negotiations that will be required to achieve this two-state solution. We hope to soon see an environment that will allow all parties to return to the negotiating table. Mr. Speaker, the BDS movement is detrimental to the peace process. A lasting peace requires direct negotiation between the two parties, and it is our sincere hope that we move well beyond condemnation and toward creating a way to return to the negotiating table. Efforts that target and punish one side do not advance this cause. Efforts to attack trade and business links further harm prospects for peace by attempting to punish all elements of Israeli society. The peace process requires the continual development of close personal links, not efforts to divide, a strong economy, not one weakened by sanctions and boycotts, and a genuine dialogue, not discrimination and isolation. Monsieur le Président, le Canada...
Mr. Speaker, Canada and Israel enjoy a partnership since the independence of Israel. Canada will continue to be a strong ally of Israel, and there is no doubt that it grants great importance to this relationship. As you have already heard, our two countries work in close cooperation on a number of files, including in opposition to the BDS campaign. Canada remains concerned by the initiatives to isolate Israel and this boycott, divestment, and sanctions initiative. The Government of Canada has long implemented a policy that rejects any discrimination based on race or ethnicity, and anything that seeks to target Israel on the international stage. For example, Canada defends Israel before the United Nations and on other world stages against any unjust treatment that could be meted out to it.
However, I would like to reiterate that as a member state of the United Nations, Israel has the right to full and equal participation. Furthermore, Canada stands in solidarity with Israel through our commitment to a just and lasting peace in the Middle East and by opposing unilateral actions that seek to undermine the peace process, including unilateral actions taken by either side. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to highlight that Canada's trade relations with Israel continue to grow. Our two countries continue to collaborate on issues related to trade, investment, science, technology, and innovation. Canada recently concluded negotiations to bring the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement into force. This modernized agreement has been adapted to meet our needs in the 21st century and reinforces our close cooperation with Israel on all matters related to trade. We look forward to working with Israel to bring this agreement into force. And trade is strong between Israel and Palestine as well. Forbes magazine reports that BDS sanctions harm Palestinians disproportionately due to the trade surplus that flows from Israel to Palestine and the good jobs that ensue. To conclude, I would like to once again emphasize Canada's strong relationship with Israel as well as our support for the Palestinian Authority. We continue to work towards a lasting negotiated settlement to achieve a two-state solution. Our opposition to the BDS movement is not about taking sides in the conflict. It is about supporting dialogue over exclusion. the BDS movement is not leading to a constructive solution to the conflict. It exacerbates and it inflames. This is why we call on the House of Commons to support the motion put forward today and condemn the boycott, divestment and sanctions movement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis-Les Etchemins. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to commend the member for Vancouver West on her speech. And I'd like to comment on something that was said by one of her former colleagues in the Liberal caucus, Mr. Cutler, who denounced some UN comments that were made regarding Israel. He said that over the past 50 years, there has been a state that has been constantly targeted, and that is Israel. So my question is, will Canada and the government pledge to ensure that the United Nations, insofar as Canada has the ability to do so, to ensure that UN will stop ostracizing Israel on the international stage and in international institutions? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Just waiting for the translation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the question. I think that it's very important to, first of all, recognize Mr. Cotter's leadership. Everybody in the country has learned and grown together as a result, and thank you very much to the Honourable Member for mentioning that. With regard to the international arena, our government is completely committed to a two-state solution. We are completely committed to recognizing our strong ties with Israel and our support for the Palestinian Authority as well. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say I'm disappointed to hear from my friend, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, that the Liberal government proposes to vote for this motion. It's not necessary to support the boycott, divestment and sanctions movement to recognize that this motion seeks to call all of those who support that effort and label them with the term demonization, seeking to demonize Israel, label them as anti-Semitic. Surely the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary does not believe the United Church of Canada is motivated by hatred of the State of Israel.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much to my honourable colleague. Of course, the wording of this motion that has been crafted by the opposition is intended to do exactly what she explains. I myself personally would be concerned about that, but overall, BDS does not need to be supported. It needs to be pointed out, and I think that we should join together in that. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurier Ste. Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. However, the text of the motion that we have before us does not ask us to support or not support BDS. The text asks us to condemn all those who would promote BDS, even peaceful, democratic promotion, to condemn all of that, to condemn the right to speak out, the right to have an opinion. For example, the United Church of Canada, which voted to boycott certain products coming from the occupied territories. Does my colleague wish to condemn the United Church of Canada for this position? Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was married in the United Church 32 years ago, so certainly that is not our intent, of course. But I would refer to the comments that I made. A lasting peace requires direct negotiation between the two parties, and it is our hope that we move well beyond condemnation and toward creating a way to return to the negotiating table. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy to stand here today to speak on this motion and share my thoughts with the House on this important matter. We all have a constructive role to play in advancing a peaceful resolution to advocate on behalf of civilians on all sides of the conflict by actively pursuing a two-state solution. I believe it is important to respect Israel's right to exist and Palestinians' right to have their own independent nation. We can help achieve this by encouraging engagement, dialogue, and respect for all. I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker. In order to create a hospitable environment for dialogue, we must actively fight against hate, racism, anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia in all of their forms. Our challenge is that we must also make sure we encourage constructive and meaningful conversations. I don't believe that a boycott is a constructive approach. I did not enter politics to promote boycott, but to encourage engagement and dialogue between parties for the purpose of reaching a long-lasting peace. The question we need to ask ourselves is this: instead of finding ways to score political points, how can we advance the interest of peace in the region? Some BDS advocates believe that it's an important, nonviolent approach to raising awareness about the situation over the last years in the region and the lack of progress. As mentioned previously in the House, we must be careful not to paint everyone with one brush. Many BDS advocates are human rights champions who want to see progress on this issue. We should be intolerant towards hate, but find ways to tolerate passionate disagreements. Yet, we must recognize that some BDS advocates may have anti-Semitic motives. Some are blinded by their passion, and I firmly believe that double standards should and must be called out in every instance. For example, criticizing the government of Israel for certain behavior while excusing it when committed by others is unacceptable. Equally, we should be able to criticize the Israeli government for similar actions that we criticize other governments for. It is in the mutual interest of Israelis and Palestinians to show progress and give hope to those who are frustrated by the situation. Conservatives have failed at offering any constructive approach other than bluster and empty rhetoric. They want to divide Canadians instead of rallying support for dialogue and engagement. So let me repeat, I strongly believe in engagement, not boycott. But I also understand that many students and activists are seeking an opportunity in good faith to find alternative methods to express their concerns and voice their opinions. While I want to promote a healthy dialogue, I'm hesitant to infringe on anyone's right to free speech. We need to encourage an open and safe atmosphere on university campuses. They are sacred places of learning and debate, and not a place where students should feel threatened because of their background or political beliefs. As always, I encourage to be sensitive towards each other, listen to what your colleagues say without making them feel uncomfortable or threatened. The goal shouldn't be to create a threatening environment, but a cooperative space where even those who disagree can find common ground to advance what we all want to see, which is long-lasting peace and mutual respect and cooperation. Canada, like I said, has a crucial role to play. We must remain committed to a comprehensive and just and lasting peace in the Middle East, including the creation of a Palestinian state living side by side and in peace with Israel. This has never been an easy matter to discuss. Emotions run high, especially when considering the innocent lives at stake in so many complicated disputes. But that is precisely why we must resist the urge to use inflamed rhetoric and instead offer thoughtful, objective, and effective alternatives. If we can't do this in Canada, it is hard to imagine it happening anywhere else in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his very measured remarks. And I agree, this should not be a partisan issue that divides the House before us today. I've been encouraged to hear colleagues of the member make quite clear that they intend to support their opposition of the boycott, divest, sanctions movement. But I think, and again we heard the parsing by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, that there are some Canadians who, uninformed, believe that in fact supporting BDS is helpful and not hateful. But I wonder if the member could comment on a quote from an American academic that I'm sure he is familiar with the writings of Assad Abu Khalil, who has written, a leading proponent of the BDS campaign, but he's written, the real aim of BDS is to bring down the state of Israel. That should be stated as an unambiguous goal. There should not be any equivocation on the subject. Justice and freedom for the Palestinians are incompatible with the existence of the State of Israel. And I wonder if my colleague would explain to some Canadians who support the BDS campaign that they may be used as tools of a hateful propaganda system.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable colleague for his question. I'm actually not familiar with this person he's quoting, but I am familiar that there are voices, frankly, on all sides that sometimes want to use inflamed rhetoric and want to let their, perhaps whoever is listening to them, feel hopeless and let them feel that there is no two-state solution out there, and instead of encouraging for a thoughtful dialogue, engagement, they want to promote division and hate and perhaps war. And that's where we come in, as not only as a House of Commons, but as a government of Canada, to be the voice of reason, to be the voice of peace, to put forward an agenda and encourage all sides to find a way to achieve two-state solution today before tomorrow. And that's how we suffocate those people who want to deny the two-state solution. And I call on you and Mr. Speaker and my colleagues to join me in calling for a peaceful resolution that promotes coexistence and a two-state solution.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurier Ste. Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very simple question for my colleague across the way. Does he believe that it's the role of Parliament and of the government to tell Canadians what they should be able to debate or not, or what opinions they should be able to hold or not? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. I don't believe Parliament should be dictating to Canadians what to debate and what not to debate. I believe what's happening right here is, again, a healthy debate. Parliament will have an opportunity to voice its opinion, but I certainly hope that nobody will take any conclusion that this Parliament or even the government will be telling Canadians what to debate and what not to debate. We live in the greatest country in the world where we encourage dialogue, debate, conversations. We caution against hate. We caution against discrimination. But we want everybody to have a safe space, to have a healthy discussion and debate. I've seen many debates happen in Israel that are sometimes more vigorous than we see here. And I look forward to having more debates here in this House and across the country.
A quick question and comment on, okay, that would explain a lot. While I'm standing, I just want to remind the honourable members that if you're asking a question and you're not in your seat, it makes it very confusing, and I can't recognize the person speaking. So if you'd like to make a comment, please make sure that you're in your seat. It's very difficult from this distance seeing where people are and making them out, not having them in their seats. And it's okay if you're not sitting in your seat, but in any case, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's just be very clear that this is what we're talking about in the BDS movement is discrimination on the basis of national origin. It's not about the convictions of the entities involved. It's discrimination on the basis of national origin. And surely that's a matter on which the House can and should express its opinion, because the Charter of Rights talks specifically about not discriminating on the basis of national origin. If our Constitution can express an opinion on such matters, then surely the House can as well. I want to ask in this context, though, does the member believe that Hamas is a terrorist organization?
Very briefly, the Honourary Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This must be a planted question. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Our government has put Hamas on a terrorist list, and we believe that Hamas is a terrorist organization until it gives up terrorist activities and joins us in our call for peaceful dialogue and conversations to reaching a peaceful resolution to the two-state outcome that we'd like to achieve.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to say that I will be sharing my time with my respectable colleague from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, who is sitting just behind me here today. Mr. Speaker, we've been debating the motion before us for several hours, but maybe there are some people who've just joined us. It was moved by my colleague from Parry Sound, Muskoka, and here's what it says. It says that given Canada and Israel share a long history of friendship as well as economic and diplomatic relations, the House reject the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, the BDS movement, which promotes the demonization and the delegitimization of the State of Israel, and call upon the government to condemn any and all attempts by Canadian organizations, groups, or individuals to promote the BDS movement, both here at home and abroad. And we've learned that the government intends to support this motion. So the real question, then, is how will the government implement the spirit of this motion to ensure that Canada continues to play a leadership role in promoting Canadian values and in ensuring that freedom of expression is respected, but also in denouncing clearly every form of racism and anti-Semitism. And, Mr. Speaker, the reason why it is good to speak out with this motion is that the intentions behind the BDS movement go against one of the two parties in the situation that we see in the Middle East situation, and goes against the traditional position of Canada of calling for a two-state solution which would live side by side peacefully. And what we need today, Mr. Speaker, is not just support for this motion for political gain. Well, this motion, it represents Canadian values, and it needs to be followed by action from the Government of Canada to fight against all forms of anti-Semitism. Mr. Speaker, why do we have this motion? Well, it's because Canada's position on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is clear, and it is in favor of both Israel and Palestine. Canada recognizes the right of Palestinians to self-determination and the creation of a sovereign, independent, viable, democratic Palestinian state in the context of a viable long-term peace agreement. That's Canada's policy on the key aspects of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and I would add a negotiated peace. That is what we need. In the same breath, Mr. Speaker, Canada supports the right of Israel to live in peace with its neighbors in secure borders and recognizes its right to ensure its own security. Under international law, Israel has the right to put in place the necessary measures respecting human rights and international humanitarian law to protect itself against terrorist groups. So once again, Mr. Speaker, in the motivations behind the BDS movement, we don't see respect for the state of Israel and for the right of Palestine to coexist peacefully. And that is why I encourage all members to speak out. Now, Mr. Speaker, over the course of the day, we've heard people here stand up to say, it's about freedom of expression. Why are we standing up on this? Well, it's because as elected officials and as the government, we here have the duty to stand up for Canadian values and principles and to attack all insidious forms of anti-Semitism. We are not the first to do it. We have stood up before in this House. For example, when Maclean's magazine accused Quebec of being the most corrupt province in the country. All parliamentarians, including the NDP, who are lagging behind today, stood up to condemn that declaration, and now we are standing up to fight a very important issue. The National Assembly of Quebec has already done this, Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago, February 9th, 2011, as we were reminded by the member from Calgary, Shepherd. The following motion was presented by members of the various political parties that we find in the National Assembly of Quebec, the Liberals, the Parti québécois, the ADQ, now the Coalition Avenir Québec, for example, Éric Lecaire, Martin Lemaire, Lawrence Bedman, and also Marc Picard, the MNA who represents the riding in which I live, La Chaudière, who at that time moved the following motion that the National Assembly of Quebec criticise and deplores the boycott campaign and that had been in place in Montreal at that time.
You'll recall that there was a place in Montreal had been selling shoes for 25 years, shoes from all over the world, found themselves with this bunch of hoodlums in front of their shop threatening their clientele. And this was supposedly to support free market, etc. And this man, who's been a tax-paying businessman in Montreal for 25 years, and the motion goes on to talk about the further details of it. So the right of self-determination is an important right, particularly for the Quebec people. But the only member in the National Assembly in Quebec who refused to give his consent was the member for Mercier, which is unfortunate. So, Mr. Speaker, it was shameful, as my colleague from Shepherd said. He used a revolting term, and it was really unfortunate that a Quebec business was attacked with a boycott. So Quebec, what we need to remember in all this is that except for one member in Quebec, it was clearly stated that anti-Semitism is unacceptable in a free and democratic society. It's true for Quebec, it's true for every province and territory in this country, and for the country of Canada. And that's why today we have the opportunity to support this motion, and the government has told us that they intend to do that, which is a step in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, this follows in a long tradition that Canada has always had to be in the forefront of positions to defend people who are oppressed and to the freedom of expression as well. In November 2011, Canada was at the second Interparliamentary Conference Against Anti-Semitism, and at that time, parliamentarians from around the world worked hard to work on mechanisms to fight against anti-Semitism and propaganda that we find on the internet and elsewhere. So already we can see that in 2010 our government was taking tangible steps to work on this. The member for Calgary Midnapore played an important role in that, and I salute the leadership role that he played in this initiative, Mr. Speaker. And if I may, I would like to tell you what our former Prime Minister said, the current member for Calgary Heritage. He said that anti-Semitism is a pernicious evil that must be confronted and eradicated everywhere that it exists. It is such a serious, harmful thing that it threatens all of humanity. So we have a responsibility to confront this, find out its roots, and eradicate them everywhere that it is manifested. Because behind this pernicious and invidious threat that we have seen throughout history is hidden a threat to our own humanity. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell you what Erwin Kotler said, the former member here. He was a member from Mount Royal.
People today who are standing targets of state-sanctioned genocide, he said, while also being the only state and only people accused of genocide. There is a symbiotic relationship between genocidal anti-Semitism and international terrorism. This convergence represents a clear and present danger, not only for Jews, but for our common humanity. This is what this motion is all about, Mr. Speaker.
We have the opportunity today as Canadians and as elected members here to raise our voices, to stand together and support the motion that was tabled by my colleague. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for
Brampton West? Oui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe this motion is supportable, but I'm concerned that the opposition has not focused on the Palestinian Authority and how it is harmed by BDS. Why is that?
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis. I thank my colleague for her question. I think that I was very, very clear in my speech to clearly present the Canadian position in terms of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which is to say that we have respect for both parties, the Israeli people and the Palestinian people, and we think that through a negotiated position with respect for both parties that we'll find a good solution. But BDS represents ostracization of one party, can only result in a useless debate and a hate, and that is why we want to speak out against this movement.
The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Bellechasse makes the point that this House and the Quebec National Assembly have previously passed motions criticizing certain actions. But what's different about this motion, Mr. Speaker, is that it not only calls on this House to take a certain position, but it calls on the state, it calls on the government to condemn individual Canadians for promoting a certain viewpoint. And I wonder if the member for Bellechasse would agree that that's not what we do in a free society.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Member for his question, and I humbly disagree with the member, Mr. Speaker, because we have a responsibility as a nation to stand up for values that are promoted by Canadians. We have to stand up against racism and against anti-Semitism. Why? Because we know that if we don't tackle with those threats, they may turn into violence and they may turn into terrorism. Mr. Speaker, we are given the opportunity to stand up for what is Canadian, to stand up for our values, and this is why I will proudly support this motion.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this might be repeating the same question, but maybe a slightly different angle on it. The BDS is doing damage to the very parties that we're trying to bring to the table to discuss humanitarian issues. How is the language in this motion of condemning any and all attempts bringing parties to the table to have a fair and open conversation?
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that people of good faith may be tempted to support or take some action. We have a role as a leader of this country to tell people what are the motives behind those actions. This is what this motion is willing to achieve, and this is also the responsibility of the government to educate Canadians about the real issues that are at stake here, which are the germs of anti-Semitism and racism. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable
Questions and comments?
James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I think to be really clear, we're not debating issues of racism and anti-Semitism here. This isn't what this is about. This is about a political tactic, whether we agree with the political tactic or not. And that the House, supported by the government of the day, the Liberal Party, is supporting actions for the government to condemn any attempts by individuals or organizations. Those organizations would include the 2 million members of the United Church, who, for rightly or wrongly, have decided that they support the divestment movement. I would be more than willing to debate them. I don't know if this is a tactic that is something that I personally approve of, but what I certainly will respect is the right of the United Church of Canada to take a position and to vote with their members. And so I'm asking my honourable colleague, with the support of the government now, how does he see us moving forward in these condemnations of individuals, for any actions that challenge Israeli policy in the Middle East?
Very briefly, the honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis.
My question to the member is simple. Why is he refusing to take a stand, Mr. Speaker, against BDS, which is a movement that is not promoting peace and a peaceful resolution of that conflict, Mr. Speaker? He has an opportunity to stand as a stand for our country, Mr. Speaker. Will he take it or a step aside?
Reprise du débat. Resuming the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought I might start by giving a little history of the way in which members of this House dealt with issues relating to anti-Semitism, which overflowed inevitably into the BDS movement and to events such as the annual campus Israel Apartheid Week, which takes place in February. I'm going back to the 40th Parliament. In that Parliament, 2 parliaments ago, a group of parliamentarians came together and we formed a coalition called the Coalition to Combat, Canadian Parliamentary Coalition to Combat Anti-Semitism, CPCCA. For what it's worth, if you type in CPCCA.ca, you'll go to our website. It's still up. It contains a report. This was a multi-party group. We had the cooperation of Conservatives, Liberals, New Democrats. We did not have the cooperation of the Bloc Québécois, unfortunately. But nonetheless, it was the vast majority of parliamentarians, and we operated under a co-chairmanship, myself and Mario Silva, a former Liberal member of Parliament, and we're able to work together towards finding what we thought were some useful suggestions as to how Canada can deal with the issue of anti-Semitism. In fact, Mario Silva and I went on and put together an edited book called Tackling Hate, Combating Anti-Semitism, the Ottawa Protocol, which contains the protocol and numerous essays by people who participated in that conference. There was then an international conference on anti-Semitism in Ottawa, again co-chaired by Mario Silva and myself, that took place in 2010. And the report was issued in 2011. So all of this is by way, I guess, of trotting out my bona fides on the issue of anti-Semitism. But I say it all because I want to focus in on the boycott, divest, sanctions movement as, in practice, something which borders on anti-Semitism, which sometimes in the hands of some people lapses over into anti-Semitism. For others, it is a cover for anti-Semitism, and then there are others who I think are involved who don't intend to be anti-Semitic. They tend to be anti-Zionist, or at any rate to sharply clip Israel's wings, and are, I think, perhaps innocent of how they are providing unintentionally aid and comfort to those who are simply anti-Semitic. So let's be clear about the issues that deal with Zionism, the existence of Israel, and the Jewish people. Israel came into existence following the Second World War as a lifeboat, a safe place for the Jews of the world who had discovered what would happen to them, what could happen to them in the worst case scenario when there was no safe haven for them. And I, of course, am speaking of the European Holocaust, the Nazi Holocaust, which wiped out some 6.5 million Jews, along with, I might add, many other people, but 6.5 million Jews. It is the paradigmatic Holocaust of all times, and is the one that serves as a symbol for all other forms of mass race-based or ethnic-based or religious-based hatred. Israel was the place where people could go to know that here, if nowhere else in the world can we be fully accepted, at least here we can have a home. And that is the fundamental basis for the existence of Israel. It is the basis for the citizenship law of Israel, which says that any person who is a Jew can come to Israel and make aliyah, which means to immigrate to Israel. And the definition of Jew is the same one that was used in Hitler's 1938 Nuremberg law. The logic here being that if this is how those who sought to destroy us define us, then we know that this is the group that must be protected. And so anybody who has a parent who is a Jew, even if they're not a practicing Jew, is able to immigrate to Israel under that law. That is the purpose of the existence of Israel. Now, Israel has its existence has been opposed from the very beginning of the country in 1948 by a number of neighboring states. A review of what has happened in the decades since that time reveals that bit by bit the neighboring states have come over and accepted that Israel has a right to exist. So Jordan and Egypt now recognize Israel's right to exist and have diplomatic relations. I won't suggest that they are friends, but they are willing to recognize each other's existence. That is not true for Lebanon, and as for Syria, I mean, there really is no government of Syria at the moment, but Syria was traditionally a hardline anti-Israel state. And there are other states that are not merely anti-Israel, they are anti-Israel in a way that no one can say this about any other country in the world. But Israel is the state which was singled out as a target for potential nuclear attack by the Saddam regime in Iraq, which attempted to prepare a nuclear weapon and have the ability to deliver it, and which based largely its legitimacy on its ability to destroy Israel and wipe out the Jewish people in Israel. This was something that was attempted by the Assad regime in Syria, the building of a nuclear weapon that could be used against Israel. And Iran has spoken very openly about using a nuclear program and a missile development program to wipe out Israel, to commit genocide. So when Professor Kotler, my former colleague and an esteemed parliamentarian and human rights advocate in the last few parliaments, when he spoke about Israel's as being the only country that is threatened with genocide and the Jewish people in Israel as being the only people threatened with genocide, this is what he was talking about, nuclear annihilation, something which is, my goodness, it's not respectable in any quarter ever, but that it's actually treated in some quarters as being respectable when we're dealing with Israel. That is an amazing thing. That does mean that Israel is singled out from the rest of the world. So turning now from Israel's existential threat, a threat that does not exist for any other country in the world, turning from that and then saying that Israel, as it attempts to defend itself, is a country that is somehow engaging in a kind of apartheid, is frankly, it's not merely offensive, it's just also just obviously, indeed comically, contrary to the facts of the situation. Now, I do not mean to imply when I say this that everything that Israel does is acceptable. There are lots of people, including lots of Jews, including lots of Israelis, who are very critical of the way in which their government acts in this or that matter. And thank goodness Israel has a free press and a robust democratic political culture in which these things can be debated, and that induces a remarkable, I think, a remarkable degree of moderation. But even if and when the State of Israel acts immoderately, I do not think it is reasonable to do what many of the people who are involved in the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement expect. They expect that Jews have a moral obligation to stand up and make the same kind of caveat statement that I just made. Now, that is not a reasonable expectation. Would it be reasonable, Mr. Speaker, if vis-a-vis the People's Republic of China's policies in Tibet, where they are engaged effectively in trying to destroy an ancient culture through massive immigration, they suppress any expression of dissent, they destroy monasteries, would it be reasonable for us to say that people in Canada of Chinese descent have a moral obligation to get involved and condemn that, to constantly put caveats in this? No, we recognize that it is legitimate to be Chinese culturally and not to be regarded as somehow morally responsible for the actions of the People's Republic of China. And I will add, Mr. Speaker, at this point, that I do not mean to compare the State of Israel and its actions to what the People's Republic of China does, because I believe the People's Republic of China, although it is the home to arguably the greatest and most ancient of the surviving cultures in the world, I do not think that they are part of the family of respectable nations that conduct human rights to a standard that is acceptable to the world, whereas Israel does. I simply want to make this point that this expectation of collective responsibility is the very same thing, the very same argument that has been used to justify every form of anti-Semitism throughout the past 2,000 years. Mr. Speaker, I have only a minute to conclude here. I want to make the point that it is reasonable for us to be critical of every country in the world. I was the chair for 7 years of the International Human Rights Subcommittee. We worked together, all parties, by consensus in that subcommittee, and we were willing to look at human rights abuses in any country. I can tell you that Israel does not stand out as being anywhere close to the frontier of human rights abusers in the world, nowhere near that. And yet it gets singled out, unlike any other country, for this BDS movement on campuses in Canada and for the atrocious, outrageous Israel Apartheid Week that occurs every year. I think that's shameful. I think it's a blot. I think we absolutely should feel free to condemn this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Honorable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. He spoke about the importance, and I agree with this entirely, the importance of fighting against anti-Semitism. This is important. Fighting against any kinds of hate or exclusion, and particularly anti-Semitism. However, unfortunately, we've seen over the last few years that there has been a terrible rise in anti-Semitic acts in Hungary, and his government put Hungary on the list of safe countries. So, can my colleague explain the logic that he sees in that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Frontenac, Kingston.
Pays sûr, je ne suis pas certain.
Of course. I'm not quite sure.
That means, because I haven't heard it in English, so could we get just clarification on that?
Laurier-Sainte-Marie, voulez-vous juste expliquer?
Would you like just to explain?
That has a list of safe countries, and Hungary is on the list of safe countries despite what we are seeing happening in this country.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. Please.
Thank you. Now I understand. I'm sorry. So my understanding of the safe country designation is a country in which if a person goes from some other place in the world, say from Syria, for example, and finds themselves in Hungary and seeks refugee status there, that they will be regarded as being safe. They cannot say that they are in danger because they're in Hungary. And I think if you look at the recent flow of people fleeing from Syria across Europe that was so well reported over the last few months, we've seen that people were trying to get from countries like Serbia into Hungary. So I think that validates the assertion that that Hungary is a safe country. With regard to the rise of anti-Semitism in Hungary, she's absolutely right. This is a real crisis. In fact, I met with a Hungarian leader to talk about this about a year ago, and he described the situation on the ground as being very grave. It's most unfortunate. I don't think it's a particularly safe country for Jews at this time, and that is a tragic difference from the country's past when, for example, at the end of World War II, when the Nazis attempted to round up Hungary's Jews, Hungarians came together, many Hungarians, thousands of them, to help defend and save the Jews. So that's a terrible tragedy, but I don't think it's related to the safe country issue.
Questions et commentaires? Questions
and comments.
For West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my honourable colleague, which is, given the nature of the language used in the motion, how would he purport to actually have this come into effect? How does one condemn any and all individuals? It seems like a stretch.
Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you. We're not condemning the individuals. We are condemning any and all attempts by Canadian organizations, groups, or individuals to promote the BDS movement here and abroad. So we're not condemning the individuals for being or for existing. We are condemning the attempt to delegitimize or demonize the State of Israel, and I'm suggesting by extension to imply that there is some kind of complicity between all Jews everywhere, including Canada, and anything that they find inappropriate in the behavior of the State of Israel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Une courte question.
Very brief question. The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins Lévis. Very simple question, Mr. Speaker. First, my colleague co-chaired the Ottawa Conference on the protocol seeking to fight anti-Semitism. I'd like to commend him for that. Today's motion, which rejects BDS, how is that a part of the leadership role that Canada must play to fight anti-Semitism? Can he tell us?
It's the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
I don't know what I can say in 30 seconds that can cover that, but happily, there is a report issued by the Canadian Parliamentary Coalition to Combat Anti-Semitism about the kind of leadership role that a country like Canada can take. I do think historically we have been leaders for most of our history, but not always. You know, back in 1939, Canada turned away a ship full of Jewish refugees from Europe. They couldn't find a home here. They went back to Europe, and many of them died in the Holocaust. So we need to both commemorate what we've done right, what we've done wrong, and to continue providing leadership by participating in international forums on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise today in the House to support a very important motion which is both timely and one that deserves the attention of this House. McGill University next week on Monday, for the fifth time in 7 years, for the third time in 2 years, has a BDS motion in front of it. And Mr. Speaker, I want to talk to you because it comes a little bit from personal experience about the history of the Jews in Montreal and the experience of anti-Semitism in Montreal, because it ties to what is happening today with the BDS movement. There are students from McGill, my own alumnus where I went to law school, that contacted me last year and this weekend. Not only Jewish students, but Christian students, Hindu students, Buddhist students, Muslim students that are opposed to BDS. And they feel the hatred on campus that permeates. They feel the animosity that is generated by certain groups against them for no apparent reason other than the fact that they continue to oppose BDS on campus and are trying to lead the fight against it. You know, Mr. Speaker, the Jewish community in Montreal and in Quebec has a long history. In New France, Jews couldn't live in New France. You had to be a Catholic, and those Jews that tried to come there got sent back to France. But in 1760, with the British conquest, a Jewish community set up in Montreal. In 1768, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue in my riding today was founded. And for a long period of time, there was a lot of harmony. Jews were amongst the founders of the Bank of Montreal, the founders of the Power Company, the founders of many of the institutions we today know in Montreal. Of course, there were issues. In 1807, they tried to stop Ezekiel Hart from taking his seat in the Quebec National Assembly because he wouldn't swear an oath on the true faith of a Christian. But by 1832, Louis-Joseph Papineau put forward a motion that was adopted by the Quebec National Assembly, the first place in the British Commonwealth that allowed Jews to be full citizens. And there was a period of harmony in the 19th century. The Jewish community was small. But in my great-grandparents' generation, Mr. Speaker, that started to change. In my great-grandparents' generation, the 1880s, the 1890s, 1910s, the massive Jewish immigration came from Eastern Europe and hit different Canadian cities, whether Montreal, Toronto, Winnipeg, rural communities. And the Jews became a third solitude between the English and the French. And at that point in time, when my great-grandparents were alive and living and becoming of age, Jews were under quota systems at McGill. They couldn't get in unless they had better marks, and that wasn't hidden, it was open. Jews weren't accepted into the large law firms in Montreal. The Jewish General Hospital was created because Jewish doctors and nurses were not allowed to practice in either English or French institutions in Montreal. So we created a hospital that is today one of the greatest ones in all of Quebec. But things then got even worse. In the 1930s, Canada's immigration policy, none is too many, under the King government, a Liberal government, by the way, which I accept, was horrendous. We had one of the worst records of accepting Jewish immigrants from Europe at a time of crisis. We attended the Berlin Olympics, giving the Nazis a chance to showcase their wares to the world. And as my honorable colleague mentioned, when the St. Louis came up the coast and was refused by Cuba, refused by the United States, it was refused by Canada. And people were sent back to Europe, and many of them perished in the Holocaust. And so, after the war, Canada started changing. In my grandparents' generation, anti-Semitism was less overt, but they had a house in Val-David, and right next door in St. Agathe, Mr. Speaker, there were signs saying no dogs or Jews allowed in this location. It's ironic, Mr. Speaker, that my colleague, the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle, is a Jewish member representing that same district where no Jews or dogs was allowed in the 1940s and 1950s. And that, Mr. Speaker, heralds the change in Canada. As things evolved over time, things got better. When my parents were coming of age, overt anti-Semitism was gone. There still had not been a Jewish cabinet minister federally. There still had not been a Jewish justice of the Supreme Court of Canada. But anti-Semitism was confined to polite statements when they tried to apply to a golf course. Oh, well, our membership list is full. And then, Mr. Speaker, when I was coming of age, when I was at school in the 1990s, there was no anti-Semitism that I ever felt. I went to McGill campus. I was there for my 4 years of law school, and never once did I feel targeted, uncomfortable because of my faith or background. Today, unfortunately, because of BDS and Israel Apartheid Week, that is no longer the case for Jewish students and other students who support Israel on our campuses here in Canada. And that is something that is shameful, because every student in this country should feel safe when they go to school and go to campus. And so let's come to the principles of this so-called BDS movement, a movement that is justifying itself in saying that they're somehow going to stop us from doing business, exchanging with Israel, letting Israelis come to sporting events outside of Israel in the name of helping the Palestinians. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, BDS in no way helps the Palestinians, in no way advances the peace process that all of us in this House believe is important, in no way advances a two-state solution, but is simply, as my learned mentor, who represented my writing before me, Erwin Kotler, said, is part of a new anti-Semitism that stigmatizes and vilifies Israel by holding it to a different standard than every other country in the entire world. And so let's go through why BDS is wrong. Number one, Mr. Speaker, BDS misinterprets history. BDS seems to allege that the entire fault of the Arab-Israeli conflict is because of Israel. There's no fault whatsoever on the other side. No condemnation at all. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something. In 1948, when the United Nations partitioned Palestine, and they said there's going to be a Jewish state and an Arab state, it wasn't the Jewish state that started a war, Mr. Speaker. The Jewish state was content to live side by side with its Arab neighbors. But all Arab countries ganged up and said, no, we're going to drive those Jews into the sea. And we ended up having a situation where Palestinians became refugees because they left the territory that was then going to be Israel because Arab states started a war. In 1967, Israel was attacked again. And the borders of Israel expanded, not because Israel was expansionist and seeking to grow its borders, but because it was again attacked by a grouping of Arab states. The same thing happened in 1973. Now, Israel is not blameless in this conflict, Mr. Speaker, and nobody should say that it is. And nor do I believe, Mr. Speaker, that everything that Israel does is right. But to allege, as BDS does, that all of the fault of the Arab-Israeli conflict is because of the state of Israel is a simple distortion of history. So for that reason, by itself, BDS is wrong, because BDS singles out Israel and does nothing about condemning all of those Arab states that started wars against Israel, or condemning the terrorist actions or atrocities perpetrated by Hamas, by Hezbollah, and by the Palestinian Authority leadership, nor do they even condemn the mass atrocities happening in Israel itself, with innocent Israelis being stabbed. Then, Mr. Speaker, the BDS movement as well is wrong, because if you look at the thrust of what the BDS movement is asking for, it's actually asking for the disappearance of the state of Israel. Israel is the only majority Jewish state in the world. Israel exists as a pluralistic state. People of all faiths and backgrounds live in Israel. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, they are open, free citizens of Israel. They have the right to vote in elections, be represented in parliament, be in the Supreme Court of Israel, represent Israel abroad. It's not only Jews that represent Israel's diplomatic force or Israel's parliament. And Israel has a free press and is a democracy, Mr. Speaker. But then you get to the fact that what is BDS asking for? It's saying that all Palestinian refugees have to have the right of return to what is today Israel, which would automatically, Mr. Speaker, create a situation where you would not have a two-state solution, you would have a one-state solution where Israel was not a majority Jewish state. So one of the three themes that BDS is asking for is actually to make Israel disappear as a majority Jewish state, the only one in the whole entire world. And that is wrong, Mr. Speaker. Then why else is BDS wrong? Well, BDS, which again singles out Israel, is not looking at all of the countries in the world, all of those other countries that have egregious human rights violations. When these students come onto campus and they tell us that they want to pass boycott legislation against Israel, why are they, Mr. Speaker, not turning their attention to the state of Iran? The state of Iran, which last year executed more than 1,000 people. That has political prisoners in prison for all kinds of things where they don't agree with the state. That is sponsoring terrorist organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah abroad. That has declared that it wants to wipe out the state of Israel. Why aren't they condemning Saudi Arabia that doesn't even let women drive? That doesn't let women have any kind of rights? Why aren't they condemning Syria, where the Assad regime has killed thousands and actually displaced millions of its own people? What about China? What about North Korea? Not a word, Mr. Speaker, from the BDS movement about any of these other countries. Only Israel is condemned, holding it to a complete double standard. And as well, Mr. Speaker, I've been to many meetings where BDS has talked, and they say, well, Israel should be held to a higher standard. We don't think it's like those other Arab countries. Israel should be a higher standard. Well, no, Mr. Speaker, that is the new form of anti-Semitism, because the whole idea of making Israel be held to a higher moral standard than anyone else is clearly anti-Semitic. And so, Mr. Speaker, again, I want to clarify there is absolutely nothing wrong with disagreeing with a policy position of the State of Israel, with disagreeing with the Israeli government, with disagreeing about expansion of settlements even. But what is wrong is where you say we're going to boycott this one country. We're going to tell academics from this one country they can't come to our universities. We're going to tell athletes from this one country that they can't compete in our sporting competitions. No matter what, Mr. Speaker, is their political views. There could be Israelis, there are many Israelis in a free country that may agree with many of the themes of helping Palestinians and wanting a Palestinian state and doing things to advance that cause. But the BDS movement is seeking to have us block those people also from attending international conferences. It's a ludicrous double standard against the state of Israel, Mr. Speaker. And then I turn to the question of, why would it help Canada? Canada's trade with Israel, Mr. Speaker, and the free trade agreement that was put in place originally in the 90s was expanded by the previous government and hopefully will be expanded even further by this government, is good for Canada. Israel is a good trading partner. It is a sea of innovation in the Middle East. It's a country that if you take Silicon Valley and you transplanted it to the Middle East, you would get Israel. Intel is there, Dell is there, Hewlett-Packard is there. The company Dialogic that I used to work for is there. And having had the experience of working with Israel and in Israel, I know that this is a country of innovation, a country where Canada as a trading partner will advance our own interests by continuing to partner with Israel. What else is bad about BDS, Mr. Speaker? Well, let's look at what it's drawing attention away from. Right now, you have all kinds of human rights abuses in the world. You have slavery going on in Mauritania. But BDS focuses our students' attention away from political prisoners that are being held in all kinds of countries in the world, in North Korea, in Mauritania, in Venezuela, and focuses attention only on Israel. So when the world has only a small amount of time to capture issues, to learn about issues, BDS is taking our focus away from where it's the most important to where it is the least important, because it's a country that actually does have a Supreme Court and a court system and a government that respects and upholds human rights. And then, Mr. Speaker, Does it help Palestinians? Well, what would BDS impact the Palestinians that are in the West Bank right now? And also, how would it impact Arab communities living within Israel? The essence goal of BDS, Mr. Speaker, is to harm the Israeli economy, to tell businesses to displace. If you don't invest there, Mr. Speaker, you're telling businesses to move. So in the end, if you're telling businesses to move out of Israel, how does this help Palestinian workers working for factories in the West Bank? How does it help Arab Israelis? It doesn't, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't at all. And, Mr. Speaker, another issue is the BDS movement is never really going to achieve its goals. The goal to have the Israeli government somehow capitulate to what BDS is asking for is actually never going to happen. So it's counterproductive, Mr. Speaker. What we need to look at is how we can advance the peace process, how we advance a two-state solution where we are able to work together with our allies across the world to help Israel and Palestinians find peace. When you take one side, Mr. Speaker, and make that one side the only guilty party, the only aggressive party, the only party you're blaming, and you say to the other side, you've done nothing wrong, you're the ones that we're trying to help and we're not passing any blame on you, you, Mr. Speaker, are getting into a very, very dicey situation. So, Mr. Speaker, comme un Canadien juif et comme un Canadien...
As a Jewish Canadian and as a Jewish Quebecer and as someone who has had his family here for generations, at least I am proud to be able to rise in this House, to be able to speak out against BDS, to speak in favor of this motion, because for me, Mr. Speaker, this is a very Canadian speech. It's a speech that the community of 400,000 Jews in Canada, I'm one of the lucky ones who has the right to come to this House and to speak out against things that are harming our community. And for that, Mr. Speaker, I am very, very grateful to have this opportunity.
I see that my time is closing because it's close to member statements. To conclude, I want to say that in December, I was lucky enough to attend the International Conference of Jewish Parliamentarians in Israel. And I was able to talk to about BDS with all of my colleagues from all over the world. And I was so lucky, Mr. Speaker, and I felt so lucky to live in a country, to come from a country like Canada, where BDS wasn't a question, where BDS was a movement that our government would condemn, that the opposition would condemn, that almost all parliamentarians would condemn. That's not the case in most countries, Mr. Speaker. So as a Jewish Canadian, I never felt more proud to be Canadian than being in that room and telling them in my country, we have almost unanimity that BDS is wrong. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll get to the free speech issue, but I believe I'm supposed to break it sometime, so I'm not sure when. I will break now. I will get back to the free speech issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing that it is 2 o'clock, we'll break for question period. And going to the first round of... nous allons continuer avec la...
We will continue with statements by members. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, this morning, Christian Crevier, a leading figure from my riding, was with us to launch citizen action against the Energy East pipeline project. The pipeline debate goes beyond partisan politics. That's why the leader of the Green Party and J.C. Lauzon, actor and activist, also participated in launching the petition. This pipeline project goes against the commitments made by the government at the Paris conference. This project would increase production by 40%, all of it for export. It would not reduce rail, maritime, or road transport in Quebec. This project endangers our environmental heritage, our waterways, and our agricultural land. The federal government has to realize that there is no social license for the pipeline in Quebec. If it comes through Quebec, Quebecers must decide. I invite all those who wish to protect their environment to sign the e-petition at www.petitioncontraenergieest.quebec.
Young member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, last month, constituents throughout Fredericton, New Maryland, Oromocto, and the Grand Lake region were proud to welcome home troops serving in Operation Provision. On January 12th, in the wee hours of the morning, 58 soldiers arrived at 5th Canadian Division Support Base Gagetown after working in Beirut and Amman to process Syrian refugees destined for Canada. Military personnel spent months supporting staff from the Department of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, aiding the security personnel with data entry and with medical screenings.
We were proud to see our soldiers contribute to this operation and proud to see them reunite with family and colleagues. I would like to personally thank these women and men for their service, and I salute their good work. Thank you.
An honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians from across this nation continue to step up to assist refugees arriving here from Syria. I hope all members in this House share my appreciation for the many welcoming organizations that have sprung up across Canada to undertake this extraordinary task. This is true in my riding of Okanagan-Shuswap, where multiple organizations have been planning and fundraising since October to pull together the necessary support systems to welcome these families. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, welcoming committees in my riding, such as Trinity United Church in Vernon and St. Andrew's Church in Enderby, find themselves waiting for refugees' families who are also forced to wait in limbo due to this government's processes and policies. It's time for this government to get serious about moving forward with these refugee families in limbo, connect them with the organizations awaiting to welcome them into their communities and support them in their transition ahead. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize today in this House the passing of Floyd Trevor Weeb in late 2015. Mr. Weeb grew up in the Winnipeg South community of St. Vital. He was a successful entrepreneur and businessman, but will be best remembered for his work helping and protecting young people. Floyd's son, TJ, was tragically murdered in 2003. Instead of withdrawing into bitterness and despair over the loss of his child, Floyd instead chose to focus his considerable energies and charisma in supporting victims of violence, including becoming involved with the Manitoba Organization for Victim Assistance. Floyd eventually founded the TJ's Gift Foundation, an organization dedicated to support young Manitobans and steer them away from drugs. He became a passionate advocate for youth and commanded the attention of all who heard him speak powerfully against the perils of drugs and violence. Mr. Speaker, it is right that this House recognize the contributions of citizens who, through their dedication and effort to their communities, make Canada a better place for all. It is in this spirit of recognition.
The honourable member. The honourable member for Churchill-Huatanuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, today we join the Métis Nation, Manitobans and Canadians across the country in commemorating Louis Riel, a courageous national leader and an advocate for justice for the Métis people. Riel is also regarded as the founder of the province of Manitoba, and he was executed unjustly for defending the rights of his people. Today, we recommit to working with the Métis people in the pursuit of justice. This includes immediately establishing a negotiation process between Canada and the Manitoba Métis Federation to settle the outstanding land claim.
We support the federal process dealing with Métis claims, stable funding for basic activities, and launching important investment in education and training.
True reconciliation, we must establish a nation-to-nation relationship with the Métis Nation. The NDP remains committed to establishing that nation-to-nation relationship. We will continue to work with the Métis Nation to achieve Louis Riel's vision of a fair and inclusive country for all. Miigwech.
Here, here. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the iconic Italian-Canadian journalist Sergio Tagliavini-Jelinek, who passed away on the 25th of January. Sergio was passionate about his profession, which spanned over 4 decades in serving the community. His contributions were many and lasting, including managing editor at the Corriere Canadese, the founding of Lo Specchio, and recently the establishment of the Monument to Italian-Canadian Workers Killed on the Job. Sergio was awarded one of Italy's highest honors, the Cavaliere della Repubblica Italiana, as well as Journalism Merit and Special Achievement Medals from Canada, Ontario, and the City of Vaughan. I was lucky to meet and know Sergio. He had a deep understanding of current affairs and his community and was a warm and thoughtful individual. On behalf of the constituents of Vaughan Woodbridge, I want to extend my condolences to his family. He was a remarkable person who will be greatly missed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 16, 2016, Barrie resident Nicole Marchand passed away after a long battle with cancer at the young age of 30. She was born the same year as I was and was a fellow student at Innisdale Secondary School. Nicole has been recognized as a hero for her positive attitude, her constant fervor to give others hope, and the amount of lives she's changed through the courage shown and displayed in such a public fight in Barrie. I do not believe it is quite fitting just to say that her memories will live on, for it's a legacy Nicole's left of courage in the face of fear, strength to give even more when so much has been taken, and positivity in times that have been cut far too short that will live on in the lives of those whom she has touched. Thank you to Nicole and your incredible family.
The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott, Russell.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday, a great leader from my riding received this country's highest civilian distinction, the Order of Canada. Jean-Marc Lalonde is a prominent leader of the Franco-Ontarian community. He has 40 years of municipal and provincial political experience, including 15 years as mayor of Rockland. He has worked tirelessly to promote and preserve the vitality of the French language. And he continues to serve as a municipal councillor. His many successes and accomplishments include co-founding the Association Française des Municipalités de l'Ontario and founding the Parlement Jeunesse Francophone de l'Ontario. He also contributed to the pride of Franco-Ontarians by having the Franco-Ontarian flag recognized as the official symbol of the community in Queen's Park. Mr. Lalonde is an exemplary leader and a source of inspiration for all in our community. Mr. Speaker, if I am able to accomplish just half of what Jean-Marc has accomplished in his political career, I will consider that to be a success. Once again, congratulations.
The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to acknowledge the ongoing efforts of the good people in my riding of Eglinton Lawrence to provide meaningful support to the Syrian refugees, many of whom are arriving with nothing more than the clothes on their backs and the hope for a better life. Un bon exemple.
One of these good people is Grace Bazar. Grace is a 13-year-old student of St. Cosmas and Damien School who is part of the Girl Guides of Canada's Pathfinders program.
Leadership means many positive things, including lending a hand in Canada's response to the Syrian refugee crisis. Knowing that our winters would be difficult for the refugees, Grace focused her efforts on collecting winter coats, hats, scarves, mittens, and other accessories which would help keep them warm as they acclimated to their new home.
Grace has seen incredible support for her clothes drive. She has collected over 300 articles of clothing, which will be given to recently arrived refugees.
I am so proud of Grace. She reminds each and every one of us that making a difference is as much about the leadership shown by individual volunteers in their communities as the important decisions we take in this House.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great pleasure that I congratulate the volunteers and organizers of the 13th Annual Brandon Winter Festival. I'm proud of how our Winter Festival has grown and thrived over the years. None of it would be possible without the volunteers and countless residents who participated and attended this end of January ritual in Brandon. It was a beautiful weekend as thousands of Westman residents lined up at the 8 pavilions to enjoy a snapshot of music, art, dance, and fine cuisine of each culture. Our Winter Festival brings the entire community together to celebrate in Canada's rich and diverse cultural heritage. I am especially pleased to see how Westman embraces our diversity and to see neighbours and friends come together to showcase our cultural mosaic that makes us distinctively Canadian. And as we continue to work here in the People's Commons, let us renew our enthusiasm and strive to make Canada the most inclusive and welcoming country in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to rise in the House today to share my congratulations to the Canadian sledge hockey team for their silver medal win at the World Sledge Hockey Challenge that took place last month in Bridgewater, Nova Scotia. Sledge hockey is the Paralympic version of ice hockey, and the first World Cup was held 25 years ago in Norway. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank Events Lunenburg County, businesses, municipal, provincial, and federal funding partners, and the 112 volunteers who put in hours and hours of work to make these world-class athletes feel at home on the South Shore of Nova Scotia. The impact of this event will live with workshops on increasing awareness about disabilities. Many schools and young students also learned about building active and supportive communities. Mr. Speaker, the sold-out gold medal match was a nail-biter, and Canada narrowly lost in overtime to the United States. Congratulations once again to all the players, organizers, and volunteers for a fun and exciting tournament.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm honoured to stand in the House of Commons to wish the organizers, volunteers, and participants in the Special Olympics Northeast Winter Games all the best as they begin competition in Sault Ste. Marie on February 20th. Over the past 40 years, Special Olympics have provided people with intellectual disabilities the opportunity to develop physical fitness, demonstrate courage, experience joy, and develop their relationships with friends, family, and community through sports. They have been dedicated to promoting values such as respect, acceptance, inclusion, and human dignity. As the Member of Parliament for Sault Ste. Marie, I am delighted to have this opportunity to congratulate my community on the opening of the Northeast Winter Games. Special Olympics Ontario does important work, and I encourage them to continue that work for years to come. Thank you for all you bring to our communities, and good luck to this year's participants. Let the Games begin.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, a week ago today in the beautiful and peaceful town of Almont, Bernard Cameron was shot and killed in his own home while defending his family. The details of his death are well known, and all that needs to be repeated here is that he died a hero, protecting the lives and safety of those he loved. It's tempting when one learns of this kind of extraordinary courage to dwell upon that final moment rather than on the life that preceded it, and this would be a shame, for Bernard Cameron's life was characterized by the same strength, love, and resolution which he showed in his final act. He was a much-loved high school teacher, a deeply committed member of the Almont community, including service as a scoutmaster, serving 2 terms as a municipal councillor, and he spent nearly 2 decades on the board of the local museum. The Camerons were also adopted parents, and they were loving grandparents as well. It was in defending his grandchildren as well as his daughter that he was killed. A week later, Almont is still in shock. Let us join with the community in praying for the well-being of the entire Cameron family at this most difficult time.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Delard.
Mr. Speaker, last week was Congenital Heart Defect Awareness Week. Pediatric congenital cardiologists were the first to perform open heart surgery in 1944, thereby starting the modern era of cardiac surgery. We Canadians should be particularly proud to know that we have world leaders in this field, including Toronto Sick Children's Hospital, with renowned physicians such as Dr. Lee Benson and Dr. Gil Gross. Au Quebec,
in Quebec, St. Justine Hospital leads humanitarian missions every year under the leadership of Drs. Joachim Miro and Nancy Poirier. Their medical teams have been to Morocco, Egypt, and Ethiopia to perform cardiac surgery and transfer their skills to local doctors.
Summary. Anyone who has been touched by heart disease should know we owe an enormous debt of gratitude to the wonderful men and women who work in the field of congenital heart disease.
The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In November, when the government announced it would recognize LGBT refugees as among the highest risk Syrian refugees, I was among the first to praise the government for changing Canada's policy to recognize the fact that LGBT refugees are subject to extra risk simply because of who they are. When it quickly became clear that LGBT refugees weren't actually getting through the system, I approached the Minister of Immigration and he asked me to work with the government to find a solution. 3 obstacles still remain: getting access to the Canadian system from the region, meeting the unique settlement needs of LGBT refugees, and making links with the local LGBT groups in Canada waiting to sponsor them. In December, I presented the government with a plan to work with Egal Canada and private sponsorship groups from across the country to get those at risk here as quickly as possible. Now, nearly 3 months have passed. The government continues to express its good intentions while the lives of LGBT Syrians remain at serious risk. I call on the government to act to create a path which will allow LGBT Syrian refugees to find the safety and support they need here in Canada, and to do so now.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, was created in 1949 to support Palestinian refugees, but UNRWA has been politicized by the corrupt Hamas government in Gaza in flagrant violation of the UN policy of neutrality. Human rights organizations in Canada and abroad cite redirection of AIDS funds and material, storage of weapons, and incitement to violence against Israel in UNRWA-operated schools. B'nai B'rith Canada says Canadian aid for Arab-Palestinian welfare should go only to specific humanitarian programs and peaceful infrastructure projects. UN Watch has accused dozens of UNRWA staffers of using their official positions to incite Palestinian stabbing and shooting attacks against Israeli Jews. Mr. Speaker, my Thornhill constituents ask, why can't the Liberals find more appropriate ways of delivering humanitarian aid rather than simply handing it to terrorist sympathizers?
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in the House not only as a Member of Parliament, but also as a woman who has worked hard to champion the cause of gender equality, particularly in science, engineering, technology, and mathematics. I've worked in a traditionally male-dominated industry my whole life, and I've seen gender inequality in many forms. Today, only 18% of female students versus 37% of male are likely to graduate with a bachelor's degree in a science-related field. This statistic is simply unacceptable. That's why I'm applauding the United Nations for marking February 11th as International Day of Women and Girls in Science. This is a significant step because it helps women, including women like Victoria Caspi, who just won the Hertzberg Medal, to harness their greatest potential and contribute to society in the field of their choosing. I invite all Canadians, women and men alike, to join me in celebrating this important achievement. Thank you, Mr.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable leader de l'opposition.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, mistakenly, Canadians actually believed that the Prime Minister wanted to do things differently. But last night, on the first night of our debate on pulling out the CF-18s, we find out that the fighter jets had already actually flown their last mission. He didn't even wait for the debate or wait for Parliament to vote. So my question is simple. How could the Prime Minister show so much disrespect for parliamentarians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I am pleased to have participated in this debate that is ongoing in our continuing engagement in the fight against ISIL and our strong role as part of the coalition. As you know, Canadians got an opportunity to weigh in the last election on what they wanted for Canada to engage in ISIL, and they rejected the Conservatives' military emphasis. They rejected the NDP's stepping back. They accepted that we have the best plan for a whole-of-government approach that steps up our involvement in ways that Canada can best help.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Bombardier announced 7,000 jobs being done away with that affects families. The same kinds of cutbacks have affected tens of thousands of Canadians in the energy sector. But the Liberals haven't done what they could to help them. The Prime Minister refuses to support Energy East, for example. Now, why this double standard? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, We find the job loss deplorable, and we stand with the families that are experiencing difficult times. And that is why, indeed, we have a different approach from the former government. We truly want to export our resources in a sustainable way, and we know that this has to be done working with the environment and in respect of communities and not against them and against environmental concerns, because that gave no results for 10 years. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Statistics Canada shows that the number of people on EI in Saskatchewan is up nearly 40%. These are people that depend on the resource sector, and they don't want a bailout, and they don't even ask for a handout. All they want is an opportunity to get back to work. Right. But what they're getting instead, Mr. Speaker, are roadblocks to pipelines, new carbon taxes, or they're being told to just hang in there. Does the Prime Minister understand that what he's doing is actually more harm to the economy than good?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's actually quite interesting to me to hear the member opposite talk about the need to strengthen EI, because it was this party that campaigned on a platform to do exactly that, and her party stood against the kinds of strengthening to EI that we know is going to make a difference in the lives of people facing economic downturns and job losses right across the country. We are working very, very hard to improve the EI system that they have neglected for so many years, and we look forward to having good news across the country in the coming weeks.
Excellent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we saw in this House that the government has completely lost control of public spending, and today we understand that the Prime Minister has no plan to help Canadians who are losing their jobs apart from sympathy. The latest case is Bombardier. 2,400 breadwinners of Quebec families will lose their jobs. What does the Prime Minister intend to do to help the families in question so that Bombardier can sell its planes around the world? The Prime Minister, it's been 10 years that we've had a government in this country that did nothing for the manufacturing sector, that did not take care of people in need, and who concentrated entirely on the oil industry and did not get ready for bad times that were on the horizon. So after 10 years of negligence on the part of this government, the former government, we are happy to work productively with the provinces, with the various sectors, to ensure that we are building a strong economy for everyone. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. 2,400 breadwinners are losing their jobs, and they think that the Prime Minister isn't thinking of them. They didn't say a word about Bombardier. Whether he allows Bombardier and the city, the Billy Bishop Airport, to have these planes to land there, I want to know if the Prime Minister will allow the Minister of Transport to permit these planes to land at Billy Bishop Airport. That will create jobs. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, we can see that the Conservative Party is playing games of division, pitting one part of the country against another. We can see the kinds of lack of responsibility that brought them to the opposition benches. The truth is that we are working with Bombardier to ensure that we will have good news with Air Canada, as we saw yesterday, and that we are helping families in difficulty. And we'll keep the kind of responsible investments that will work well for taxpayers and for the economy. That's what we intend to do.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, today officials have confirmed to the Trade Committee that they haven't completed a study of the TPP's impact on Canadians. Experts are saying this deal would put thousands of jobs on the line, give foreign companies the power to challenge our environmental laws, and make medicine more expensive. How can the government expect Canadians to believe that they are being consulted in a truly meaningful way when Liberals haven't even studied the impact of this deal on Canadian families?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, our International Trade Minister has been engaged in consultations right across the country, and indeed we have committed to bring forward the TPP to a debate and discussion here in the House so we can hear the different sectors that will have advantages and from the sectors that have concerns. The fact is we have committed to open consultations. We made that promise during the election campaign, and we are going to be keeping that promise.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, tell that to the trade officials. Liberals think that you can consult Canadians without even letting them know what the TPP would do. Mr. Speaker, it gets worse. Liberals say they will review the temporary foreign worker program, but fail to mention that the TPP creates new loopholes to make it easier for companies to bring in foreign workers. How do they expect to fix the broken temporary foreign worker program while they ram through a trade deal that creates new loopholes?
Hear, hear. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we have committed to openly consulting and engaging with Canadians and indeed parliamentarians. And the NDP will have an opportunity to make its anti-trade positions heard loud and clearly in this Parliament. The fact of the matter is we are going to engage responsibly around files that matter to Canadians to make sure that they actually have the opportunity to make decisions about what's in our best interests as an economy.
Someone's got it. Someone's got it. Okay.
Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned that 7,000 workers, including 2,400 Quebecers, were losing their jobs, but doesn't seem to have excited or worried the Prime Minister, but he didn't have much to say to them except for the usual banalities. These families are worried. The government's silence concerning help for Bombardier has lasted long enough. When will they understand that these are thousands of good jobs at risk? When will they work for families and their workers and their families? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quebecers and all Canadians expect that this government will be responsible in its investments with partners. We've been working with Bombardier for a long time now to ensure that the investments we will make will be in the interests of both the workers and Canadians. Of course, we find these job losses most unfortunate. That's why we have focused on job creation and investments in the economy. That's what we were elected to do, and that's what we will do. The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. 2,400 families in Quebec are affected, and the only thing we have are crocodile tears from the Prime Minister. We'd already lost enough jobs, and now we've had more bad news. Maybe the government has the intention of amending the Air Canada Public Participation Act. There are already 2,600 jobs that have been lost, but for Air Canada, that is confirmed by 2 court decisions. Has the government really prepared to relieve Air Canada of its obligations? And a minister and the Prime Minister telling these 2,600 people that they can kiss their jobs goodbye? The Honourable Prime Minister. What we clearly know is that this inflamed rhetoric of the NDP will not help to create any solutions or jobs. We're working responsibly on this side of the House in order to ensure that we will be building a strong economy and a strong future for Quebecers and for Canadians, for those who are worried about job losses and for those who want a better future for their children. That's why we were elected, and that is what we will deliver in the budget in a few weeks' time.
Honourable Member from Milton.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a minister's fundamental job is to fulfill her mandate letter. And the Minister of Finance's letter tells him that he has to implement campaign promises. And what do we have so far? So far, we've discovered that their tax scheme will cost Canadian taxpayers $1 billion. Wow. We know that they've blown through their deficit cap of $10 billion. We also know now that they have no plan to return to a balanced budget, ever. So, 3 broken campaign promises. And, Mr. Speaker, he's not fulfilling his mandate letter. So my question is simple. Is he just making this up as he goes along, or is he actually going to execute on the letter from the Prime Minister?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the honourable member that we were elected on October 19th by Canadians who elected us on a plan to grow the economy. We made it very clear what we were going to do. We said that we were going to reduce taxes for the middle-class Canadians who need a tax reduction. We've already moved forward on that. we said that we are going to move forward with a Canada Child Benefit that's going to help 9 out of 10 families and hundreds of thousands of children. Then we're going to move forward on infrastructure investments that are going to help us grow this economy, all the while by being very prudent with our expenses along the way.
Hear, hear, hear. The honourable member for Milton.
Selective reading of his campaign promises, but nonetheless, his mandate letter goes on to say the following as well. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that we fulfill our promises while living within our fiscal plan. So, Mr. Speaker, my question again to the Minister of Finance, is a $30 billion deficit living within his fiscal plan?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we have put forward a plan for Canadians. It's a plan that will be laid out in more detail during the course of our upcoming budget. What we have told Canadians, especially those middle-class Canadians who want to do better, is that we have a plan that will make a real difference in growth. We will do it by being fiscally prudent along the way. We will do it by making sure that our level of debt to GDP over time reduces. And yes, we aim to get to a balanced budget over time, recognizing that our economy makes that more challenging. That remains a very important goal for this government.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3,000 jobs were lost in Quebec in January after 6 months of stability under the Conservative government. And now, the effect of this government on the economy is beginning to be felt. We're losing jobs, Bombardier, Rio Tinto, and the forestry sector. What is the minister responsible for economic development doing? He's putting a questionnaire online. Question number 1, what are the main assets or economic strengths of your region? I hope that the minister already knows the answer. Is he just discovering Quebec's regions and the know-how of its workers?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question. And as the member knows, this government is very committed to growing the economy across the country from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker, particularly in Quebec. We have a very strong regional development agency there, Mr. Speaker, that's making sound investments in different parts of the Quebec economy, Mr. Speaker. I was there most recently making investments to the Canadian Space Agency as well, Quartier l'Innovation in Montreal, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to diversify the economy, create jobs, Mr. Speaker, particularly in Quebec and across the country.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. The minister's silence is not reassuring. I repeat, 3,000 jobs lost in January. Is there a pilot on board the plane? The government has no plan to help Quebec's regions. I ask the minister to make his intentions clear as far as CED Quebec is concerned. Is he aware of the positive impact of this region on all regions of the province, which benefits many businesses and thousands of workers? How, through concrete steps, can the government show that they are taking the economic development of all Quebec's regions seriously? The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
We articulated that plan during the campaign, Mr. Speaker. We're making historic investments to create jobs, Mr. Speaker. Let me remind the member opposite that we're making investments in shipbuilding, and through making sure that not only through shipbuilding but through jets, Mr. Speaker, we're making investments across the country, particularly in Quebec, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to make sure that these investments create good long-term jobs, good high-quality jobs, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to work with the Regional Development Agency to diversify the economy.
The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal platform promised Canadians a balanced budget in 2019. But even before their first budget, the Liberals are throwing their entire fiscal plan out the window. Economies are often unpredictable, but serious governments keep their promises and their fiscal targets. So why are the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister betraying the promise of balancing the budget?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect us to actually take actions to make their lives better. We recognize that middle-class Canadians have not had a fair increase in income for many years. The most vulnerable really need to be helped in our society. We have put forward ideas that we know we can put into our budget in 2016 that will make a real difference for Canadians. We know that we can deal with an economy that's more challenging than we expected, and that is what governing is all about.
Honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, it wasn't just the Liberal platform that promised a balanced budget. I'll remind the Finance Minister that the Prime Minister explicitly directed him to balance the budget in his term. The very first point in the mandate letter from the Prime Minister was to meet, quote, the fiscal anchor of balancing the budget in 2019. That's right. Will the Finance Minister confirm that he will do as the Prime Minister has directed him and balance the budget in this term? And if not, what was the point of the mandate letter?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians elected us on October 19th because they had confidence that we were ready and willing to put forward ideas that can make a real difference in their lives. We are facing past 10 years where we've had low growth. We now realize that the economy is more challenging even than we expected when we were elected. We are moving forward with a plan that will be prudent, that will remain focused on reducing our net debt to GDP over time, and that will aim to get us to a balanced budget over the term, recognizing how challenging that will be in our economic environment.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the economy is stalled and job losses are multiplying. Just yesterday, Bombardier announced the loss of 7,000 jobs, including 2,400 in Quebec, while thousands of families are living in anguish and wondering about if they can make ends meet. EI is less and less accessible for those who need it. The latest statistics say 36% have access to it. In their budget, the government finally help workers and create an eligibility threshold that's universal at 360 hours? The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Employment insurance has failed Canadians. The number that are available, that working Canadians that are eligible to receive employment insurance, has declined year after year under the previous government. It's important for us, and we have committed to do so, to review the whole program, make it accessible for Canadians. So that's exactly what we intend to do.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't want a review. They want immediate action so that they can access employment insurance in their communities. Let's turn to what fishers in Norway House, Manitoba are facing, who are being treated like criminals for receiving EI. They're being interrogated, intimidated, and even being told to hand over the records of people that have died. People are being cut off from their benefits without even having the chance to plead their case. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about some of the poorest people in Canada. So will this government work with Norway House fishers to resolve this situation immediately?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very sensitive case. Individuals are going through an investigation. It's ongoing, and I cannot comment.
The Honourable Member for Old Lake, Port McMurray.
Mr. Speaker, in late December, the Minister of Finance announced that the territorial governments would be facing major federal funding cuts due to the rejigging of the territorial funding formula. Now, under mounting pressure, the Minister is saying he will restore the funding, but only partially. Mr. Speaker, the territorial governments are still facing millions of dollars in cuts. When will the government fully restore the funding and stop leaving Northerners out in the cold?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to answer this question. We found that Statistics Canada made a change in the way they calculated the territorial financing formula, a change that impacted the Northern Territories. We worked collaboratively with the Northern Territories. I'd like to thank the members on this side of the House who helped me as well. And we came up with a solution that gives them stable and predictable funding over time. It brought them back very close to where they were before, and we dealt with it appropriately.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, in northern communities, the cost of shipping goods drives up the cost tremendously. The territorial governments are also facing high costs when delivering services such as health care to remote communities. With the government's already shunning natural resources, the biggest industry in the north, how do they expect territorial governments to budget and deliver key services after cutting vital funding?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'd like to say that we will continue to work collaboratively with the territories in the north. We recognize that provinces and territories across this country have challenges when we deal with difficult economic times, especially times where commodities and prices change. We believe that in the instance of the territorial financing formula, we came up with a solution that helped those territories to understand their future situation, and we will continue to work together dealing with the challenges that people across this country face.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Finance Minister dismissed the concerns of Saskatchewan and Alberta. Despite the calls by Premier Wall to address the problems in the equalization formula, the Liberals are doing nothing. Saskatchewan is being forced to pay into equalization as if oil was still at $100 a barrel, despite the fact that oil is clearly trading closer to $30. That is so obviously unfair. The Finance Minister agreed to make some changes to other calculations for Yukon, Nunavut, and the Northwest Territories. Will he provide the same fairness to Alberta and Saskatchewan?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by confirming again that the territories in the north were dealing with a statistical change through Statistics Canada. We are talking about how we can help people that are facing real challenges across this country. Middle-class families across the country, people in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Newfoundland and Labrador. And we're putting forth a program that will actually help them. Tax cuts for 9 million Canadians, the Canada Child Benefit for those most vulnerable, and we're going to make investments in infrastructure that will help the middle class, that will help those most vulnerable, and improve our economy.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, leftover money for infrastructure does not make up for the unfairness that exists in the formula. Saskatchewan is paying millions of dollars to other provinces despite the crash in the price of oil. If this minister thinks that paving some roads is going to make up for the massive amounts of wealth being transferred, he obviously doesn't understand how equalization works. All we are asking is that he provide the same fairness to Western provinces. Based on his last answer, clearly he won't. So can he at least explain to the people of Alberta and Saskatchewan why they don't deserve equal treatment?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to again say that we are working hard to improve our economy for all Canadians. We're working hard to improve the economy for middle-class Canadians that are challenged, and we're working hard to work with especially those provinces that have been particularly hard hit through the change in commodity prices. That will be a continuing endeavour of this government. We will see initiatives in our budget that will make a real difference, and we will focus on making that difference in the weeks and months to come.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec and in Canada, we must provide care based on needs, not on people's ability to pay. The NDP has twice written to the Minister of Health, and I have to once again rise in this House to ask her to take action in the area of user fees in Quebec. Regardless of our ridings, who has the means among our fellow citizens to pay $300 for drops or $500 for a colonoscopy? And yet the Canada Health Act is clear on this subject. The minister has a duty to respect that act. What is the government waiting for to put an end to this two-tier system? Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I have been pleased over the time that our government has been in power to work with my colleagues in the provinces and territories to address modernising our Canada health care system. We know that it's a system that Canadians are proud about, but we know that it's a system that needs to be fundamentally modernised. I will be working with all of my colleagues, including my colleague, the Minister of Health in Quebec. I will continue my conversations with him and the other colleagues, and we will work together to reach new agreements as to what the healthcare system needs to meet the needs of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
The Minister supports the Canada Health Act. She should enforce it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the tainted blood scandal of the 1980s affected 30,000 Canadians and infected them with HIV and hepatitis, cost billions in compensation, and the Creever inquiry found that for-profit paid blood collection puts the safety of Canadians at risk. Yet today, A private for-profit plasma clinic is opening in Saskatchewan, directly contrary to his findings. Will the minister stand up for safety in Canada's blood supply system and close this clinic, or does she disagree with Justice Creever?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to stand up in the name of safety for the blood supply system in Canada. It's recognized internationally as one of the safest systems in the world, and maintaining the safety of that system is an absolute priority of our government. We are committed to using evidence-based policy, and while this is a sensitive matter that my colleague has addressed, we have examined this in great detail and have confirmed that we are approaching this matter looking at the science and making sure that there are no compromises to the safety of the blood system.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in recent years it has become more and more difficult for students to find summer work. Last summer alone, nearly 300,000 students could not find summer jobs. Mr. Speaker, this simply cannot continue. We need to invest in young Canadians together to help them build a stronger future and obtain the skills and experience they need to contribute to our collective economic growth. Will the Minister explain what the Government of Canada is doing to help Canadian youth find summer employment?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, help is finally on its way. We are proud to have doubled the funding and the positions for Canadian students this summer. Over 35,000 new jobs are going to be added, and those young people will have the experience they need to get into our workforce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to be buying and using Canadian oil. That's because they support the over 450,000 jobs that the Canadian energy sector brings. Folks in New Brunswick and Quebec are offended that foreign oil is being given better treatment than Canadian oil. Mr. Speaker, Canadian oil is extracted responsibly, it's transported responsibly. When will this government start to support the Canadian energy sector and the jobs that it brings, rather than undermining it and creating roadblocks and giving foreign oil special treatment?
Now the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said many times, it's a responsibility of the Government of Canada to move our natural resources to tidewater sustainably. This is an objective and a result that the former government could not achieve, not building 1 kilometre of pipeline to tidewater when they had a majority government from 2011 until Election Day. Rather than following a failed path, we're starting a new path, Mr. Speaker, that will end up in the credibility of a process that we're confident will be in the best interests of...
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
This government has a very difficult time supporting Canadian oil and gas. It's like they almost believe that Canadian oil and gas is bad and the jobs connected with them are bad. Can this minister stand up today and agree with what millions of Canadians believe, and the evidence shows that Canadian oil is responsibly extracted and Canadian pipelines are the safest in the world?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I've had the pleasure of consulting with the energy sector in Calgary twice. And to understand that the oil sector in Canada is leading the world in responsible practices in the development of new technologies, it was innovation that led to the development of the oil industry in Alberta in the first place. And we will be working with those responsible entrepreneurs as we transition over time, Mr. Speaker, to an energy economy that is more dependent on renewables and on sustainable development.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, last week the National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations stated at a press conference that pipelines will need an Indigenous license to proceed. So I would like to ask the Minister, does she agree with giving a veto over the development of Canada's natural resources?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, over the last number of weeks, I've had the pleasure of having meaningful conversations with Indigenous leaders in Halifax, in Winnipeg, and only last week in Vancouver, meeting with Indigenous leaders from the North Coast, from the Okanagan, and from the Vancouver area itself. And what they have been telling me time and time again, Mr. Speaker, is how refreshing it is for them to actually have a conversation with the Government of Canada that they haven't had in 10 years.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has confused this issue for both industry and for First Nations. During the election campaign, he says no means no. More recently, he's backtracking from that commitment. Uncertainty hurts both prospective development and Indigenous communities. Can the Minister stand in this House and provide clarity? Does no mean no, yes, or maybe?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the message that we received from Indigenous leaders from virtually every region of the country is that they want to be involved in responsible and meaningful ways as we develop the natural resource sector in Canada. That hasn't happened, and these projects will not be built unless it does, and that's why a leading principle in the new way of doing things is to have conversations in a meaningful way with Indigenous communities from coast to coast, something this government failed to do.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, the softwood lumber agreement expired last year, but the government has shown no signs of working to get a new deal. There are thousands of jobs on the line in forestry communities throughout British Columbia and across this country, and the clock is ticking on these good family-supporting jobs, and communities are looking for action. So when does the government expect to have a new agreement in place to protect Canadian forestry jobs?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Thank you for that question. The forestry industry is incredibly important across this country, and we are very aware of the significance of the softwood lumber agreement, and we are working very hard on it. I'm proud to inform you that actually at our very first bilateral meeting with President Obama, I was fortunate to be there, and our Prime Minister proactively raised this agreement. My officials and I personally are negotiating very actively. My officials were in Washington last week. We're working very hard on this deal. It's essential for Canadians.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government promised change, but it doesn't seem to understand what the word means. Instead, they are adopting parts of the Conservative agenda. It seems that they're about to carry out the Conservatives' ill-conceived plan to close the Marine Communication and Traffic Services Centre in Comox. Experts have warned us that this will put the safety of our coastal waters and the public at increased risk. Can the minister tell us exactly when the Liberal government plans to shut down the Comox MCTS?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Coast Guard, as I've mentioned before, has modernized its marine communications and traffic services centres with 21st century equipment. It's equipment that hasn't been replaced in almost over 30 years, and it's like moving from a dial phone to a smartphone. You know, this new technology is more reliable and is helping the Coast Guard officials deliver critical safety services more efficiently. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Defence Minister left the impression that the F-35 could be an option to replace our CF-18 fighter jets. Now, in the Liberal platform, it says, and I quote, "We will not buy the F-35 stealth fighter bomber." So I'll give the Minister a chance to explain himself here in the House. Will the F-35 be excluded from bidding in the process to replace our CF-18 fighter jets? Simple answer, yes or no. Great question.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. The constant discussion is about what they talk about is F-35. I'm committed to actually replacing the F-18 to making sure that we have the right capability for our Air Force that's going to be moving forward in the next 10 to 20 years that's going to meet the needs of Canada. Thank you.
Honourable member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government's plan to fight ISIL is simply standing on the sidelines. We're doing less, and that will be dangerous. They've already pulled our CF-18s, even while we're still debating their motion, and that puts our Armed Forces members in a vulnerable position. Will the Minister of Defence confirm that our Canadian soldiers are vulnerable on the ground? Yes or no?
Now the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the safety of our personnel, our generals take this extremely seriously. When we deploy any type of personnel, the full rules of engagement and the appropriate defensive measures will always be there. So I can assure the member, our current members have the full array of all the support that the coalition has, and we have even added additional capability. But I also like to remind the member, to defeat ISIL will only happen on the ground, and that's the reason why we have tripled our training capacity.
Honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to represent the women and men of Garrison Petawawa,
Hear, hear.
home to the Canadian Special Operations Regiment. Yesterday, we learned that the Liberals have already withdrawn the CF-18 air cover for our troops on the ground. Now, the families of CSOR, those who provide the boots on the ground for this change in mission, want to know, is the minister prepared to take full responsibility for putting their loved ones at increased risk just to fulfill a campaign promise?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member also knows, I've served alongside members, and I know the families that have also been impacted of this. When it comes to the safety of our personnel, I take it very seriously. Having travelled into the region twice, I can also mention some of the capabilities that weren't brought in, and one was anti-armour capability. This is one of the reasons I've taken the meticulous effort to making sure we have the right capabilities for our deployed personnel, to making sure they have everything that they need and they have the full capability, and I can assure you they're well trained because I've been alongside them in the past. Thank you.
Honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It was my privilege to have the Minister of Innovation visit the Halifax area during Constituency Week. While at Volta Labs, the Minister announced over $2.7 million in funding from HoC to 7 companies and organizations representing the ICT, clean tech, and fisheries sectors in Nova Scotia. I'm proud to also mention, Mr. Speaker, that Pentel International, located in my riding of Dartmouth Cole Harbour, was one of the several companies to receive funding. Can the Minister kindly update the House on his recent HoC announcements?
Now the Minister of Innovation.
I'd like to thank the member for his question, Mr. Speaker. And you may be familiar with Atlantic Canada, where I saw firsthand the great work that HoC is doing to support the local economy. In Halifax, his government announced 7 projects, as the member mentioned, under HoC's business development program, which included, of course, investments in Volta Labs and ICT Hub, and investments in Pentel International, an innovative communications company in Dartmouth Cole Harbour, Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. Advancing an innovation agenda that's going to create jobs is a priority for this government, and I was glad to be there and will continue to make those investments.
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in this very place, the Minister of Foreign Affairs said, and I'd like to quote, the government has very stringent criteria for determining who will be provided humanitarian aid. We control every aspect from A to Z. This is in stark contrast to an interview given by the Minister of International Development last week, who acknowledged that aid could go to Islamic State fighters. Is the Minister of Foreign Affairs confused? Are Canadian tax dollars going to the terrorists?
Now, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the only confusion that exists is in the Conservatives' minds. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, we are ensuring that the aid that Canadians pay for with their tax dollars is going to humanitarian causes and is not being used by terrorists. But at the same time, Médecins Sans Frontières, when they take care of people, they take care they don't check who they're fighting for first. They take care of people who are injured. That's their job. And just like people are not supposed to ask confusing questions. Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, our rural regions are having more and more trouble receiving services for their citizens, and yet they deserve equal treatment. Access to high-speed internet and quality cell phone coverage is vital for the safety and the development of our regions. The Conservatives never fix this problem because they don't understand the regions. Will the Minister of Innovation pledge to fix this problem once and for all with programs tailored to regional realities? Minister of Innovation.
The member opposite for the question. Of course, Mr. Speaker, internet touches every part of our lives, and connecting Canadians is a priority for this government, and that's why we're very confident in the program that we have, Connecting Canadians, from coast to coast to coast, which allows us to make investments in these remote and rural regions. It's really about promoting the digital economy, Mr. Speaker. It's about looking and addressing in a meaningful way the digital divide that currently exists, Mr. Speaker. This government is committed to this agenda, and I'll work with the member opposite to make sure that we continue to make these investments.
Good answer.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, Canada's dairy industry is second to none. The industry receives over $6 billion in farm gate sales, $15 billion in manufacturing sales, and supports over 100,000 jobs across the country. In addition, the industry is a leader with regard to environmental concerns. Can the Minister of Agriculture please inform us about the initiatives he is taking in order to invest in this important industry? Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank my honourable colleague from Shefford for his question. I recently announced $1.75 million in new funding for the Dairy Research Cluster. This will help boost milk yields, increase farm production, and improve knowledge around the health benefits of milk products. Our government will continue to invest in the dairy industry and agricultural science and research to ensure this great industry thrives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands stood in this place and asked what the government is doing to secure the release of Kevin Garrett and his wife, Julia. They have been held now by Chinese security forces for over a year. What did the Minister of Foreign Affairs say in response? He said, "We have communicated how much we disagree with the situation." Mr. Speaker, I am not sure that the Minister's bureaucratic tone is grabbing the attention of the Chinese. When is the Minister of Foreign Affairs going to make the Garrett's release a priority?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Of course it's a priority, Mr. Speaker. The only goal I have in this is to free Mr. Garrett. It's something on which we work very hard. And I want to assure my colleague I'm ready to cooperate with him and with everyone to find a way to free Mr. Garrett. I'm not here to be the hero of the story and to pretend that I'm doing a lot of things that may be not helpful. The only goal is to free every Canadian in trouble around the world. That's right. And it's on which we will work.
The Honourable Member for Deville-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, last week, the government told us about its plan to fight ISIL. We commend the Prime Minister's intentions with regard to humanitarian aid, but his plan misses the mark. Why? It's simple, because without direct military aid, the humanitarian aid that we intend to provide might not get to the public because of the conflict. Is the government prepared to revisit its plan? Mr. Speaker, too many lives are at stake to make this into a partisan political issue. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Absolutely, it's not a political partisan issue, and that's why I would invite my colleague to look at the plan closely, because the plan reinforces Canada's plan to combat ISIL. It's tripling the training capacity. We're doubling the intelligence gathering capacity. We're reinforcing humanitarian aid. We're adding more aid to development. When we support Lebanon and Jordan, he should support this plan because it's an excellent one. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, the government's plan with regard to fighting ISIL completely reorients the military mission in Iraq and Syria. Yesterday, the Minister of Defense said that we would triple our ground troops in order to improve training and provide technical support to the Iraqi army and the Kurdish forces. And yet the withdrawal of the CF-18s deprives our troops of important protection. The government says that it is going to put troops on the ground to protect our people in theater. Will the government commit to this?
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the honourable member that when we work as part of a coalition, the coalition has all the full capabilities. The coalition will have airstrike capability. We are adding our own additional capability. We are actually adding exactly what the coalition needs, because the defeat of ISIL can only happen on the ground, and that's why also the intelligence assets are needed. And Canadians have a tremendous amount of experience that has been gained, and this is exactly what we're going to be providing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I believe that the honourable member for Regina Capel would like to address the Thursday statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Business will be for the rest of this week and the following week.
Hear, hear.
Of the government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I know colleagues look forward to this every week. I'll be brief. This afternoon, Mr. Speaker, we'll continue with the debate on the Conservative opposition motion. Tomorrow, we'll resume debate on government business number 2, which was moved by the Prime Minister yesterday concerning Canada's fight against ISIL.
I am right now in negotiations with my counterparts from the other parties to reach an agreement about the length of the debate. We will debate the motion on Monday and Tuesday as well, and if we finish the debate on Tuesday evening, on Wednesday we will move to second reading of Bill C-2, amendments to the Income Tax Act.
Of next week will be an allotted day. Thanks very much.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on the motion of Mr. Clement regarding Israel. Could I slide by, my good friend?
Out of here, will you? All right.
I'd ask all honourable members who have other business than the debate this afternoon to make their way to their respective lobbies. We're back on orders of the day. The honourable member for Mount Royal had 3 minutes remaining in his time for his remarks. 2 minutes? 3 minutes. The honourable member for Mount Royal had 3 minutes remaining in his time for his remarks. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to resume. It is difficult sometimes to split a speech in two, but fortunately, I think if I had not convinced everyone in this House that BDS is a bad thing by the time we started member statements, then I have failed in my mission. So for the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker, I would like to explain why this motion is not a violation of freedom of expression. I would like to convince those members on that side of the House that they should join with us in the government and in the official opposition in supporting this motion, because what is not being asked is to ban free speech. The motion reads that we call upon the government that the House reject the BDS movement, which promotes the demonization and delegitimization of the State of Israel, and calls upon the government to condemn any and all attempts by Canadian organizations, groups, or individuals to promote the BDS movement both here at home and abroad. It does not say, Mr. Speaker, that we're not allowing people to have freedom of speech. It is not saying, Mr. Speaker, that we're putting this in the criminal code and throwing people into prison because they promote BDS. It is not saying, Mr. Speaker, that we're not allowing people to go forward and promote their views. What it's saying, Mr. Speaker, is that the government will condemn those views that we should oppose, because BDS is a new form of anti-Semitism. I would ask the members of the NDP and the member for Saanich Gulf Islands to look at the resolution and to substitute the word anti-Semitism for the word BDS. And if you called upon the government to condemn any and all attempt by Canadian organizations, groups, or individuals to promote anti-Semitism, both here at home and abroad, would you not vote in favor of this resolution? BDS is clearly singling out Israel. It is clearly a new form of anti-Semitism. We in the House have always condemned racism. We've always condemned xenophobia, and we condemn those who promote it. It does not mean, Mr. Speaker, that everyone who supports the BDS movement is an anti-Semite, but the movement in itself is anti-Semitic. And in the end result, that's what it does. It makes Jewish and pro-Israel students feel uncomfortable on Canadian campuses. It makes people feel uncomfortable to go to school. And that's not right. So, in the end result, I would ask those people who are opposed to BDS to support the motion and not say we're not doing so because it's a violation of freedom of expression. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just before we go to questions and comments, a reminder to all honourable members to direct their commentary, questions, and speech in general to the chair and not to other honourable members. Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Speaker, I appreciate the speech from my colleague. This morning, the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister asked a question about this and said, I find this wording peculiar in that when I think about this movement, I also think about apartheid and how at the time we had to engage both in discourse from persons who agreed and did not agree with something that was quite terrible in our history. I'm sure my colleague opposite knows that members who are familiar with the BDS movement would probably also take offense to the use of the term apartheid in discussing the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I was wondering if maybe he would provide some advice to his colleague on the use of this term in this particular context. Good.
Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, number one, what I think is important with this motion is that we in both parties agree that BDS is a bad thing. And I think that we should look at the unity that this brings as opposed to try to divide, so I'm not going to start speculating on what one person said or didn't say. As to the substance, though, I am very pleased to agree with my honourable colleague that there is nothing in this that leads to have an analogy with apartheid. Israel is the farthest thing from an apartheid state. Arab citizens in Israel, non-Jewish citizens in Israel, have full civil and equal rights if they are citizens of Israel living in the borders of Israel proper. They have a right to vote. They have a freedom of speech. They can go before the courts. So any attempt to claim that Israel is an apartheid state is absolutely unacceptable and beyond the pale.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I listened with interest to my colleague's passionate expression of his opinion, and I fully respect that opinion. There are many people, of course, on this side of the House and in our party who share his view that BDS is not an appropriate response to Israel's activities in the Middle East. But I must say that the issue, from my point of view, is that not everybody shares that position. My friend says that when you look at this motion, you substitute the words anti-Semitism for those that advocate a BDS approach as a way of influencing Israel's behavior in the occupied territories, as an example. And I would remind him that it is the official position of Canada that Israel's occupation of territories after the '67 war are a violation of international law, and everybody in this House does call on Israel to withdraw from those territories in a negotiated settlement with the Palestinians, and we support that. So my question is this, no doubt there are some people who espouse BDS who may have anti-Semitic feelings, but I also happen to know that there are those that don't have any anti-Semitism in them whatsoever that do espouse BDS as an approach to put pressure on the government of Israel. While I don't share that approach, I do respect their right to hold that opinion. And so does he not feel that in Canada, a nation founded on the rule of law and the Charter of Freedom and Rights, where we have freedom of expression and opinion in this country, that this House should not condemn people for holding a political belief honestly held about a particular political issue that he may respectfully disagree with, but both can hold in good faith?
Honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the honourable member's question, and certainly I agree that there should be freedom of expression. Condemning someone's speech does not mean that I'm saying that their speech should be taken away. So I want to clarify that, and I believe that that is the intention of all the members who would be supporting this motion. With respect to that issue, my mentor, Erwin Kotler, has declared, and I agree with him, that BDS is indeed a new form of anti-Semitism. It's not the old religious anti-Semitism that used to exist saying that the Jews killed Christ. It's not the racial anti-Semitism that used to exist that was promulgated by the Nazis, but it is singling out the state of Israel for vilification. In order for BDS to not be anti-Semitic, then that movement, in some cases, would have to take all of the states that violate human rights around the world, all of the disputed territories, put them all together, lump them all together in the hundreds, and advocate for each of them equally. That is not what the BDS movement is currently doing. The BDS movement is currently singling out the only Jewish state in the world for vilification. And with respect to the comments about the territories occupied after '67, BDS doesn't only support that this applies to the territories occupied after 1967. It's saying to boycott goods made in the state of Israel in the pre-1967 borders, to not allow Israeli citizens who are academics or athletes who are living in the state before the 1967 borders to go to international conferences. So it has nothing to do with the territories. It's all of Israel that BDS seeks to vilify. And for that reason...
Order. 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 Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do appreciate the position that whether it's our Prime Minister or the articulation from the Minister of Foreign Affairs on this issue in terms of just explaining the positioning of the government. And one of the things I want to highlight, maybe ask the presenter, the Speaker to provide comment on, is that in an ideal situation, that this particular resolution could have been worded better. And I'm wondering if he might want to just provide some of his thoughts on whether or not he believes that there could have been some modifications on the words that would have been would have made the motion that much stronger for the House to debate today.
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his question. Again, I'm going to give the same response to my own colleague as I did to the member from across. To me, this is a motion that should unite, not divide. I'm not going to seek to reflect different wording for a motion that was provided. Maybe I would have personally worded it differently, maybe he would have, maybe the government would have, but in the same respect, this is a motion that is important, it is a motion that is clear, and it is a motion that I support.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the member on what I thought was an excellent speech, the best speech I've heard from a Liberal in a very long time. And I dare say he got, Mr. Speaker, I dare say he got much more applause on this side of the House than he did on his own, because we've heard some very concerning things from the government benches about this motion. The Foreign Affairs Minister said this was a divisive motion. While I congratulate the member for acknowledging how important and necessary this motion is, that it should unite us. So I wonder, just in light of some of the things that members of the government has said about this, their equivocation on this issue, their effort to establish new relations with Iran, how he feels about the actions of his government in that regard, and why Canadians should have confidence in this government when it comes to Israel.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Okay, so I want to thank the honourable member again for his question, and I'm going to say the same thing back to him. That was clearly a question meant to try to divide me from my party, divide all of us. This is a motion that should be uniting us against something that is not good, which is BDS. I am fully confident that our Prime Minister and our government support the State of Israel. Our Prime Minister has stated it unequivocally in my riding and across the country. Our Foreign Minister has said that we are friends of the State of Israel. And the government itself is backing this motion. So, Mr. Speaker, let's unite in agreeing we should support Israel. Let's unite in fighting anti-Semitism, which I know the honourable member agrees with me on, and fighting racism. And let's try to unite ourselves in all parties as much as we can and not divide ourselves.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? Questions and comments? Resuming debate. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time today with the honourable member from Calgary, Midnapore. First of all, I too would like to congratulate the member from Mount Royal on his fabulous speech. I would like to cut and paste his speech over to my time if I could, but I don't think our technology is there yet. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to support my colleague's motion that the House reject the boycott, divestment and sanctions, the BDS movement, which promotes the demonization and the delegitimization of the State of Israel, and call upon the government to condemn any and all attempts by Canadian organizations, groups or individuals to promote the BDS movement both here at home and abroad. Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Edmonton West, with a population of some 5,500 people of Jewish faith in our riding, many of whom have ties of Israel, I'm proud to stand here in support of this motion. As a member of the organization called CUFI, the Christians United for Israel, I am extremely proud to stand here today. Not too long ago, I attended service at the Beth Israel Synagogue in my riding of Edmonton West. The rabbi, my personal friend, Rabbi Daniel Friedman, is a leader of the interfaith community in the riding. He has reached out to the leadership of local Christian churches and to our mosque so that together they can work together to promote harmony among the faithful. That very morning of the service, he came to me to tell me that night before the synagogue had once again been defaced with hateful graffiti. Once again defaced. Anti-Semitism unfortunately still exists, and BDS do nothing except to promote it. What the people behind BDS will never tell you is this: Israel is multicultural, multiracial, diverse, and tolerant. The truth is that the most powerful antidote to the apartheid lie. We devoted aggressively disseminating this truth to everyone. BDS activists promote this false idea that Israel is solely responsible for the Arab-Israeli conflict, and in turn push for a boycott of the only liberal democracy in the Middle East while exempting the world's worst human rights violators from such attention. These boycotts take many forms, from telling consumers not to buy Israeli products, to calling for universities to cut ties with Israeli professors and academics, and to call for Israelis to be banned from international sports competitions. By advocating economic coercion against Israelis, BDS's assault on all Israelis, including, ironically, those Israelis who are staunch peace activists. And BDS uses the kind of language and imagery reserved for pariah states.
Mr. Speaker, there are several reasons why we must reject BDS in all of its forms. For one, BDS is a form of discrimination, is targeting all Israelis. BDS is a modern-day blacklist and a form of discrimination based on national origin. Just as boycotts have targeted Jews throughout history, today BDS activists call for a boycott of the citizens of the world's only Jewish state and the only liberal democracy in the Middle East. Many leaders of the BDS movement openly declare that their goal isn't a peaceful two-state solution, but rather the destruction of the state of Israel. The BDS movement is not pro-Palestinian, it is simply anti-Israel. Let me state that again, the BDS movement is not pro-Palestinian, it is not about helping people of Palestine, it's about punishing Israelis and punishing Jews. To further this, BDS undermines peace, something that all members of this House want. BDS does nothing to bring the two sides together, to promote peace, or to improve the quality of life of the average Palestinian. Instead, BDS lays all the blame on the conflict on Israel and removes all responsibility from the Palestinians. Were BDS successful, it would threaten the livelihood of thousands of Palestinians employed by Israeli companies. BDS also imports this conflict into Canada. BDS does this by illegitimately targeting businesses, universities, university students, civil society institutions. Canadian organizations never be manipulated as a platform for social exclusion and the demonization of Canadians based on their national origin or their religious beliefs, both of which are at odds with Canadian values. Mr. Speaker, BDS has already failed. Boycotts of Israeli companies are ineffective and time and again have only mobilized the Jewish and pro-Israeli communities to buy the very products targeted for boycott. Despite calls for BDS, the Israeli economy has experienced immense growth, as have business, academic, and cultural ties between Israelis and Canadians. Even more so, BDS hurts those it claims to be helping. Kristen Lindo, Senior Vice President of Moody's Investors Service and Moody's lead analyst for Israel, has pointed out this very fact. She made this point in an interview with Forbes magazine, and I quote, "The impact of BDS is more psychological than real so far and has no discernible impact on Israeli trade or the broader economy. The sanctions do run the risk of hurting the Palestinian economy, which is much smaller and poorer than that of Israel, as seen in the case of the Soda Stream," unquote. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move away from the politics of the Israeli-Palestinian relations for a moment to bring the attention to this House of the economics of the relationship between the two. Regardless of what your personal thoughts are in Israel or Palestine, the numbers speak for themselves. Israel, with a population of just over 8 million people, has a GDP of just under $300 billion. Palestinian territories, with a population of 4 million, has a GDP of $11 billion. Israeli sales to the Palestinian Authority were $4.3 billion, about 5% of Israeli exports, and less than 2% of the Israeli GDP. 2012, Palestinian sales to Israel accounted for 81% of Palestinian exports. Palestinian purchases from Israel were 2/3 of total Palestinian imports. Palestine enjoys a trade surplus with Israel that has tripled over the past several years. Such trade flow asymmetry shows Palestine needs Israel. Yet the BDS crowd would impair economic ties between these areas, something that would hurt Palestinians. Additionally, despite evidence that trade actually brings people closer together and closer to the ultimate goal of peace, BDS supporters want to obliterate the vast trade surplus Israel extends to Palestine and offer nothing in its place, something that would damage relations between Israelis and Palestinians and something that would lessen peace in the region. While I know some members in this House may claim that economic benefits that Palestinians receive are grossly overstated, even the Palestinian National Authority's newspaper, Al-Hayat Al-Jadida, found that salaries and benefits are vastly higher across the board for Palestinians that work for Israeli companies. And do you know why, Mr. Speaker? It's because Israel does not discriminate. Israel and Israelis alike do not care where they come from, which religion they belong to, or the societal groups. Instead, they focus on the hard work, perseverance, and diligence that individuals bring to the job. Israeli companies open doors for Palestinians to provide opportunities for them despite the political conflicts that may be ongoing. Mr. Speaker, I know some members may find the arguments being presented to be rather one-sided. I'm going to quote from a gentleman who's been quoted earlier today, Bassam Eid, a Palestinian human rights activist, political analyst, and commentator on Palestinian domestic affairs. He wrote an article on this, on the BDS movement, and how it does not in any way quell the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Part of his article goes, unfortunately, almost all of those who ostensibly dedicated to finding a solution may have their own agendas, and these may not be the advantage of either Palestinians or Israelis. A prime case in this movement, in this boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. As a Palestinian dedicated to working for peace and reconciliation between my people and our Israeli neighbors, I do not believe that the BDS advocates are helping our cause. On the contrary, they're creating more hatred, enmity, and polarization. There's no connection between the tactics and objectives of the BDS movement and the on-the-ground realities of the Middle East. Israelis continue to come to the West Bank to do business, and most Palestinians continue to buy Israeli goods. Indeed, if you ask Palestinians what they want, they'll tell you they want jobs, secure education, and health. He goes on to say the BDS spokespeople justify calling for boycotts that will result in increased economic hardships for Palestinians by asserting that Palestinians are willing to suffer deprivations in order to achieve their freedom. It goes without saying that they themselves live in comfortable circumstances elsewhere in the world and will not suffer any such hardship themselves. It would seem, in fact, that the BDS movement, in its determination to oppose Israel, is prepared to fight to the last drop of Palestinian blood. As a Palestinian who actually lives in East Jerusalem and hopes to build a better life for his family and community, this is the kind of pro-Palestinian activism that we could do well without. For our own sake, we need to reconcile with our Israeli neighbors, not reject and revile them, unquote. Mr. Speaker, Israel is among the freest and most democratic nations in the world, and is certainly the freest and most democratic nation in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, that is why our Conservative caucus is putting forward this motion, a motion calling upon this House to support Israel by rejecting the boycott, divestment, and sanctions, and condemning organizations that promote this ludicrous movement. As the only liberal democracy in the Middle East, Israel reflects the values and beliefs that we Canadians hold near and dear to our hearts. Values like respect for democratic rule, the tolerance of multiracial, multi-religious society, and respect for the rule of law. Israel's Arab citizens enjoy more rights than Arabs in any other country in the world. They serve in the Knesset, Israel's version of our parliament, in the judiciary, in the foreign service, and in all facets of Israeli society. Sadly, some Canadian universities...
Order. 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 Sorry, the time has expired for the members' remarks, and now we'll go to questions and comments. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Wow. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his excellent comments, and I would note that one of the things that's very interesting is that Arab women in Israel got the right to vote when Israel became independent in 1948, before Arab women were allowed to vote in any Arab state. And so I know that my honourable colleague didn't get a chance to quite finish what it was that he was going to say, so I'm wondering if he would like to tell us what he would have said had he been able to wrap up.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you for the question. I wish I could have more questions like that, perhaps for my own family, as opposed to being told to just be quiet. I will just close very quickly saying I strongly encourage all members of this House to support this motion condemning the BDS movement. Supporting this motion would send a signal to Canadians in the world that we as a nation stand tall with our friend and our ally Israel, a nation of peace, prosperity, tolerance, that attack our track record of sound human rights for all time. Thank you very much. Really, just to finish up, you're right, Arabs, minorities, gays, Christian minorities, Yazidis, Maronites all enjoy rights, privileges in Israel that are not enjoyed anywhere else in Middle Eastern countries. So it's one of the reasons why myself, our colleagues, and plenty of members across the way support this, the country, and this motion to denounce the BDS movement. Thank you again.
Questions and comments. Commentaire. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure as the mayor of Hamilton in entertaining a delegation of Israeli mayors. Some were Jewish, some were Muslim. And I still have a commemorative plate from the mayor of Zemmer, an Arabic-speaking Muslim, who came with a delegation, as I say, of both Jewish and Muslim mayors to the city of Hamilton. And so I'm reflecting on the honourable colleague across the way's remarks about the hardships that some people are willing to impose on other people, because the discussions that we had dealt with a cooperation among those Israeli municipalities of both Jewish and Muslim origin in terms of the mayors and the populations. So I would ask for comment by the member across the way on the sensitivity in Israel of outside oppressive acts which would tend to disrupt a society that is moving toward a peaceful existence.
West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank you for your question. Obviously, it's a very difficult situation over there, and obviously Israel has a role to play in the peace movement. I found from my own community, working with, as I mentioned, my friend Rabbi Daniel Friedman, the people from our local mosque and Christian churches in our area, that there is desire among the interfaith group to work together for peace and move forward. And I think very much the path that your associates you met over there taking is the way to go. Working together, working toward peace, prosperity for their people, and together and without outside influence.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate my colleague on an excellent speech. One of the arguments we've heard against this motion is from those who claim that somehow it would limit freedom of speech. And yet in this House in 2006 and 2010, we had motions where the House strongly expressed its disagreement with things that were published in one case a newspaper, in another case a magazine. So we know that there is a difference between limiting freedom of speech on the one hand, but on the other hand, the House expressing itself strongly on behalf of shared values. So could the member share a bit about why this motion doesn't actually violate freedom of speech and really highlight that distinction between something that limits freedom of speech on the one hand, but something else what this motion is, which is the House expressing itself in a collective way about the problems of the BDS movement?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you for your speech. I appreciate that. I think with the BDS movement, it's not an issue of free speech. It's an issue of promoting hate. I think there's a very specific defined line between public discourse that we are enjoying here in the House today and what is promoted by the BDS. We've seen it in universities. We've seen it on the streets where the BDS movement shuts down all discourse. They claim to speak for freedom of speech, but in fact they use it to shout down people who wish to speak on it. They shout down, prevent students in universities from speaking and expressing their own free will.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, and as I'm rising for the first time in this place since the last general election, I would like to begin by thanking my constituents in Calgary-Midnapore who have given me the great honour of representing them for the 7th time in this place, Mr. Speaker. Previously, the constituency of Calgary Southeast, many of whose members I now represented the new electoral district of Calgary-Midnapore. Would like as well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to congratulate you on your re-election and your renomination to the august post of Deputy Speaker. Congratulations as well to the member who preceded me from Edmonton West for his thoughtful remarks. Monsieur le Président, évidemment.
Mr. Speaker, now clearly the motion states that given Canada and Israel share a long history of friendship as well as economic and diplomatic relations, the House reject boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, which promotes the demonization and a delegitimization of the State of Israel, and call upon the government to condemn any and all attempts by Canadian organizations, groups, or individuals to promote the BDS movement both here at home and abroad. Mr. Speaker, the reason this motion is important today is because the BDS movement represents a new anti-Semitic wave. It's the most pernicious in the history of humanity.
And pernicious form of hatred in human history, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we, as parliamentarians of this liberal democracy, are called upon to reject and condemn these manifestations of the new anti-Semitism. We're all familiar with what's sometimes called the old anti-Semitism, traditional anti-Semitism, which was sadly expressed through much of European history against the Jewish people and led to pogroms and ultimately created the ideological backdrop for the Shoah, the Nazi attempt to eradicate from the face of the earth the Jewish people. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, in recent decades and years, we have seen the development of a new form of anti-Semitism, which often takes the form of a kind of ideological fusion between movements of the extreme left and Islamist movements that seek together to obliterate the Jewish Democratic State of Israel as a representation of what some call the collective Jew. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time that our House has taken up these issues, and indeed I'm pleased to say that I played some small role in helping to bring together parliamentarians internationally to Ottawa through the International Parliamentarians for Combating Anti-Semitism. We here hosted a gathering of some parliamentarians from some 54 countries in 2010 to grapple with these questions. And further to that, an all-party panel was created, the Canadian Parliamentary Coalition to Combat Anti-Semitism, which held exhaustive hearings across the country and here in Ottawa for the better part of 2 years, of which the member formerly of Lanark Carleton and former Liberal member Mario Silva were co-chairs. And I'd like to commend them for their work and recommend the report that they submitted to this House in 2010 as I think, an essential reference point for the reality of anti-Semitism and, in particular, its expression in the boycott, divestment, and sanction campaign. So one of the questions that this motion perhaps begs is, what is anti-Semitism? Well, both the Interparliamentary Coalition for Combating Anti-Semitism through the Ottawa Protocol, which I, as a Minister of Citizenship, Immigration, and Multiculturalism, was pleased to endorse on behalf of the Government of Canada. We were parenthetically the first and only executive branch of a government in the world to have done so. That report adopted the definition of the working definition of anti-Semitism that has been proposed by bodies in the European Union that have studied the phenomena of the new anti-Semitism. And this comes, Mr. Speaker, from the EUMC and has been adopted by our own parliamentarians in the Canadian Parliamentary Coalition to Combat Anti-Semitism. And let me quote in part their definition of anti-Semitism, that contemporary examples of anti-Semitism in public life, the media, schools, the workplace, and the religious sphere could, taking into account the overall context, include but are not limited to denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming that the existence of the State of Israel is a racist endeavor, applying double standards by requiring of it behavior not expected or demanded of other democratic nations, drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. Now, the IPCCA and the Canadian equivalent went on to say, quotes, that criticism, this is important, criticism of Israel is not in and of itself anti-Semitic, and saying so is wrong. And indeed, if criticism of Israel was anti-Semitic, then there would be anti-Semitism expressed in the Israeli Knesset every single day in that pluralistic democracy. So criticism of Israel and this I say to my friends in the NDP who have reservations about this motion, criticism of Israel is not anti-Semitic, and saying so is wrong. But singling Israel out for selective condemnation and opprobrium, let alone denying its right to exist or seeking its destruction, is discriminatory and hateful, and not saying so is dishonest, Mr. Speaker. And so through this motion, hopefully we can collectively say that singling Israel out for selective condemnation and opprobrium and denying its right to exist, or at worst seeking its destruction, is discriminatory and hateful, is a virulent expression of the new anti-Semitism. And so how do we see this manifest? Sadly, in many of our university campuses, it's expressed in the so-called Israel Apartheid Week. The member for Edmonton West talked about people getting shouted down on campus if they dare to defend the democratic nature of that Jewish state. I myself, Mr. Speaker, I've traveled campuses across the country to encourage Jewish students to and other students, other allies and supporters of the democratic state of Israel. And I myself have been harassed physically, shouted down, and been rendered unable to speak at Canadian university campuses against Israel Apartheid Week. It is deplorable, Mr. Speaker, to find not just passionate sort of neo-Marxist undergrads who perhaps don't know better, being whipped into a frenzy in their hatred for the Jewish state. It is deplorable to see tenured professors at too many of our academic institutions encouraging and inciting this form of collective anti-Semitism through, in part, the academic boycott movement, which is why I'm proud to say that in the Canadian Parliamentary Coalition to Combat Anti-Semitism report of 2010, Recommendation 9 reads that the inquiry panel agrees with the conclusion of the UK inquiry that, quotes, calls to boycott contact with academics working in Israel are an assault on academic freedom and on intellectual exchange. My time is drawing short, Mr. Speaker, so let me say how important action is, not just symbols such as this condemnatory motion before us today. The previous government, of which I was proud to be a member, took the position that we must reflect a zero-tolerance approach towards expressions of anti-Semitism, in part by removing public funding from organizations that give voice to such sentiments that support the BDS movement. That is why, as Minister of Citizenship and Immigration, I removed government funding from Palestine House in Mississauga, from the Canadian Arab Federation, which had been, under the previous government, receiving settlement funding to integrate newcomers, but whose leading members had repeatedly given expression to the most vile anti-Semitic sentiments, including support for the BDS movement. And I hope that the new government, and I want to really say this sincerely, I truly hope that they do not revert to funding such organizations, Mr. Speaker. I think there's been some ambiguity about that. And finally, for those who are interested in practical, individual ways that they can demonstrate their solidarity for one of the great underdogs of history, the Jewish state, which rose out of the ashes of the Shoah as the final refuge and home of the Jewish people. Whenever you see a boycott against Israeli products, launch your own boycott. That's what I've done, Mr. Speaker, at Le Marcheur sur Saint-Denis.
The Amir Kadir, who launched a boycott, and I here when there's a boycott. Well, against SodaStream, I purchased SodaStream because it was a way for everyone to reject this campaign, this heinous campaign, and to do the opposite, and to call on or to support Israeli producers to take action.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate a number of the comments from the member. One of the issues, and I'd ask for his thoughts on it, is the member from Mount Royal spent a great deal of effort trying to explain to the House how it is that Israel as a nation is actually being singled out by the BDS movement. And that in itself speaks volumes in terms of the whole anti-Semitic approach that many actually have in regards to the BDS movement. And my question to the member is, can he maybe provide his thoughts or some comments in regards to how Israel is the country that is being singled out by this movement, and how that ultimately does promote racial issues in this whole debate?
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you to the member from Winnipeg for his question. And yes, that's Mr. Speaker. It's precisely, as I've said, and as our own Parliament's coalition to combat anti-Semitism, and as the global coalition of parliamentarians against anti-Semitism have all said, criticism of individual policies of any Israeli government does not and cannot constitute anti-Semitism, but when a double standard is applied, when such criticism is solely and singularly focused on the only Jewish state in the world, when you have such organizations that are obsessed with condemning, delegitimizing, marginalizing the only Jewish country in the world, and when they do not direct similar criticism about policies to other governments with manifestly worse human rights records, there we see the clear evidence of a double standard, Mr. Speaker. There we see the anti-Semitism of treating Israel as a collective Jew.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. La députée de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. BDS is a citizen's response that is not violent and that is not anti-Semitic, Mr. Speaker. It isn't targeting Jewish people as Jewish people. It is focusing on policies and with respect to occupation of Palestine, other issues like that. The Bloc Québécois acknowledges that boycotting is a method for people who can peacefully criticize state policies. Not sharing the ideals of colonization in Palestine has nothing anti-Semitic about it. It's a legitimate political opinion that someone can share or not. People have been talking about demonization from the outset. Are we using those terms to refer to everyone who doesn't think like we do? The honourable member. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, is saying that this is a situation is ridiculous. The purpose of the BDS movement, and the point, in fact, is that feels that Israel doesn't have the right to exist as a Jewish state. Mr. Speaker, it is terrible that an ally to the Bloc Québécois on the provincial side, Mr. Amir Kadir, and many NDP members belong to it, but each weekend he organizes a demonstration outside a shoe store, the Marcheur, on Saint-Denis Street in Montreal, on the plateau, because they sell a product that's made in Israel. And to Mr. Kadir, I find it unacceptable that a Canadian politician would organize a boycott in his own riding because there are products being sold there that were made by Jewish people. If that's not anti-Semitic, then I don't know what it is.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak on this important motion, and I wish to announce at the outset that I will be speaking in opposition to the motion. I do so, Mr. Speaker, for a fundamental reason, because it proposes to have our government place limits upon what topics Canadians can debate, and I believe strongly that this is absolutely not an appropriate role for government. Let me examine the text of the motion to demonstrate why I believe that is so. After preambular language talking about the boycott, divestment, and sanction movement, it then asks the government to do the following: to condemn, and I quote, any and all attempts by Canadian organizations, groups, and individuals to promote the BDS movement both here and abroad, close quote. So let me state at the outset that I am not speaking about the BDS movement or Israel when I speak against this motion. I have no quarrel with the preambular language about the positive relations between Canada and Israel, and I embrace them. But this is not a question of foreign policy that is before us in this motion. It calls upon us to condemn individuals who promote a certain position. Let me be clear on the BDS movement from the outset. The New Democratic Party does not support BDS. The New Democratic Party does not support policies on boycotting, sanctioning, or divesting from Israel. As long ago as 2010, the late Jack Layton said, and I quote, "Our party has never, nor would we ever deny, that Israel has not only the right to exist, in secure borders in a safe context, and similar with this BDS proposal, that is the Israel boycott, this is not party policy and we do not support it," close quote. So it's that we don't think it's the job of Parliament to tell Canadians how they should express themselves. They have the right in a free and democratic society, Mr. Speaker, to make their own choices and to exercise free expression. I think everyone knows what the Conservatives are trying to do in tabling this motion. They're trying to exploit genuine foreign policy differences among Canadians and use wedge politics in the most egregious way possible. One can strongly oppose the BDS movement, but to say that our government should apparently take measures to condemn Canadians who speak out against a particular policy is something entirely different. I am angry and saddened by what the Conservatives are doing here, exploiting a highly charged foreign policy issue to divide Canadians for partisan purpose. It saddens me and it angers me. And Mr. Speaker, we spent the entire day dealing with this opposition motion. Wouldn't it be better if we worked together to fight racism and anti-Semitism and intimidation on our university campuses? That's what we should be worrying about. We should be providing positive solutions to these legitimate problems rather than talking about ways to divide Canadians in this House. Today I had the honour to join my friend, Mr. Irwin Cotler, former Member of Parliament from Mount Royal, as we started an all-party Raoul Wallenberg parliamentary caucus to deal with, among other things, the elimination of racism and anti-Semitism in honor of a wonderful humanitarian, Raoul Wallenberg, who disappeared after the Second World War. The group is named in his honor. And I'm so proud to represent the New Democratic Party in this organization. That is positive action. That is dealing with real problems, as Canadians should work together across party to do what Mr. Cotler taught us we can do so well in Parliament, rather than debating a motion which would condemn free speech. And let me explain why I say that, Mr. Speaker. I looked at a couple of dictionary definitions when I saw this motion. I looked at the Merriam-Webster dictionary, and the word condemn means to declare to be reprehensible, wrong, or evil, usually after weighing evidence and without reservation. What does the word promote mean? Because don't forget, we're condemning people who promote a certain position. Cambridge University Dictionary says the word promote means to encourage people to support something. That's to promote. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm a lawyer. I am proud as a Canadian of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Section 2 of which guarantees all of us the freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, subject only to such reasonable limits as can be demonstrated as prescribed by law that can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. That's what we should be talking about, Mr. Speaker, and that is a violation of those core charter principles that is before us in this motion. And I say it is simply wrong. What Canadians have done is pass sensitively balanced laws to address hate speech and other restrictions on free speech in our country. And they are set out in the Criminal Code, they are set out in Human Rights Act to deal with the propagation of hate. And we've sent those delicate balances. Our courts have addressed them in cases like Keegstra and Zundel, and we've come up with a jurisprudence which Canadians should be proud of. In some sections, they've struck down sections of the Criminal Code. In others, they've sustained them. And we've got the balance right. Freedom of expression is a sacred value. It was after the Second World War, the nations of the world came together in the United Nations. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights was promulgated. Article 19 says these powerful words, to which Canada has subscribed. Everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. Of course, there are restrictions on free speech in certain circumstances. Libel, slander, trade secrets, privacy. We know that they exist in every democratic country. In the United States, however, they're very limited because of their First Amendment. And in 1969, in their Supreme Court, in a case called Brandenburg in Ohio, the court said essentially that the clear and present danger test that used to exist didn't apply anymore. And it's essentially said your right to speak openly, even of violent acts and revolution, unless there was an imminent danger of lawless action. So, Mr. Speaker, the Americans have the high water mark in the world. They don't have the kind of balanced hate speech provisions that we have come up with as Canadians. In 1966, Professor Maxwell Cohen of McGill University submitted a report to this House on hate propaganda. And that was a very sensitively balanced report. Long before the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, it recommended legislation to combat hate propaganda, and did so in a very balanced way. And there are 4 sections of the Criminal Code that address the issues of hate propaganda, if I can call it that. And they use the word promoting in there, just like the Conservative motion does in Section 318 of the Criminal Code. For example, public incitement of genocide of an identifiable group. Advocating or promoting that is the words, is a crime in Canada. Would never pass muster in the United States, but Canada did it differently. We came up with a balanced solution to these problems. There are other sections as well that, as I mentioned, came up in the Keegstra case, came up in the Zundel case. Keegstra, we all know, was a teacher in Alberta who promoted vicious anti-Semitism in his classroom. Essentially, you got better grades the more anti-Semitic propaganda you could spout back to your teacher. He was convicted, and that was upheld in the Supreme Court of Canada as a legitimate restriction on free speech. And I'm proud of that decision. In another case, the Zundel case, he was accused of spreading false news, a section of the Criminal Code that has since been held unconstitutional as a result of that case. My point in all of this, Mr. Speaker, is a simple one. Canadians have chosen to carefully, delicately balance free speech issues. We have a charter that puts meat on the bones and backstops the defenses available in the Criminal Code. However, this motion would simply baldly say that we as parliamentarians should, quote, condemn those Canadians who promote views with which we disagree. And, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support such a proposition. If we want to do these things, we every right as parliamentarians to amend our criminal code, balance it carefully with our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and come up with laws that work for Canada. But to baldly say we should simply condemn, to use the words of the motion, those views with which we disagree is something that all parliamentarians should simply look at with horror. With horror, Mr. Speaker, that we should be thinking along those lines. John Milton, back in the 17th century, made an impassioned plea for freedom of expression, even tolerance of falsehood. He said this, "Give me the liberty to know, to utter, and to argue freely according to conscience above all liberties." Later in the 19th century, John Stuart Mill argued that, quote, there ought to exist the fullest liberty of professing and discussing as a matter of ethical conviction and doctrine, however immoral it may be considered. But here we're prepared to pass a motion about a controversial subject to condemn people for promoting speech with which we disagree. That, to me, is simply un-Canadian and contrary to the careful balancing that we have done over time in this place. We should be proud of our legacy, and we should not depart from it for a moment, unless we're prepared to put the delicate balances around that we've done after the Cohen Report, after the hate propaganda laws, after the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Then we can talk about whether we want to curb free speech, free expression further in this country. Now, we have, as I mentioned, not only the Criminal Code, but we have human rights tribunals. The Canadian Human Rights Tribunal used to have a section in it, Section 13. It used to say, it was called the hate speech provision, and it was criticized by free speech advocates, and maybe it went too far, maybe it didn't, but it was repealed. A Conservative member from Alberta in 2013 brought a motion forward. The House passed a law and basically repealed this particular Section 13. Now it dealt with the communication of hate messages by telephone or on the internet. Parliamentarians looked at it, and it was said to be going too far, and the balance was not struck, and people struck it down. So the Conservatives are all in favor of free speech until they're not. And that's what's troubling about this particular measure. I was in the last Parliament thinking about how the Conservatives went after bird watchers. They were concerned that these charities were doing too much advocacy work of the kind that didn't suit the agenda of the Conservatives. And to great consternation of many Canadians that came to my door, the Conservatives continued to do that. We're looking to the new government. There's a promise that they're going to change that. But advocacy of that kind, they didn't like. It was against their particular proposals insofar as they maybe took issue with some conservative environmental agenda or the likes. They've been severely criticized. In fact, there's a study before the Information Commissioner of Canada right now about muzzling scientists and preventing their free speech because they might be using research or going to the media that they should not be doing. That was a kind of free speech that they didn't like. But today, they're condemning another kind of free speech. There's another Conservative that I have always admired, John Diefenbaker, who gave Canada the Bill of Rights. And in 1960, here's what that Conservative Prime Minister said: "I am a Canadian, a free Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship God in my own way, free to stand for what I think right, free to oppose what I believe wrong, free to choose those who govern my country. This heritage of freedom I pledge to uphold for myself and all mankind." That was a Conservative Prime Minister in 1960. I wonder how John Diefenbaker would feel about what we are debating today. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I just want to reiterate that on the merits of the BDS issue, we believe as New Democrats that a just peace in the Middle East is possible, and it's our responsibility to work constructively to help secure that. We don't believe that that difficult task of achieving peace, with which we want Canada to be engaged fully, is about scoring political points or dividing Canadians. We think those policies, I'll say it again, are wrong. But nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, we believe Canadians have the right to speak out as they see fit on issues of public debate. But what we will not tolerate is intimidation on campuses. What we will not tolerate is restrictions on free speech at the same time. What we will not tolerate is anti-Semitism and racism, and I would love this House to work positively to deal with it. The United Nations has asked us to. We can make a contribution, given our multicultural commitment. Canada is a shining example to the world of how we can do this. But to divide people along lines about a foreign policy issue and so forth is frankly disconcerting, and frankly saddening. So I think that I have personally visited Israel and Palestine and the West Bank and otherwise, and I've seen how difficult the task can be. But I want my country to play a considered role in trying to find a two-state solution that works in that country. I'm not naive enough to think it's easy, but I am not naive to think that Canada hasn't made those kind of contributions in the past and can do so again. As I said earlier, there is the new Raoul Wallenberg all-party caucus that's going to be dealing with issues of this sort, not just defending political prisoners abroad and their freedom of speech, for which is being restricted in so many areas, but the centre which Irwin Cotler has been involved in, which is just starting in Canada, the Raoul Wallenberg Centre for Human Rights, is an example of parties of different kinds coming together to combat racism, hatred, and anti-Semitism. By doing what? By promoting education, awareness, research, and advocacy, cooperating with universities and academic institutions to address issues of racism and anti-Semitism. And as I say, these are tools that are so much more important. Just as we found that the blunt instrument of the criminal code was not enough to deal with racism, we passed human rights codes from coast to coast to coast to allow us to find ways to address discrimination on the basis of race and the like. This is the sort of way that we can do better than simply using the blunt instruments that are in the criminal code and the like. So, Mr. Speaker, if I may, in conclusion, just say, I oppose a motion that would, quote, condemn Canadians who, quote, promote certain views, even if those views are not views that I share. That's not the role of government or Parliament. The idea of condemning Canadians for expressing their views goes against our fundamental freedoms, and I'm proud to stand with my NDP colleagues to vote against this motion. I resent that this motion, that we're using our time as parliamentarians to deal with this, as opposed to addressing racism, anti-Semitism, and intimidation. And I wish we weren't here in that context, Mr. Speaker, but we are. I just want to say again, I'm proud to stand in favor of free expression. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And frankly, I'm exhausted after listening to that speech. Just moments ago, I listened to my good friend and the member from Mount Royal speak so eloquently about this not being a partisan issue. And I myself believe this is not a partisan issue. And so it's really important to listen as we're listening to this member speak about it and not remembering the human rights that we're discussing. And I thank the member over there so much, because he brought to us a real lesson and something that we should admire, and I appreciate all of his words. So my question to the member today is, Omar Barghouti, the founder of the BDS movement and ironically an alumnus of the Tel Aviv University in Israel, has come out against a two-state solution and actively advocates for a violent uprising by any means against Israeli citizens. Can the member justify the lack of condemnation against the movement in light of what this movement truly stands for at its core? Thank you.
Honourable member for Victoria.
I thank the member for her question with the specifics of the individual question. What I am, however, saying is that Canadians have an obligation to speak up for free expression. And I can condemn views with which I disagree, but that's not what the question is. The question is whether we as a government, we're being called upon to, quote, condemn any and all attempts by groups or individuals to promote a certain issue here or abroad. It's that which I'm concerned about. The words I focused upon were words like promote and condemn. That's about free speech, and that's what I was trying to say during my remarks.
Some comments. The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I want to thank my friend from Victoria for his speech, and I have a significant amount of respect for the positions that he advocates in this particular House, and I specifically want to call upon, and I too, I'm going to be frank, that I myself am struggling with the motion that is before this particular House, and I want to know whether this member would be supportive of this particular resolution if we simply had deleted the last part of the particular matter before the House that goes on that says, and calls upon the government to condemn any and all attempts by Canadian organizations, groups, and individuals to promote the BDS movement. I think we all agree that we have opposition to BDS, but it is that latter part. And if that part were, in fact, deleted, would he and his caucus colleagues support the motion?
The honourable member for Victoria.
I appreciate the suggestion and comments of my honourable friend from Scarborough, with which I have a lot in common, and I appreciate very much his thoughts. The problem with doing so, I think, is just from a legal point of view that is the gravamen of the section. It's about, after the initial language, it talks about calling upon the government to condemn thus and so and individuals who promote that. That, it seems to me, is the burden of the motion. That is what we're here primarily after the hortatory language with which I totally agree, by the way. That's why it's difficult to sever it in any way that would make any sense and leave any meaning on the table. And that's why I found it so difficult to accept the idea of simply severing it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, and again, I'm struck by my colleague's eloquence and thank him very much for a very strong speech here. There's a couple things that have kind of struck me. First of all, I'm surprised the Liberals have indicated they're going to support this. What is a badly worded motion and is really doing disservice to the House that we have to waste time. I'd much rather see some more government bills because we haven't seen any of those yet. So I'm hoping that we will get an idea of what the government's agenda is very soon. But I was trying to figure out the mechanism by which a government would condemn an individual's questions. What is the mechanism here? So we say this motion passed. It looks like the government side is going to support this. What is the specific mechanism? How are we going to condemn individuals for supporting or opposing a particular motion? If you have any idea, or is it just kind of a poppycock motion that we've wasted a whole Thursday on?
The honourable member for Victoria.
I struggled with the question that my honourable friend posed. I don't know the instrument by which the Conservatives believe we should action this motion. How do we, do we put a newspaper ad with the Government of Canada logo on it? I don't know. It's unclear and it's vague, and it goes back to the point with which I started my remarks. Not that I wish to be provocative, not that I wish to turn what I fear has become a partisan debate, but this is about trying to divide Canadians for political purposes, and I resent and am angry and saddened by that, by where we are as a consequence.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for his speech. It was indeed very eloquent and passionate. Sadly, it was very wrong as well, at law, which surprises me from this learned member who is a lawyer. He would know well that the Keegstra case of the Supreme Court of Canada, which dealt with anti-Semitism itself, Mr. Speaker, said that there can be a reasonable limit to free speech when there's a promotion of hatred towards an identifiable group. But why he's really wrong, Mr. Speaker, is not the Supreme Court case. This is not limiting freedom. This is actually rejecting and condemning. As parliamentarians who represent all Canadians of all faiths, we have a duty to condemn conduct that is clearly the thin edge of the wedge, promoting hatred towards an identifiable group by dressing it up in other ways, Mr. Speaker. So would that member tell this House, especially given his background working in national security, how some of these legitimate fronts to hate groups, like a business boycott, are actually the mechanisms to try and normalize hate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Victoria.
I thank my friend, fellow lawyer who I know has studied these issues as well. The Keegstra case, a 1990 Supreme Court of Canada case, was a 4-3 split in the Supreme Court, in which, as I thought I said, the Supreme Court upheld Canada's hate speech restrictions. And there was a strong philosophical difference between the judges in that case. As for Section 2D of the Canada the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act, with which he just referenced, about subversion and other issues of speech, there's a careful balance, which was the subject of months of debate in this place before they got it right. And that is what I say needs to be done in this context as well. If we want to criminalize speech, let's do it right in the criminal code. We've done it before. Let's use the charter and let's find the right balance, rather than a bald statement about why this is bad.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Victoria for his statements. In many respects, we agree on a lot of issues. We obviously don't agree on this one. I'd like to turn his attention to, he talked about Brandenburg, but Brandenburg was trying to put a guy who was at a Nazi rally in prison for 1 to 10 years. Keekstra was an attempt to put somebody in prison for speech. The Conservative motion is not, this is where we're going off all wrong. The Conservative motion that was put forward, that I agree with, is not trying to put anyone in prison. It's not trying to say that speech goes in the criminal code. It's simply trying to say that we denounce speech or condemn speech that is, to me, anti-Semitic or racist or xenophobic. And I think that's perfectly appropriate. So I would like to ask, because the honourable member says, you know, and I agree, we will defend to the death somebody's right to say something, but if the honourable member had in this wording, instead of BDS, the word anti-Semitism or racism or homophobia, would he then also be against the motion?
For Victoria.
Well, I thank my friend, and I respect enormously the contribution he made to this debate earlier today. And I want to say that in general terms, my reference to the Brandenburg case was simply to point out the high water mark or the low water mark of the United States. By contrast to Canada, which after the Maxwell-Cohen recommendations came up with a very balanced, thoughtful arrangement, which was upheld in Keegstra in one case and struck down in Zundel in another. And I'm simply saying to simply have a bald statement condemning speech is wrong. And I think that's not the way Canadians do business, and I think that is why I thought I needed to ground this motion in a broader description of the Canadian legal system, so Canadians would know that freedom of expression remains a protected value in our country, but that there are values on, if there's violence involved or if there's other aspects, yes, we should condemn it, and we have laws to deal with it. Not a bald statement about views with which we disagree.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I often like to say that everyone's a Democrat when they win. But the true test of a Democrat is how they act when they lose. With free speech, it's easy to support free speech with which we agree. But the true test of whether we actually believe in the right to free speech is how we act and react to speech with which we disagree. Now, you know, I'm listening to this argument that says, well, what are we doing? It's just a motion to have the government condemn a belief or an expression of a Canadian. And we're not actually doing anything. The road to erosion of rights always begins with a wedge in the door. First, it's about condemning. Next, it's about restricting. Then it becomes about punishing. Then it becomes about banning. It's always a slippery slope. So I reject this notion that by just having the government condemn something, we don't start down the path of a road where the government, as is called for by this motion, starts to tell Canadians what they can and cannot agree with. So I'd like to ask my friend, does he agree with the positions expressed by some members of this House that merely having the government condemn things is a harmless act of government?
Honourable member for Victoria.
I thank my friend for his thoughtful question, and I think it is indeed problematic, and slippery slope is an old cliche, but I do worry about it. If we start making condemnations, blanket condemnations of views which are impossible or indeed abhorrent in certain places, it's a slippery slope, because then people will say, what are you going to do about it? An earlier question raised the same thing. How are you going to action this particular condemnation? I think the question is an excellent one with which I agree.
It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou in respect to Indigenous affairs, and the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay also in regards to Indigenous affairs. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in this important debate on a motion today, and I'll be splitting my time with my colleague from Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock. Despite what was just said in a question and comment by a friend in the NDP, this is not about a motion that might exist in the future. When we're having a debate in Parliament today, it's on the motion on the order paper, not some slippery slope hypothetical that they would prefer to debate. What we're debating here clearly is two central things, that as parliamentarians, we're not crafting new law, but we're debating an important subject for the nation. And the motion brought forward by the Conservative opposition today is in relation to the State of Israel, an ally and friend, and it has two central elements. First is our traditional historic ties of friendship and alliance with the State of Israel from its early days, and I will explore some of that in my speech here today, Mr. Speaker. But the pith of this motion, the critical part of it, which was carefully missed by my friend from Victoria, and I have utmost respect for the MP from Victoria. He's a smart gentleman. We practiced at the same law firm for a time, but he wanted to debate a motion that didn't exist, as if this was barring speech. This is not about barring speech, Mr. Speaker, but this is about the responsibilities parliamentarians have to condemn actions that are really cover for hate speech, Mr. Speaker. And that is what this motion intends to do. The words are not banning or eliminating free speech. If the honourable member from Victoria and his colleagues looked at the motion, they would see the language is we would reject and condemn the boycott, divestiture, and sanction movement, which in many ways, Mr. Speaker, has been a very clever front for anti-Semitic propaganda around the world, Mr. Speaker. And it's sad that some organizations, some groups in Canada, even some labour movement leaders and folks have supported what is really the thin edge of the wedge of hate. If there's a slippery slope at all here, Mr. Speaker, it's not the slippery slope of this motion. It's the slippery slope that tolerating this type of conduct of the boycott movement and words like apartheid Israel and things like that, that is the slippery slope allowing people to mask their anti-Semitism in some sort of boycott language as if this is a business transaction, Mr. Speaker. This, in many ways, this movement has been an attempt for people opposed to the very presence and existence of the State of Israel to promote intolerance, to promote the economic disruption of a country that happens to be the only true democracy in a region of the world that desperately needs more democracy, more freedom, and more respect for the rule of law and rights. So this movement, as parliamentarians, we have the ability, hopefully all whips allow each MP to not just state their views, but on the motion itself, stand and say whether they do condemn this type of conduct, which is the thin edge of the wedge of hate, Mr. Speaker. And there's no other way to describe it. It's discrimination and intolerance dressed up as trade sanctions and economic language. In many ways, like some groups in the United States for years would try and legitimize a front for groups like the Ku Klux Klan and others, and have people run for office, clothed in the appearance of debate, when it was really the advancement of a message that singled out a group of people for hatred, for discrimination. And we should be, as parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, on all sides of this House, and I'm glad the member from Mount Royal and others have called this for what it is. As parliamentarians, it's our duty to say whether we do condemn this type of dressing up of anti-Semitism. I know myself and many of my colleagues on this side, Mr. Speaker, and clearly many on the other side, see this for what it is, that it is the thin edge of the wedge of discrimination, Mr. Speaker. And this is the balance. This is not, as I said, about banning speech. But our courts and our society have looked at this issue of free speech in the years since the Charter. And Section 1 of the Charter is the attempt for our society and our courts to balance off that fundamental freedom of speech, which is critical, with hate. And where is the appropriate balance, Mr. Speaker? And courts and jurists have looked at this and tried to try and strike the right balance. And that's when it comes to speech, and that when it comes to incarceration, as my friend from Mount Royal talked about. So the courts have looked at this responsibly to say we need a society that promotes the freedom of expression, even expression that turns the stomachs of others, provided it does not promote hatred directly against an identifiable group, Mr. Speaker. So that's free speech. Our motion today is about condemning a movement that is dressing up hate speech, Mr. Speaker. We're not banning it, but we're calling it for what it is. And I think that's what parliamentarians have a duty to do for their constituents and for the free, diverse society we have. I remember in this place the Aga Khan talking about how cosmopolitan Canada truly is as a beacon to the world because of our diversity and because people come here to embrace the freedoms and reject the conflicts and hate of other places in the world, Mr. Speaker. And as parliamentarians, it's our duty to ensure we do condemn, we do reject, we do point out movements that we think are disruptive to our cohesiveness as a diverse society. And the Keegsters case that the Supreme Court looked at 2 decades ago did look at this specific issue, Mr. Speaker. And you know what the issue was? It was once again anti-Semitism, which is sadly something we can't stamp out in our society. And this was a school teacher willfully promoting hatred, conspiracy theories, ridiculous notions that were really promoting hatred towards the Jewish people, Mr. Speaker. And the Supreme Court balanced that fundamental expression issue 2 decades ago. So clearly we can balance the fact that parliamentarians can condemn and call conduct for what it is. I said the motion has 2 things, and the boycott, divestiture, and sanction movement, Mr. Speaker, I think many people in this House have said today, is discrimination and anti-Semitism by other means. And it's a way that people are infiltrating the willingness to single out a group of people and promote hatred, whether it's on campuses, whether it's in groups, whether it's through organizations. And we should call this for what it is, Mr. Speaker. The other part of the motion here today started off with our historic relationship with the State of Israel, Mr. Speaker. And it's a very long and proud relationship that I think bears notice in this debate because, Mr. Speaker, Canada was one of only 33 countries in the United Nations in 1947 that supported the creation of the state, what became the State of Israel, Mr. Speaker. We should be proud of that fact, that we stood for friends and for people, particularly after the horrors of the Holocaust, Mr. Speaker. Lester Pearson, I found myself, this is the second time I'm talking about Lester Pearson in debate this week, Mr. Speaker. You know, my friends will be questioning my conservative bona fides very soon. But, you know, Lester Pearson came up in the withdrawal of the ISIS mission. Pearson would not have supported the move of this current Liberal government. But Lester Pearson was the UN Special Committee chair that looked at issues related to the borders of the State of Israel. And he was awarded the Medal of Valor and the Herzl Award, Mr. Speaker, for that role. And that is good, because we remember the shameful slogan that came from the time when Mackenzie King was Prime Minister. Sadly, it sometimes said it was King. It was not Mr. King, but it was someone in his party that said one is too many, Mr. Speaker, about accepting Jews into Canada fleeing persecution and ultimate death in Europe. And we should be proud that we are condemning such a viewpoint and such exclusion and such discrimination today with this debate in the House. And I was very proud, Mr. Speaker, of the strong stance the last government took with respect to our friend and ally in Israel. As an ally, you don't flee your allies when international opinion and discrimination is swarming around them. You work with them. and we trade with Israel, we share values with Israel, we protect areas of the world with Israel. We have to remember that friends and allies need to see Canada taking a leadership position, and that's why we're here today, not to ban speech, but to condemn veiled attempts at anti-Semitism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me repeat a question I had asked one of the members' colleagues, and that is in regards to the whole BDS issue where the movement has really singled out the country of Israel. And that in itself has really raised the whole issue in terms of a racial profile of a country in which Canadians from coast to coast to coast are very much concerned about. And I think maybe it's something in which we could be and should be, like the member from Mount Royal, justifiably so, emphasized a great deal on that particular point, how the BDS is in fact a focus on one country. And I'm wondering if he might want to provide some comments on that particular issue.
Well, member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for that question. And he referenced the comments today in debate by his colleague from Mount Royal. This is a singling out of one state and by impact one people, which is really what is the veiled attempt here, Mr. Speaker. The irony of the BDS movement, the real irony is the ultimate economic impact, if there is some. Fortunately, people see this for what it is, and it's not as successful as some of these groups might like. But the ultimate people that could be hurt by such an economically skewed approach to attacking the state of Israel are Palestinians that work in some of the plants and facilities of these international companies that trade products around the world, including here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. We've heard the story of SodaStream and others that employ people of all faiths in Israel, and that's what's exciting about the state of Israel. Is it's a democracy, and it has rights for all, Mr. Speaker. And what I think we see with this movement is an attempt to single out a state, hurt a state, but really what is behind that is singling out a religious faith in a group of people, and that's what should be condemned.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I do thank the sponsor of this motion, and I appreciate that one of the essences of the debate that has arisen today is it allows us to focus on the issue of racism. And I think that's something that every member in this House from all parties, of course, deplores. And one of the essences, though, of racism is stereotyping. It's whenever we adopt a position that attempts to brand a group of people with a certain conclusion without any regard for the individuality or the individual expression within that group, that is an essence of racism. And I'm troubled by an element of that that's present in this motion when it says that the House reject the boycott, divestment, and sanctions BDS movement, which promotes the demonization and delegitimization of the state of Israel. Now, we attempt to say that every proponent, every Canadian who might have a position on BDS and Israel is automatically, we brand and stereotype as someone who is advocating the delegitimization, demonization of Israel. I happen to know for a fact that that is not the case, that there are people who hold the belief, not one that I share, because I'm not a proponent of the BDS movement, but that there could be a person in good faith who thinks that advocating economic sanctions against the government of Israel as a means of pressuring it to take different foreign policy decisions, particularly in the occupied territories, may be a legitimate political action. It may not be that they're trying to demonize or delegitimize Israel. They're trying to pressure it. I
appreciate the Honourable Member. We are running out of time. We've got 5 minutes. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to my friend from Vancouver Kingsway for his comments and talking about racism. And I think, Canada has to learn from our past. As an Irish Canadian, the first group probably discriminated against were the Irish. No Irish need apply, and then Ukrainians, Japanese, Italians, Sikhs, we've seen discrimination, Mr. Speaker, and that's something we should all condemn, which is sort of the language of this motion. But with the BDS movement, what we see is groups that really want to promote hate, dressing it up, as I said, as BDS movement. We see similar efforts to tarnish the Gay Pride Parade in Toronto by entering a float related to attacking the State of Israel that has nothing to do with celebrating diversity, which is what that parade is about. But these are groups that are trying to use legitimate organizations or covers to really promote their underlying objective, which is anti-Semitism, which is a rejection of the right of the State of Israel to exist. And we should call these things for what they are, Mr. Speaker. We have a tolerant and open society. People can have opinions on a whole range of things. That's encouraged. But when it's actually creeping into hate and discrimination, Mr. Speaker, we don't go so far in this motion to do anything like banning it, as some of them suggest in the NDP, but it is a responsibility of parliamentarians to condemn a conduct that is really fueled at anti-Semitism and rejection of our ally.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for Durham for speaking on such an important issue, and this affects Canadians all across this country. I'd also like to thank the member from Parry Sound Muskoka and the member from Calgary Signal Hill for bringing this motion to the House. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, Canada and Israel have enjoyed a long-standing friendship since May 11th, 1949, when formal diplomatic relations were established. This is undoubtedly due to the approximately 20,000 Canadians living in Israel and 350,000 members of the Canadian Jewish community. The strength of our relationship with Israel cannot be overstated. Most recently, in 2014, our Conservative governments sent a delegation, including the former Prime Minister, along with 6 other ministers and Canadian business leaders, to Israel. In fact, during this visit, the former Prime Minister became the first sitting Canadian Prime Minister to address the Israeli Knesset. There are very few countries that share such a strong and lasting relationship as we do. As I mentioned earlier, this has gone on for almost 67 years now. Take a long look at the trading relationship between our two nations. In 2014, Canada exported $449 million worth of goods and imported $1.1 billion worth. Mr. Speaker, these exports and imports to Israel and to Canada provide crucial employment opportunities for Canadians right across this country, including for constituents in my riding. Israel is a leader in innovation and technology, and in fact, in 2015, 6 of the 10 companies on Forbes' top 10 health technology companies were Israeli. Canada has signed numerous bilateral agreements with Israel, including but not limited to the Canada-Israel Strategic Partnership Memorandum of Understanding, an MOU on foreign military cooperation and public diplomacy cooperation, among many others. And negotiations to modernize and expand the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement are ongoing. Israel also has numerous agreements with provincial governments, including my home province of Ontario and Saskatchewan. It is because of this relationship that I encourage all members to support this motion to reject the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. I will now specifically turn to the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. Mr. Speaker, the BDS movement seeks to delegitimize and isolate and single out Israel out from our other countries across the world. It is an affront to Canadians by claiming a narrative that Israel is uniquely responsible for the Arab-Israeli conflict. This movement to boycott Israel is an attack against the only liberal democracy in the Middle East, and it completely disregards human rights offenders around the world. The movement not only targets Israel politically, the movement targets the Israeli population, anywhere from pressuring consumers not to buy Israeli products to calling on universities to cut ties with Israeli academia and calling for Israeli athletes to be banned from international sports competitions. This movement is not pro-Palestine, it's not supportive of a two-state solution, it is just simply anti-Israel. By boycotting our relationship with Israel, this movement will not only negatively affect Israel, but also Canadians who rely on the importation and exportation of Israeli and Canadian goods. This movement is anti-Semitic. It promotes anti-Semitism in Canada and abroad. It targets Israel and the Jewish community, and we as legislators must continue to fight against this. It is a form of discrimination based strictly on national origin. BDS activists call on boycotting people who come from the Jewish state. It is no way pro-Palestinian. It is just, again, anti-Israel. BDS movement is yet another message, as I said, for spreading anti-Semitism and advocating for the elimination of the Jewish state. It forces the blame of the Arab-Israeli conflict on a single actor, completely disregarding the multitude of issues and the actors involved. It is clear that the intent of those in favor of BDS is not to resolve the conflict, again, as I pointed out, just to single out Israel. BDS, as I go on, is a movement which seeks to target all Israelis without discretion. It isolates Israel, and it serves as a means to collectively punish a diverse population. And again, we as legislators must recognize and reaffirm the State of Israel's right to exist and the right to self-defense. As we all know, Mr. Speaker, this movement has in fact been condemned by those of us on this side of the House and by members of the other side as well. And again, I encourage all members of this House to support this motion. BDS undermines peace efforts and brings the Arab-Israeli conflict to Canada. It does nothing to bring the two sides of the conflict together or promote peace or improve the quality of life for Palestinian citizens. We cannot allow Canadian businesses to be used for social exclusion and discrimination of people based on their national origin. In the past, movements similar to BDS have been ineffective and historically have only mobilized the Jewish and pro-Israel community to buy the products that have been targeted. Israel's economy is continually growing, and we should be encouraging investment and growth opportunities for Canadian businesses rather than trying to restrict them. The Canada-Israel relationship is one of Canada's strongest and most enduring, and it is for that reason that I once again call on all members of this House to support this motion. And to quote our former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage, in the democratic family of our nations, Israel represents values which our government takes as articles of faith and principles to drive our national life, and therefore, through fire and water, Canada will stand with you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to the questions from my honourable colleagues.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock, for his excellent speech. I agree completely with what he said. I think a lot of us are looking at this now in the lens of anti-Semitism and how this singles out Israel, but I liked what he said about the fact that this also harms Canada because it takes away trade from Canadian companies in what I really do believe is the Silicon Valley of the Middle East. So I wonder if my honourable friend would be willing to expand on how this motion hurts Canadian businesses, Canadian universities, as well as ordinary Canadians.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Mount Royal, who also had a very eloquent speech this afternoon, and I'm glad I was able to listen to that. It was very moving, and I know when you finished, members on this side, and I know on your side, gave you a standing ovation for that, so I congratulate you once again. Yes, it is a shame what happened to the number of Israeli businesses that were targeted by BDS, but as I pointed out in my speech, the movement to continue to support these Israeli businesses remains strong. And I think that tells us something. I think that tells us where we're going with this. I think we need, as legislators, to stand up. We need to, again, promote opportunities and businesses for Canada, for Israel, because I think, to fall victim to this, we need to make a stand. It is about principle, and by condemning this, it shows leadership as a nation, as a parliament, that we will not tolerate what BDS stands for.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to thank my colleague for the speech and enlightening us on the great ties that we have, not only as friends democratically, but also in our institutions, as well as the agreements that we have for research and development. But I wanted to ask him if he's aware of any other boycott, divest, and sanction movement that would be against the Syrian regime, or BDS movement against Iran, a terrible, tyrannous human rights abuser, or North Korea, or if he knows of any kind of movement, or if these folks that are presently in the BDS movement are speaking out for the rights of women in Saudi Arabia. Is he aware of any movements like that, or the people inside the present BDS that are voicing concern on the human rights issues on these other major offenders?
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. You're absolutely right. You're missing a whole slew of countries that are human rights abusers that aren't even being mentioned. And BDS singles out the only liberal democracy in the region, and completely ignores everything else. It's a stable democracy. We have business ties to it, a growing economy, and BDS completely ignores everyone else. Goes against Israel. So again, as I said in my speech, this isn't looking at other issues. It's just anti-Israel, regardless. Full stop. There are options. It's just Israel, and it's just completely anti-Israel, and we need to take a stand in this House. So I encourage all members to support this motion.
In comments,
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Verchères les Patriotes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Anyone who looks at the territorial changes since '67 would realize that Israel is invading Palestinian territory and is at war. I don't think, in fact, we should say that it's a reason because Israel's an ally to Canada that we should ignore what's happening in the region. What does my colleague think should be done to resolve the conflict in the region if it doesn't involve economic sanctions? Because all Canada has done to this day to help resolve the conflict has failed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Mount Royal, who asked the first question, actually addressed that in his speech, and I encourage him to listen to that. That is actually not what happened. I don't even know where to start with my answer on that one. Mr. Speaker, we need to make a stand as a friend of Israel to show the world that this Parliament, that Canada, stands up against this type of actions, this type of anti-Semitism, this type of actions. This cannot be tolerated. And by condemning it, that takes the first step in showing us that we mean business on this. This cannot be tolerated, and I unfortunately disagree with my member from the NDP. But again, if he looks at the blues from my colleague from Mount Royal, he points that out very eloquently. So, Mr. Speaker, I like I said, this is a group that is just anti-Israel, full stop. They're not even looking. I can't even point out that how we as a country, as a parliament, need to make a stand, because this is very important for the region, our ties, and our relationship with Israel, and pointing out that we do support liberal democracies, and especially in the Middle East, when around it human rights abusers are being let go.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's with pleasure that I rise today to address what I believe is a very important issue. And I want to maybe try to take a different possible perspective on it. But first, to start it off by indicating and making it very clear that Canada is indeed a friend of Israel. It always has been, and it always will continue to be, Mr. Speaker. I am very happy to make it clear that the relationship even between the current Prime Minister and of Israel and our Prime Minister here in Canada is very positive. And we have heard that from both Prime Ministers. So I look at the debate today and I listen, and at times it does get somewhat political. But to make it very clear to the point, that we recognize as a House the important role and the important friendship between two great nations. Mr. Speaker, it's in listening to this, a number of thoughts came to my mind. And, you know, I've been a parliamentarian now for about 25 years here and prior to here inside the Manitoba legislature. And shortly after I was first elected, I became the critic, if I can put it that way, for multiculturalism. And one of the privileges of being the critic and having what we call Folklorama in the province of Manitoba is that I got to experience the many different heritages that make up our great nation through the 50-plus different pavilions. Of course, Israel has long had a pavilion in the city of Winnipeg, and I've participated in that particular pavilion over the years as an observer, and possibly on one occasion even getting more engaged. And what I have found, Mr. Speaker, is that we should not make the assumption that even the viewers or a majority of Canadians have the understanding that we have the privilege to have because we dedicate so much of our life in terms of serving Canadians and trying to get a better understanding of the wide variety of issues that are there, in particular in the foreign affairs field. I listened to many speeches today, as other members have, and I was really impressed with the Minister of Foreign Affairs as he provided balance to the debate, Mr. Speaker. In essence, I believe, emphasizing the importance of the relationship between Canada and Israel, and the importance of making sure that when we talk about it today, that we have balance to the debate, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the passion of the member from Mount Royal as he spoke eloquently and articulated in terms of the importance of the bias of the BDS movement and how it has singled out Israel. And I hope to add some more comments in regards to that. You know, we've been privy to be able to, whether it's today or the years in which we served, and in many ways, different people with different positions prior to being elected might be better informed than many other Canadians. I can recall when I had first traveled to Israel, I didn't understand the whole concept of a two-state situation. I didn't understand Middle East politics. It took time for me to get the appreciation that I have of it today. And to say, Mr. Speaker, that it is a very complicated issue. And I wish those that have the influence and the ability to hopefully contribute to resolving that problem the very best in being able to resolve it. You know, I've heard government member after government member stand in the chamber and say today that this isn't about a wedge issue, in essence. It's about standing with our friend in Israel. And I will respect to a certain degree that in good part there might be some good faith in bringing in the resolution as it is currently worded. I am not convinced that it has been worded to the degree in which we could have received unanimous support in the House. Because when I listen to the Green Party or the New Democrats, I'm not sure in regards to the Bloc Party, definitely from the government, that everyone seems to recognize that the BDS and the movement has fundamental flaws. And we need to talk about that, Mr. Speaker. And I suspect that if the Opposition Day motion dealt with that as the core issue in opposition to the BDS, that I suspect that we might have had the unanimous support of the House. Because you don't have to tell, you know, the citizens of Canada, and at the end of the day, it's not only the citizens of Canada, obviously it's the nation of Israel, but let's note that Canada has, from what I understand, the fourth largest Jewish heritage population in the world. It's Israel or United States, followed by Israel, then I believe it's France, and then it's Canada. I believe that to be the case, Mr. Speaker. We have not only from a heritage point of view a vested interest, but what takes place in the Middle East is of interest for the world, including Canada. Canada has a place at the table, as it should. And I believe at my core that the approach that we need to take is what we witness in question period today from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the constant approach that the leader of the Liberal Party and today the Prime Minister of Canada has taken on the issue. And he has been very clear, no matter how others might try to confuse it, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been clear not only from his chair as Prime Minister or the office of the PMO, but at the time in which he was a leader of the Liberal Party. Let me give a couple specific quotes. For example, in November 2015, when the Prime Minister was the leader of the party, in making reference to his opposition to the BDS movement, which he clearly stated was unfairly targeting Israel. And I'll quote, "I'm opposed to the BDS movement. I think that it's an example of the new form of anti-Semitism in the world. As Erwin Kotler points out, an example of the 3 Ds: demonization of Israel, the delegitimization of Israel, and a double standard applied to Israel." And further, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister stated, "I'm all for freedom of speech and expression in Canada." And I'm going to just stop and pause there and maybe interrupt the direct quote, Mr. Speaker. Let us realize that it was the government, it was his father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, that brought in the Charter of Rights, which is one of the greatest treasures that Canadians, possibly next to our healthcare system, I would argue, take a great deal of pride in. Canadians love the Charter of Rights. You cannot accuse the Liberal Party of all political parties of questionable actions that would infringe upon the individual freedoms, especially freedoms of speech, Mr. Speaker, of Canadians or others around the world. We are a party of the Charter of Rights. In fact, on one occasion when I was in Israel, I entered into a discussion because I saw a plaque outside. It was just outside of the old Jerusalem that made reference to the Canadian Charter of Rights, and the tour guide was so proud of the fact that Canada had the Charter of Rights. So when I listened to a number of the comments and the concerns, and even though I respect it, when the New Democrats talk about freedom of speech, I believe in the freedom of speech. But we need to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that there are some limits to freedom of speech, some responsibilities that we have to take into consideration. Anyway, I'll try to get back to that, Mr. Speaker. I'll get right back to the quote of the Prime Minister. And again, it's from the Prime Minister back in 2015, stating, "I'm all for freedom of speech and expression in Canada, and we need to be sure we're defending that. But when Canadian university students are feeling unsafe on their way to classes because of BDS or Israel Apartheid Week, that just goes against Canadian values. And I have said no, and I have said so, not just in the news interviews, but in person on university campuses. Whether in the office of the Prime Minister or prior, the leader of the Liberal Party has been consistent in regards to BDS. If you listen to each member that has stood up inside this chamber, I believe, they have been consistent in regards to BDS. Maybe not quite unanimously, Mr. Speaker, but I can assure you in terms of the Liberal caucus and the Liberal members that we understand the issue and the motivation behind the BDS. But let's not forget, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs raised the issue when the Conservatives brought in and introduced the motion. There is an issue of education. For many Canadians that just want to see peace in the Middle East, and they hear for the first time, well, why don't we have a boycott? Well, we need to ensure that they understand what is actually behind the motivation of the boycott request. That is very much anti-Israel. That's why, and I'll go back to the days again when I was the multicultural critic. I talked about the importance of cross-cultural awareness. I take a great sense of pride in the fact that in Winnipeg, we are now home to a national museum. I believe it might be the first national museum outside of the city of Ottawa. And it happened, the birth of the idea came actually from Israel Asper, a great Canadian who ultimately shared his concept and his idea, and it became something now that's just a few-minute walk away from the Forks in Winnipeg. And the Forks in Winnipeg is where the Red and the Assiniboia meet. I would encourage not only members, but Canadians as a whole to take advantage and go down to the Canadian Human Rights Museum in downtown Winnipeg. It is a national museum. It's something in which we should all be proud of, Mr. Speaker. It's something, at the end of the day, we believe will make a difference. Because when I was a critic many years ago in that area, time and time again, I talked about the importance of cross-cultural awareness. And it wasn't me that came up with the idea. It was a committee of individuals of all different types of ethnic and faith background, Mr. Speaker. Canadians as a whole understand the importance of doing what we can to combat racism in whatever way that we can. And they expect our national government to play a leadership role in doing that. And the message that I would give is that the Government of Canada today is very clear on that issue. We are prepared to do whatever it takes to promote and encourage tolerance, to promote and encourage racial harmony, Mr. Speaker. And that's why, even though there's some individuals, and I can appreciate, even within my own, within the Liberal caucus, where there are aspects of it that are very sensitive. And I can appreciate that. But let's not underestimate what it is that the BDS movement really is. I will defend a person's right to be able to speak, Mr. Speaker, on a wide variety. Freedom of speech is really, really important to me, as I know it's in the heart and souls of most people, if not all people, inside this chamber, Mr. Speaker. But I do believe that there are times in which that line is crossed. And I guess the best way I could articulate that would be to take the message that my colleague from Mount Royal gave not that long ago in terms of just talking about how Israel as a nation has been singled out. What is BDS, Mr. Speaker? It is a boycott of divestment and sanctions against a nation. Well, this particular boycott that's being suggested ultimately is going to do far more harm than good. But let me make the suggestion, as other members have talked about and I've raised in the form of questions. Let's not kid yourselves. This is something that is actually targeted at Israel and Israel alone. And that should be raising the eyebrows of all members inside this chamber. Ask the question, why? Compare Israel to other countries, especially in the Middle East, Mr. Speaker. There are many other countries in which one could take this sort of a stand on. Why is Israel being singled out? I believe because the motivation that's originally behind the BDS is, in fact, anti-Semitic, Mr. Speaker. And that is something in which all of us should be standing up and recognizing, at least from my perspective. And I would encourage all members to do that. You can justify through freedom of speech all sorts of things. But at the end of the day, I think that that is probably one of the strongest arguments. This whole idea of sanctions, and again, I'll go to the Minister of Foreign Affairs when he made reference to SodaStream. SodaStream was a company, and I heard another member make reference to it. SodaStream was a company that was located in the West Bank. Well, they employed 100+ employees of Palestinian background, Mr. Speaker, good paying jobs, but because of BDS, if not directly, indirectly, ultimately had to close. Who did that help? Who did that hurt, Mr. Speaker? There is no winner in what it is that BDS is actually proposing. I truly believe that. And then if you read into it in terms of the motivations of it, well, I suspect that there's good reason for us to be very concerned in regards to it has a lot more to do with hatred and racism. And these are the types of things in which all of us should, in fact, not only be aware of, but play whatever role we can. Because, as I say, we represent varying population bases of anywhere from 40,000 to 140,000, I suspect, depending on the region in the country in which we represent, Winnipeg North, and I thank my constituents for entrusting me to be able to represent them, and I'll do the best I can inside this chamber in doing that, Mr. Speaker. But our responsibility is to take a look at what is actually being proposed here in the form of the motion. And even though I might have actually changed a few words here and there, I would have rather attempted to achieve unanimous support if it was achievable. And based on what I was hearing from some of the speakers from the Democratic Party, I do believe that it could have been achievable, that I think that we would have been a better service at doing that. But I have to vote based on what's being presented. And I think that we have seen solid leadership coming from the Government of Canada on this issue. As I clearly indicated, and I see my time is about out, Mr. Speaker, I clearly indicated at the very beginning that Israel is a friend of Canada. Canada, in many ways, has been there in the past for Israel, will continue to be there. But we want to play a proactive role, a leadership role in the Middle East. And this is something in which is different from the previous government. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we can, in fact, make a difference. And I would really encourage members to look at what has actually been said today inside the chamber. And at the end of the day, we can send a strong message in regards to the BDS movement, which motivation is all wrong. It's not good, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, I believe it has crossed the line. And I would encourage members to support, even if there are some aspects that you might feel a little bit uncomfortable with, but it is a motion that we should be voting for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the honourable member on his speech. I was extremely happy to hear that his government will do whatever is needed to restore tolerance. So my question for the member is, what action does he think his government should take to stop the discriminatory BDS practices on Canadian university campuses?
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we have as members of Parliament is tools, even if you're in opposition or in government, the tool to be able to communicate, whether it's through our websites, whether it's through our householders, whether it's through 10%ers. I think it's about education. If you get the invite to attend a post-secondary institution or even a high school or elementary school, take advantage of those opportunities. Whenever you get the opportunity through invitation to go and speak at special events. You know, for example, I today had a wonderful opportunity to talk about the Kamagata Maru, something in which the Liberal government is aggressively pursuing in terms of an apology. You know, whenever you get these opportunities, take advantage of them, talk about them, let other people know about it, Mr. Speaker. It's about education. I suspect that it would be a very, very decimal 0.000 fraction that would ever support the original movement of the BDS in terms of what they're really trying to preach. Education is the best way to be able to deal with this issue.
Comments. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, and you know, I got to say that was an astounding speech. This member was a former member of the provincial legislature and has been in this House for a long time, and he stands up and says here, well, there's a few words that we don't agree with, but let's pass it anyway. I mean, words are all we have in this House, and this motion is clearly poorly worded. We've pointed that out a number of times in our debate. The Liberals are trying to wriggle off the hook here. What they should be doing is voting against this motion and putting forward their own motion which better expresses their views. This whole thing of, oh, well, we'll just pass it and whatever, we'll move on. We're asking in this motion is asking to condemn individuals for speaking freely in Canada, and that's a mistake. We know that. So will the member agree that the best thing to do here is to vote against this motion? And you've got a whole government there. We've got hardly any bills on the docket. Why not put forward your own motion that expresses exactly what you think should happen on this issue? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member is going to have to deal with it himself in terms of why it is, because I understand that the NDP will be voting as a bloc against the motion. And I understand that he's talking about freedom of speech. Where we might differ is maybe the Democratic Party might not believe there's any limits to freedom of speech. And that's something in which I would have to agree to disagree on. In a responsible democracy, where we have rule of law and we have the Charter of Rights, there is still some responsibility. And at the end of the day, when you look at the motion itself, there is a very strong message that needs to be sent here. And at the end of the day, I believe that it would be a stronger message if, in fact, we had individuals from all parties voting in favor of it. In regards to changing it, that would require, one of the things that we want to be careful of, Mr. Speaker, is actually changing opposition motions. If he is suggesting that we should change the motion, I don't think he would want us to change an NDP motion because that's just the part of the tradition that we've had in here, Mr. Speaker. It's not the perfect wording, and I'll grant him that much, but I don't think it would be appropriate for us to change the motion unless the government the opposition would give us unanimous consent, and I'm sure we would.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Speaker, freedom of speech has been referenced during this debate numerous times and was just referenced. And I was wondering if the member would like to comment on the fact that in freedom of speech debates, there's a very important distinction between condemnation and prohibition. And I was wondering if the member would like to expand on that particular important point.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I appreciate the question, and at the end of the day, what I would rather provide comment on is the fact that I highlighted the importance of Canada's Charter of Rights. And within the Charter of Rights, it guarantees fundamental freedoms, individuals the ability to be able to have rights of speech. And there are, what I would suggest to you, very few, but there are some limitations. And even courts in Canada have made that determination. One of the words in which the member makes reference to, I think, really distinguishes the difference. And where as much as possible, I think that we should, in fact, encourage and promote freedom of speech, and where there are at times, and I suspect they're very rare, that we shouldn't be intimidated into saying how we truly feel about a statement or about a line that's being taken in the public or anywhere in the world.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, one thing that's unhelpful, I think, in this place is the practice of wedge politics, where the purpose of the legislative initiative is not to advance dialogue or make better policy for this country, but rather to embarrass or wedge people into positions that are simplistic. And we've seen the Conservatives do that repeatedly for 10 years. My honourable colleague on the other side has seen that as well. I remember the Minister of Public Safety, the Conservative, who said, you're either with the Conservatives on their crime agenda or you stand with the child pornographers. That's right. This was an approach to government that I think Canadians soundly rejected in 2015, where they want people in this House to put forth thoughtful policies that will advance the interests of Canada and Canadians. And so my question to my honourable colleague is, instead of a very controversial motion that seeks to condemn and separate Canadians on either you're racist or you're not, would he not agree that it would be productive for his government to put forward a plan before this House to show how we can assist the Israeli government and the Palestinian government to get back to a table and negotiate a resolution so that there's no more blood spilt in that region and those two people can live in peace and security in the years ahead?
Very good question. Honourable Parliament Secretary.
I appreciate the question, Mr. Speaker, and I suspect that if we had the number of days of sitting that would allow, I could probably come up with a dozen or so resolutions and motions myself in terms of that I would like to see debated and voted on inside the House, and a couple of them or a few of them might even come from Foreign Affairs. The situation is that there's a limited amount of time. I can tell you that the government is committed to implementing a series of platform issues, and that's the type of legislation that we have here today. Time allows for opposition to bring forward ideas that they have. If they're prepared to forfeit one or two of their opposition days, I'm sure we could even come up with a consensus on some things that we could bring into the chamber. Time is a scarce commodity inside this chamber, Mr. Speaker. I get the general gist of what the member was saying in terms of the past, and that's why I made reference. If you contrast what it is, whether it's the Minister of Foreign Affairs trying to tone down the issue, trying to be that broker, I think that's the right attitude that we should be taking. And then, as others have made reference, I'm not the only one that's made reference, where you had the member from Mount Royal talk about the importance of trying to apoliticize this. I suspect the member from Mount Royal would have loved to seen a motion that everyone in this chamber would get behind and support, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, there will be motions that come before the House where we will get unanimous support, and sometimes we won't. I would suggest to you that the author has a lot to do with it. If the author really wants to have that unanimous support and it's potentially there, that it's worth investing the time and energy in talking with other parties to try to be able to achieve it. And if they're prepared to do that, I suspect we will see unanimous support on Opposition Day motions, Mr. Speaker. If they're not prepared to do that, well, then it'll be kind of a hit and miss thing, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time today with the member from Flamborough-Glanbrook. I'm standing in this House today to stand with Israel, a free and democratic country that is besieged by boycott, divestment, and sanction movement. Fundamental to the discussion today is my belief that our Charter of Rights, our long history with Israel, and the many signed agreements we have with Israel demand that we disallow the operation of the BDS movement in Canada on the basis of discrimination. Mr. Speaker, Israel was established as a free nation in 1948. Canada has had a long-standing friendship with Israel from the beginning. Both nations were founded by those seeking political and religious freedom. Both have absorbed waves of immigrants seeking political freedom and economic well-being. And both have evolved into democracies that respect the rule of law, the will of voters, and the rights of minorities. One of the underlying strengths of the Canada-Israel bilateral relationship lies in the extensive people-to-people ties. There are approximately 20,000 Canadian citizens living in Israel, and many Canadians have family in Israel. The Canadian Jewish community, which stands at around 350,000 people, acts as an important bridge between Canada and Israel. These informal ties give rise to significant cooperation between our two countries in business, philanthropy, and tourism. We currently have the Israeli embassy right here in Ottawa and consulates in Montreal and Toronto. Support for Israel, especially its right to live in peace and security with its neighbours, has been at the core of Canada's Middle East policy since 1948. We have signed multiple letters of declaration of intent to trade with Israel, including the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement, which went into effect in 1997 and eliminated tariffs on all industrial products manufactured in Canada and Israel, as well as a limited number of agricultural and fisheries products. Between 1999 and 2003, additional agriculture and agri-food tariff reductions on goods previously excluded from those agreements were successfully negotiated. This included preferences for a number of Canada's top agriculture and agri-food exports to Israel. In addition to this agreement, we have signed multiple other contracts for aviation, transportation, science and technology, and the space industry. From a science perspective, Israel's ability to innovate is best in class in the world, and we as Canadians need to learn from them and leverage our research together. We have been engaging in mutual collaboration when and where possible on energy and other sectors such as information and communications technologies, life sciences, as well as ocean and sustainable technologies, which are critical to Canada's economic development. The Canada-Israel Industrial Research and Development Foundation has enabled technologies that have generated a minimum of hundreds of millions in economic value for Canadian and Israeli companies alone over the past decade. In addition to our economic agreements, we have also signed broader agreements. Let me read to you an excerpt from the Memorandum of Understanding that Canada signed with Israel as part of the Canada-Israel Strategic Partnership. Understanding that the security of Israel and the wider region directly affects the security of Canada, and recognizing that Israel, Canada, and all nations of the world under the UN Charter have the right to live in peace and security and the right of self-defense, and considering that we have a long history of diplomatic cooperation bilaterally and in a variety of multilateral fora, and wishing to deepen our relationship by enhancing our bilateral engagement and cooperation across the widest possible spectrum to promote and enhance these values, commitments, and interests resting on the four central pillars of diplomatic partnership: security, economic prosperity, culture, and education. So, Mr. Speaker, having promised this to Israel, why are we allowing the BDS movement to encourage boycotting Israeli artists, Israeli businesses, and calling for the destruction of Israel as a state? Why are we allowing BDS to influence our academic institutions? We need to take action in order to address this hateful behavior that goes against our Canadian values and policies. I would suggest we follow the actions of some of our allies. The British government is currently preparing to unveil rules that will prohibit public institutions from adopting boycotts against Israel. Under the new legislation, all publicly funded institutions, such as local town halls, universities, and student unions, could face prosecution should they pursue and enforce the boycott of goods and services from the Jewish state. Another bill was sponsored by the French Republican Party. In a statement issued, the party said BDS efforts are divisive and hateful and have no place in Paris. The Paris municipality approved a bill barring city departments and city-affiliated organizations from hosting events or fostering ties with the BDS movement or any other group urging divestment from Israel or boycotting Israeli products. The boycott, divestment, and sanction movement has goals to reverse all of the things that our government has been supporting for years. Let me quote from their webpage. Boycotts. Anyone can boycott Israeli goods simply by making sure they don't buy produce made in Israel or by Israeli companies. Campaigners and groups call on consumers not to buy Israeli goods and on businesses not to buy or sell them. So let us examine how the BDS movement is demonizing Israel, the lone democracy in the Middle East. BDS claim that Israel is uniquely responsible for the Arab-Israeli conflict. Israel has tried time and time again to make peace and has cooperated in numerous peace negotiations, so this simply is not true. BDS calls for Canadian universities to cut ties with Israeli academia. Israel is a vibrant democracy that protects the rights of women, homosexuals, and religious minorities. Arabs in Israel have more freedoms than Arabs in any other Arab country. In fact, Israel is the only functioning democracy in the entire Middle East region, surrounded by cruel dictatorships that engage in systematic and egregious human rights violation. And yet the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement calls for the isolation of only one state, Israel. Clearly, this does not align with Canadian policies and agreements, and it's discriminatory. It also doesn't align with the view of the majority of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, 2/3 of Canadians are either Christian or Jewish, according to the latest census results. This is an overwhelming majority of Canadians. Christians and Jews believe this verse from the book of Genesis, chapter 27 and verse 29, where it says regarding Israel, "May those who curse you be cursed, and those who bless you be blessed." Mr. Speaker, the BDS movement is cursing Israel. They are boycotting Israeli goods and services. They are discriminating against the Jewish people, and they are spreading anti-Semitic views and advocating for the elimination of Israel as a free state. Section 15 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees the rights of every individual to be free from discrimination. Let me remind you of it. Every individual is equal before and under the law and has the right to the equal protection and equal benefit of the law without discrimination, and in particular, without discrimination based on race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, sex, age, or mental or physical disability. So, Mr. Speaker, how can we allow in our country an organization like the BDS movement to operate when they clearly are discriminating against the Jews? How can we allow them to infiltrate our Canadian academic institutions and fill the minds of our young people with hatred for Israel? So, Mr. Speaker, today I am calling on this government for action. Recognizing that Israel is a free state with a right to exist and a right to defend themselves, I am calling on this government to condemn any organizations, groups, or individuals which actively promote the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. I am calling on this government to stand up for the Canadian Charter of Rights, to stand up for the 24 million Canadian Christians and Jews who want to stand with Israel. I'm calling on this government to stand with Israel, that we as a nation might be blessed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for... I'm sorry, Laval-Les-Îles.
Thank you.
I thank my colleague and I congratulate her for her speech. But let me say the following, Mr. Speaker. Since 1948, the creation of the State of Israel, and with the years past, it's clear to anybody that forces, motion, and even veto power didn't resolve the problem. In 1948, the Palestinians start to fight with gun or machine gun, and now we're seeing them launching missile on the State of Israel. So the vision of this government is to bring both sides together under the umbrella of United Nations, helping both sides to give compromise as late Ishaq Rabin, may he rest in peace, did, and Yasser Arafat also, and doing with the United Nations their best to promote peace, to have a lasting peace agreement paving the way for prosperous and security for the generation to come. I would like you to comment on this. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your question. I thank the member for his question. Obviously, peace is always the best approach. There have been many attempts to achieve peace in Israel without success to date. But my point in my speech was that Israel is a free and democratic nation, and as such, they have the right to defend themselves when people shoot missiles at them. For example, Canada is a free and democratic country. If somebody was to attack us, we have the right to defend ourselves. And I think Israel has that right as well. So although my favorite would be to have peace in the region, I still don't want to take away the rights of Israel to defend themselves.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for...
C'est quoi, excuse? Repentigny, c'est ça, exactement. Merci.
Repentigny, the honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let's go over some history. On the 9th of July, 1984, the International Court of Justice called for the demolition of a wall between Israel and Palestine, stating that it was running counter to international law. In 2004, 2005, the BDS movement gained strength, and there was a unified Israeli and Palestinian group that came together to promote this movement, and they said that it was a peaceful movement. Now, there have been calls for boycotts in the past. There was Myanmar in Burmany, for example, South Africa during apartheid, and other cases. And for years, I didn't eat grapes from California, and during the time under Mr. Pierre Elliott Trudeau, he never did anything or took any action to condemn anyone. So, if I understand what my colleague is saying, Canada would be among the rare democratic countries where a call for a boycott for Pacific movement by citizens to criticize a state would be something that would be condemned. The Bloc Québécois believes in freedom of expression. Whether or not we agree with the campaign, we're talking about freedom of expression. It's something that must be defended against attacks like this motion. Does my honourable colleague not agree? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank my honourable colleague for her question. The difference is that this insidious organization is having an impact here in Canada. They are on our Canadian university soil, and they are affecting the opinions. They are trying to influence the freedom of rights of Canadians. They are trying to drum up this anti-Semitic view, and we simply cannot allow that. Our Charter of Rights and Freedoms clearly specifies we cannot have discrimination. And so because it's come to our place, we have to rise up and we have to take action to make sure that we do not allow this organization to take roots in our country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin, because this is the first opportunity that I've had to do an actual speech. I've asked a few questions, but haven't had an extended amount of time to thank the citizens of Flamborough-Glanbrook for their trust and confidence. It's a brand new riding. The original riding that I represented was Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale, and was, of course, divided by the Commission. And now I had to prove my worth with a new group of people, Flamborough-Glanbrook, and I'm glad that they put their trust in me, and I want to thank all the volunteers and supporters that made it possible for me to come here and be able to speak to issues on their behalf. It's an honor for me to rise in the House today to support the motion by my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this time to amplify the many salient points made by my caucus colleagues throughout the debate today, and frankly from the other side of the House too, and the important motion to reject and condemn the boycott, divestment and sanctions movement, and to call it for what it is, the deliberate, malicious targeting of Israel, a long-standing friend of Canada and Canadians. As a final speaker likely from our side of the House on this motion, and by the way of closing arguments, I'd like to reiterate three key points made by my colleagues throughout the discussion today. That one, Israel is our friend. That two, the BDS movement is nothing but thinly veiled anti-Semitism, and to be very frank, Jew hatred. And third, that the BDS movement is completely misplaced. Its narrow-minded agenda, it ignores regimes like Iran and North Korea that are serial human rights abusers. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, the premise of the motion before us recognizes the friendship Canada shares with Israel. As chair of the Canada-Israel Interparliamentary Group for the last 4 years, I've had the privilege of watching the relationship between these two nations strengthen and grow. Our closest friends on the world stage are those that share our values. In the case of Canada and Israel, we're bound together in strong beliefs in freedom, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. For Israel, these values have come at a very high price. In a region where basic human rights are denied time and again, in a region where democracy has yet to take root, in a region ravaged by war, in the face of terrorism, Israel has become a beacon for hope, freedom, human rights, and democracy, and the rule of law. With those values serving as the foundation of our friendship, both nations now enjoy improved diplomatic ties, as well as strengthened and growing economic relations, including the modernization of the bilateral free trade agreement between Israel and Canada last July. Mr. Speaker, through our friendship, although our friendship is alive, Israel faces a renewed enemy. It is the rise of a new kind of anti-Semitism, and it's not exclusive to the Middle East. It exists here in Canada with those groups so actively calling for boycott, divestment, and sanction against Israel. In 2011, I served on the panel of inquiry for the Canadian Parliamentary Coalition to Combat Anti-Semitism, where the panel heard about organized anti-Semitic efforts like the boycott, divest, and sanction movement. In broad terms, BDS exists to delegitimize and isolate Israel, advocating for the elimination of the Jewish state, while making the claim that Israel alone is responsible for the Arab-Israeli conflict. Mr. Speaker, this ideology is dangerous and slippery slope that should be alarming to all free people. That's because when people find it easy or palatable to hate Jews simply because they are of Jewish faith or ethnicity, it's not a stretch for that discrimination then to snowball to include more faiths, more and more ethnicities, and worse consequences. As Canadians, we have a duty and moral obligation to stand up to this kind of ideology and say loudly, no. The panel heard from expert witnesses that confirmed movements like BDS breed hate, fuel anti-Semitism around the world. But what's most alarming is what is happening right here in Canada, a land of tolerance and respect that all of us here in this House love. Mr. Speaker, who would have thought that in early 21st century Canada, synagogues would be desecrated with swastikas and religious objects destroyed? Worse still, who would have thought in the early 21st century in Canada, Jewish community centers, schools, and synagogues would be firebombed? Who would have thought that in early 21st century Canada, anti-Israel protesters would chant profane and highly threatening chants in the core of our largest cities? Through this motion, we must use our voice in the House of Commons on behalf of the Jewish community in Canada and abroad to reject this type of racist violence. What's more, Mr. Speaker, is that the boycott initiative and events like Israel Apartheid Week are targeted at Israel, Israelis, and Jews. We know that regimes like those in Iran, North Korea, Congo, Nigeria, and Somalia, and others have horrifying human rights records, and yet we don't see organized efforts to isolate and delegitimize them. Nor is their right to exist called into question by these same organizations. Mr. Speaker, it's obvious why the double standard. Well, while I won't stand here and make the claim that Israel is perfect, because no nation is, it's clear that the intent of those in favor of BDS is not to address concerns they might have with Israel to work towards a resolution, but rather to single out Israel's right to be treated with fairness and legitimacy, and to make all Jews responsible for contrived human rights abuses. This type of approach is not one that will lead to lasting peace in the region. In conclusion, pressuring consumers to avoid buying Israeli products, like happened in my own home city in Hamilton, or calling for universities to cut ties with Israel academia, which happened in my own home city at McMaster University, or calling for Israeli athletes to be banned from international sporting competition and other actions like these do not and will not create a pathway to peace. Rather, these actions only encourage hate and discourage peace. Mr. Speaker, we suffered a dark day in Canadian history in 1939 when the government of the day rejected Jewish refugees of the St. Louis at Halifax Harbour. In doing so, we condemned hundreds of them to eventual death when they landed back in Nazi-controlled Europe. And arguably, as one of our local rabbis said, Mr. Speaker, we arguably allowed Hitler to believe that since no one would stand up for Jews, since no one would take them, then it was his opportunity to pursue his plan of Jew genocide. It's easy to look back now and see how shameful that was, but we forget that the 1930s was a time of rampant anti-Semitism in Canada. Would we, who are in this House now, have spoken out in 1939? That's exactly the point of this motion, is to stand up and speak out and act now, Mr. Speaker. If we are to learn anything from history, Mr. Speaker, it's that no amount of anti-Semitism is intolerable. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Jerusalem and visit Yad Vashem, which most Gentiles would call a museum of the Holocaust or the Shoah, you'll enter a building that shows the timeline of anti-Semitism and how it grew and how it became socially acceptable in Germany, and how that paved the way to allow Nazis to take over the country and to come up with what they called the ultimate solution. It is educational in the point that any kind of racism, Mr. Speaker, when allowed to brew, when allowed to fester, when allowed to grow, can turn into these kind of atrocities that all of us despise, that all of us would condemn here. And, Mr. Speaker, the reason why this motion is so important today is to sound a very clear message to all of those that would be involved in BDS that this is unacceptable, that we reject it, and that we condemn the message behind BDS, and ask those people who are ignorant of the core purposes of the very leaders that started BDS to educate themselves on that and to remove themselves from the movement. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Montarville.
The honourable member for Montarville.
Congratulate my honourable colleague for his first speech, and would like to ask him to maybe comment on my own concerns. Je comprends que
I understand that the debate revolves around freedom of expression to a large extent, but I can't help but thinking that this is a much broader issue, larger issue than freedom of expression, and that there is a great deal more damage than just focusing on freedom of expression. I'd like to hear my honourable colleagues' remarks on that.
You want to know what? I would agree wholeheartedly with my colleague, and thank him very much for the question. there are broader issues, and that's why we had struck the Parliamentary Coalition to Combat Anti-Semitism years ago, Mr. Speaker. That's why we hosted the International Coalition to Combat Anti-Semitism here. That's why the Ottawa Protocol and our subsequent report came out from our own parliamentary coalition is a very big concern. It's not only a concern with racism here, but a concern with our relationship with Israel, the capability for us to not only trade freely with them, but to nurture that relationship so that we learn from each other militarily, research and development, which, by the way, I should tell my colleague that if most provinces have memorandums of understanding or agreements with the State of Israel, learning and developing in many different areas. So there's much at stake in this regard, and that's why we need to send a clear message around this BDS movement, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very glad if in this only way to get up and ask a question during this debate. I just want to thank all members of the House today for their thoughts on this. I'd like to thank my colleague for his eloquent speech and all the work that he's done. And I'm going to use a couple of cliches before I ask him a very obvious question. But you know, we hear these things from time to time. They say that wrong is wrong when everyone's doing it, even if everyone's doing it, and right is right even if no one's doing it. And all it takes for bad to triumph in this world is for good people to stand by and do nothing. And we know from our history, my wife is a Polish immigrant to Canada, and I've taken her and my family. We've gone through things like Auschwitz-Birkenau. We've seen the effect of what the Holocaust did in those Nazi concentration camps in Poland, and my children were horrified to see what actually happened with the mounds of hair and luggage and suitcases and things that are on display there. People thought they were going to a better place, and ultimately perished in the Holocaust. And it was absolutely atrocious. And we know that there are people there are people in this world that like to foment hatred and create this type of environment. And it doesn't take the majority of a population in order to do this. The majority of Germans in 1939 were not Nazis, but the Nazis had enough people thinking that the way they did to intimidate and badger the rest of the population in Germany, to whip them up into the frenzy that they were in, to do these atrocities. So my question for my colleague is, why does he think it's so important that virtually every member in this House take this opportunity right now to head this off at the pass, to send a clear message by all of us unanimously supporting this motion that's before the House today?
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. Well, I've stated the case in regards to the BDS movement, so let me reassert that we need to send a clear signal that no form of racism, no form of anti-Semitism, no form of Jew hatred is acceptable, however cloaked, however minimal somebody may think it is, no matter how devious they are in fashioning it as some kind of legitimate criticism for Israel, even though it is Jew hatred. But also, it's important, Mr. Speaker, in regards to us remembering history and really understanding what the situation is. We've had many members talk about the Middle East conflict, and hopefully our decision here will encourage some people to learn about what actually happens on a day-to-day basis in Israel, how there are 2 stabbings today, one person is dead, another person is in the hospital critically, who were stabbed by a Palestinian activist. If they'd understand the thousands of missiles that are sent annually into Sderot, into Ashdod, and are reaching farther almost to Tel Aviv now. When I was there, Mr. Speaker, let me just share one quick story if I can. I was talking to a psychologist who got a call from his daughter. She finally was able to visit Jerusalem. And the first thing she said to him, because she lived for 12 years under missile attacks every day, she said, "Dad, you won't believe it. In Jerusalem, when the alarm goes off, we have a full minute to get to the bomb shelter. In Sderot, they have 12 seconds, and that's why every bus stop is a bomb shelter." Mr. Speaker, we need Canadians to learn about the actual situation there on the ground. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the outstanding Member of Parliament from Humber River, Black Creek. Mr. Speaker, the Boycott, Divestment and Sanctions Movement, also known as the BDS movement, is a global campaign launched in 2005 in response to calls by Palestinian and international civil society groups for international sanctions against Israel. The BDS movement currently promotes a variety of actions intended to restrict trade with Israel. This includes targeting Canadian companies that engage in trade with Israel or Israeli businesses and calling for a boycott of those Canadian companies and their products. There have also been calls in Canada to boycott Israeli products. The BDS movement, however, goes well beyond trade issues. Much of the movement is focused on university campuses in Europe and North America and includes repeated calls and intense pressure in favor of academic and cultural boycotts of Israel. Examples of this include pressuring musicians, writers, poets, and artists not to perform in or visit Israel. Similarly, professors and researchers are increasingly being pressured not to work with Israeli universities. These bans threaten the intense and ongoing research collaboration between Israel and Canadian academics in areas such as health and life sciences sector, environmental and clean technologies, and information and communication technologies. Activities such as the annual Israeli Apartheid Week events at Canadian universities promote the BDS movement and seek to equate Israel with apartheid. Many organizations and individuals in Canada and abroad support the BDS movement out of the belief that it will somehow accelerate the peace process and lead to lasting resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. However, it's important to understand that the goal, advocated and supported by Canada and many of our partners worldwide, of a two-state solution with a secure, stable, and democratic Israel living side by side with a secure, stable, and democratic Palestinian state is not a solution that can be imposed from outside. Mr. Speaker, a lasting peace will only come through direct negotiations between the two parties, through negotiations without preconditions. Such actions only exacerbate the tensions in the region. The peace process would be better served by efforts to bring people together than those that seek to divide them. These facts lead to the conclusion that the real intention of the BDS movement is not to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but to delegitimize and single out Israel. This is demonstrated by the one-sided nature of the movement. It targets Israel alone. It punishes Israel alone. It calls on Israel alone to act. Canada has been firm in its opposition to the Arab boycott of Israel since it began in the 1970s, and Canada remains deeply concerned by all ongoing efforts to single out Israel for criticism and to isolate Israel internationally. Once again, this is not a recipe for achieving a lasting peace settlement. It is important to recognize that the BDS movement is, in fact, a form of collective punishment. It is not carefully targeted towards the ends it claims to support, but instead seeks to punish all elements of Israeli society. Its effects go well beyond the government whose policies the BDS supporters claim to oppose. All segments of Israeli society are affected because the BDS movement's economic, cultural, and academic boycotts threaten to adversely affect all aspects of Israeli life. This highlights once again that the BDS movement is really about punishing Israel and not about advancing the peace process. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, there is evidence that the BDS movement is hurting the very people its supporters claim they are seeking to help, the Palestinian people. In one case, a world-renowned Israeli company, SodaStream, was forced through threats of a BDS boycott to close its factory, which was located in the West Bank, in order to preserve access to global markets. This resulted in the loss of hundreds of well-paying jobs for Palestinians. The owner of the company went on the record to condemn the BDS movement and highlight its negative effect on the Palestinian people and economy. Canada believes that supporting the economic prospects of the Palestinian people is a vital goal for ensuring their prosperity and dignity, and has the valuable side effect of creating stability and security in the region. Israel benefits when the Palestinian people are prosperous. In this spirit, Canada funds a host of projects to better the livelihood of the Palestinians. Working towards that goal is the sort of activity that will advance prospects for the peace process. Canada looks forward to being able to contribute to a reinvigorated Middle East peace process. Mr. Speaker, we noted with optimism the recent announcement by the Quartet, the governments of the United States, the European Union, and Russia, plus the United Nations, would work with all key partners in the region to create a report that provides recommendations for relaunching the peace process and advancing down the road to a two-state solution. It's vital that such efforts receive the support they require in order to be successful, and that efforts that are counterproductive to a lasting peace, like the BDS movement, are abandoned immediately. Canada and Israel are strong, vibrant democracies where legitimate criticism within a legitimate discourse is expected and accepted. Nevertheless, discussion of the BDS movement too often descends into anti-Israel and even anti-Jewish rhetoric. There are disturbing reports of Jewish students feeling unsafe at Canadian universities. As Canada considers the Middle East process and seeks opportunities to move it forward towards a lasting solution that meets the interests of all the Israeli and Palestinian peoples, we should not be asking ourselves, how do we punish one party, but instead, how can we re-motivate people to get into a dialogue again? How to start a positive process with the Israelis and Palestinians to relaunch a peace process. Mr. Speaker, Canada should reject the boycott, divestment and sanctions movement wholeheartedly. We should oppose calls to boycott Israel and Israeli products or to ban cultural and academic exchanges. We should instead seek to build bridges among the people of the region rather than use divisive language and counterproductive tactics. Although Canada recognizes that Israel should not be immune from criticism, Canada will continue to work to defend Israel from the BDS movement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kamata, questions and comments? The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as my colleagues on this side of the House have suggested with this motion, an important motion to reject the boycott, divestment and sanctions movement. Similar to my colleague from Ancaster, there are key points here. Israel is our friend, and the BDS movement is nothing but a thinly veiled anti-Semitism movement. And we know that our closest values are the ones that our closest friends share. And as my colleague from the opposite side had said, we do need to move towards dialogues that are about peace and being constructive, not being divisive, and encouraging others across this globe to be Canadian, having a focus on making sure that we have free, open democracies that allow that free and open dialogue. And so my question for the member opposite, as he mentioned, he will be supporting this motion to reject the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. Why is he passionate about this, and what should Canadians be doing in order to encourage others to reject this movement that is so rooted in anti-Semitism, to make sure that all Canadians are open-minded and focused on looking forward?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. And I think really there are two parts to the question. First, why is it that it matters to me in particular, and secondly, what should Canadians be doing? I got into politics because of the importance of Canadian values and because of my firm belief back in 2011 that the country was on the wrong track. And I don't mean to make this a divisive issue, but I feel very strongly about the rights that are enshrined in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. That is really at the core of Canadian values. That, quite frankly, is at the core of this motion. I think the real key for Canadians here, as was stated by my colleague from Winnipeg North, is very much it's very much education. This BDS has to be singled out for what it is, and not for what it purports to be. And the more that message is disseminated on university campuses through members of parliament, in civil society, in academia, the better the prospects for understanding and for support of a peaceful two-state solution and a peaceful process to lead to that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for his speech. I don't think we've had an opportunity to engage yet in this House, and I congratulate him on his return to this place. I guess the Conservatives might be accused of having no sense of irony whatsoever, in the sense of, I've heard Conservatives all day talk about we don't want to be divisive, and we don't want to limit speech. The same party that practiced in government certainly nothing but divisiveness and wedge politics, and brought in legislation like C-51, which very clearly went after freedom of speech in the Charter that my friend referenced so recently that Canadians hold so proud. I have a very specific question for my friend. We find things that we don't agree with all the time as legislators. We see movements come, we see policies brought forward by constituents or groups around the country that we don't agree with, yet we agree with the principle of allowing them to have that free speech. That is the basis of this place. We call it Parliament, the place where we speak, not the place where we ban speaking. And that would be a different word and a different place. My question is this, does he or his government allow for the idea, because I'm a strong supporter of Israel, and I'm strongly supportive of Israel in the way that when I think the Israeli government does something wrong, antithetical to the peace movement, I think it's okay to criticize a government, like our governments are criticized around the world. To criticize the government is not to be anti-Semitic. And I know this because the Israeli media and activists in Israel routinely criticize the government of Israel, and it's certainly not anti-Semitic. Does he draw that same connection that some of my conservative colleagues so treacherously attempt to do?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for that question so eloquently placed. What we have here in the BDS movement really is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and the veneer is extremely thin. He makes extremely valid points with respect to freedom of expression. He makes extremely valid points with respect to the right to be able to criticize a government. And indeed, the government of Israel and the government of Canada share his view that critique of the government is entirely fair game. But when a movement gets to the point where Canadian students feel unsafe on their campuses, it's gone too far. It's gone beyond free speech. And that's what we're dealing with here. It's more than free speech. It's worse than free speech, and it needs to be condemned.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek will take us to 6:15.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really pleased to be able to stand today and to voice my concern along with my colleagues about this terrible organization and what it's trying to do to destroy everything that we've all worked very hard to build up. But unfortunately, discrimination, racism, and anti-Semitism remain serious issues which affect all societies to differing degrees. Anti-Semitism can take different forms, and Canada continues to oppose it in many iterations. The working definition of anti-Semitism, as defined by the European Monitoring Centre on Racism and Xenophobia, is a certain perception of Jews, which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorically and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, towards Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. In recent years, the world continues to witness contemporary forms of anti-Semitism in the denial by some states and individuals that call for aid and justify the killing or harming of Jews. They also make demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews as such, or the power of Jews as a collective, especially, but not exclusively, the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy, or of Jews controlling the media, the economy, government, or other societal institutions, accusing Jews as a collective of being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoing committed by a single Jewish person or group or the State of Israel, accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Other forms of anti-Semitism would deny Israel's right to exist, its right to defend itself, and the right of Jews to undertake aliyah and immigrate to Israel. Mr. Speaker, while it is fair to criticize Israel for the action of its government in the context of open and fair debate, as any government may be criticized, it is not fair, in fact, it is anti-Semitic, to deny Israel's right to exist. It is evident that new forms of anti-Semitism are being revealed alongside older iterations in many countries where Jews, Jewish businesses, synagogues, and Jewish institutions continue to come under attack. This can often occur in violent forms, as we have witnessed in the attacks against the Jewish Museum in Brussels in May 2014, and the attack against the Great Synagogue in Copenhagen just over a year ago. In fact, a 2015 study by the widely respected Pew Research Center reports that there has been a marked increase in the number of countries where members of the Jewish community were harassed. In 2013, the harassment of Jews, either by government or social groups, was found in 39% of countries, a 7-year high. Mr. Speaker, discrimination and intolerance causes suffering, spreads division, and contributes to a climate of fear and stigmatization. Anti-Semitism, given its long history, is a particularly pernicious and chronic form of discrimination. Actions motivated by intolerance have no place in any country and are in opposition to values that we all in this House hold so dear, such as pluralism, diversity, and inclusion. Canada supports efforts to combat all forms of racism and discrimination. However, the Government of Canada understands that hatred can manifest itself in specific forms which require differing degrees of responses. Anti-Semitism is indicative of a unique form of racism, one whose extreme manifestations have led to some of the darkest hours in the history of humankind. On January the 27th, 2016, all parties in this House remembered the atrocities and crimes against humanity committed against the Jewish people during the Holocaust. As we commemorate International Holocaust Remembrance Day, and as the Minister of Foreign Affairs indicated in his statement on January the 27th, we must remember the 6 million Jews and millions of other victims of the Holocaust, and we must also be ever mindful of the dangers of anti-Semitism and the intolerance that continues to persist in this world today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. It being 6:15 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Monday, February 22nd, 2016, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The honourable member for Scarborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you check, I believe we have unanimous consent of the House to see the clock at 6:30 p.m.
Is it agreed? It's agreed. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also appreciate the opportunity to rise in the House today and follow up on my questions of January 29th and February 2nd, 2016. And during question period on those days, I asked the Minister of Indigenous Affairs why her government had decided to ignore the compliance measures of the First Nations Transparency Act. The Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary both failed to answer my question. As the opposition critic for Indigenous Affairs, I continue to be appalled by the Liberal government's decision to abandon transparency when it comes to financial matters for Indigenous Canadians. The Conservatives supported this legislation because it's based on the premise that all Canadians deserve accountability and transparency from their leadership. For all practical purposes, what they have done on a dark day right before Christmas, on a Friday when no one was watching before the holidays, is effectively repeal the Act without actually bothering to give the members of Parliament a chance to debate it. It is ironic that a law about transparency was gutted in such a non-transparent way, and the government is functionally abandoning the Transparency Act without repealing it. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, this Act was working. Nearly 94% of First Nations chiefs and councils complied, and 543 bands made their expenses and salaries public to their band members, and for many of them it was for the first time that they ever had that kind of information. Now, with no compliance measures in effect, it is a safe prediction that compliance rates will collapse and financial information will again be shrouded in secrecy from band members. Mr. Speaker, transparency means having readily available, accessible information. As I said, it doesn't mean having a report sitting in the back in a basement in Ottawa. On December 21st, an editorial in the Toronto Star asked the right questions. Without compliance measures, and I'm quoting, how will the rights of band members to see fiscal statements and salaries be guaranteed going forward? How will this result in real accountability? These are questions the Minister needs to answer. Band members should not be left in the dark. Again, Mr. Speaker, I ask the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, how can she explain to Indigenous Canadians that the Liberal government commitment to transparency is empty rhetoric? Why are the Liberals telling band members that they have to go to court to get basic information that is available for all other levels of government?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise this evening to the question proposed by the member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou. She's proposed this question previous in the House of Commons, and we have responded to the member's question. However, I will attempt to clarify again for the honourable member opposite. Everyone, including the First Nations, wanted increased transparency and accountability. However, Mr. Speaker, they do want to do it in collaboration with government. They do not want a top-down approach that tells them what they can do, when they can do it, and how they should do it. We realize and we accept and we are very much in favour of transparency and accountability. We know it is paramount to the government, and we also know that whether it is municipal, provincial, federal, or First Nations, this has to be a very important piece of accountability to government.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay. Oh, sorry. I was given instructions.
1 minute.
It is 1 minute. You're right. There was a mix-up with the clock. We're all straightened out. Okay. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have to look at this.
Excuse me a second. I'm just going to cut you off for a second. I'm just going to consult with Ms. Jones still.
It's okay. We understand.
One.
We've done a ton of.
I'm sorry. There was a mix-up with the clock here. So I've been informed by the table that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs has about 3 minutes left. Okay, we've got it all straightened out. They assure me that everything's taken care of.
Yeah,
Very
thank you,
good.
Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate your ruling. However, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, transparency and accountability are paramount in any government. It is the same in our government. That has not changed. However, the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs have been mandated to undertake, along with the Minister of Justice, and in full partnership and consultations with First Nations, Inuit and Métis, a review of laws to ensure that the Crown is fully executing its obligations in accordance with its constitutional and international obligations. So doing so will take some time, and I ask members to recognize that. But we are committed to getting this right. And we want to work in full partnership with First Nations leaderships and organizations on the way forward so that we can improve accountability and improve transparency. I've said before, top-down solutions have never worked, and they are not working in this case. In fact, Mr. Speaker, last December, Indigenous and Northern Affairs Canada ceased all discretionary measures related to the enforcement of First Nations Financial Transparency Act and reinstated funding that had been withheld from First Nations under these measures. The member opposite talks about it being a dark day. Well, was it a dark day for First Nations in this country when government allowed reinstated funding to their governments that they should have gotten in previous years? Also, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the member if it was a dark day when the court actions against the First Nations who had not complied with the Act were actually suspended. Maybe the member opposite thinks that should not have happened. And, Mr. Speaker, these initial steps will enable us to engage in discussions on transparency and accountability that are based on recognition, that are based on rights, and that are based on respect, cooperation, and partnership, that builds towards a renewed relationship with our Indigenous people in this country. In the meantime, First Nations governments will continue their long-standing reporting of their audited consolidated financial statements, including chiefs and councillors, salaries and expenses to Indigenous and Northern Affairs Canada and to their membership. So, Mr. Speaker, we're committed to getting this right, and together with our partners, we are taking very important steps, like the 2 steps I have just mentioned previous, that will reinstate funding that has been withheld from First Nations under the current measures that were in place. And I would ask that the member opposite would be supportive of having increased funding to First Nations at this time.
Before we resume, I'll just explain what happened. We have a little bit of a synchronization problem with our technology. Technology is wonderful when it works. When it doesn't, it can cause a few problems. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am absolutely appalled with what I heard from this member in terms of transparency. The prior situation was a band member would have to go pleading to a band office for information of which they may or may not get. And I appreciate that this information gets taken, delivered to the Department of Indian Affairs, where it's looked at. That is not about transparency and accountability. This is basic, simple legislation. You're a member of Parliament. My constituents know what my expenses are and what I make. You are an MLA. Your constituents know what your expenses are, what you make. You're a business owner, a company. Your shareholders are very aware. So basic transparency, and it's appalling that this government is backtracking on a piece of legislation that allowed band members for the first time to easily have access to important information about how the money was being spent in their communities.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member opposite is obviously trying to make this look like a process whereby band chiefs and Indigenous governments in this country are accountable to no one, and that is wrong. They are accountable, one, to the Government of Canada for the money that they are afforded, and are also accountable to their own membership. And they do report to their membership. It is available, Mr. Speaker. What we are doing is, and I know that members opposite may have trouble understanding this, but what we're doing is we are working with First Nations and Métis and Inuit governments in this country to be able to develop transparency and accountability regulations that are developed collaboratively, working together, understanding each other, that are fair to all partners that are involved, and do not, Mr. Speaker, require Indigenous Canadians to go to a reporting system that is above and beyond what any other Canadian is expected to do. And the member opposite knows that the Act that was in place had measures that certainly asked them to do just that.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, at the outset, congratulations, Mr. Speaker, for being in the chair, and I invite you to come to my town of Cobalt anytime you want. We're here tonight to follow up on the question that I raised to the Health Minister, that on the day that Canada was found to have systemically discriminated against Indigenous children for years, that Health Canada denied a youngster medically necessary orthodontic surgery on the third stage of appeal. I'm very pleased that the minister, because of the pressure that we raised in the House, is now looking at that case again. But I find it shocking that it takes pressure in the House of Commons to deal with children who are being denied. So in this child's case, in 2008, she suffered an ocular tumor where she was going to lose her eye, and she needed special drops. And the medical professionals gave her the prescription for the drops, and the bureaucrats at Health Canada said absolutely not. She can get by with Visine. The family has had to get by on samples from the medical specialist so this child doesn't lose their eyes. Now recently, her orthodontic crisis came to a head where two orthodontic specialist pediatricians stated that if nothing was done, she was going to lose all her teeth and need special surgery. This was a severe and functionally handicapping malocclusion. She was denied first. She went to the second stage of appeal. She was denied the second stage of appeal. She went to the third stage of appeal. She was denied. Now, what's really disturbing is I read the criteria because the government said, oh, she just doesn't meet the criteria. The criteria for the government to accept is severe overbite with evident soft tissue injury, 2/3 overlap with impinging of the palate. I'm not a dentist. I don't know what that means. But I know that her orthodontic surgeon said that she has a severe overbite with evidence of a 2/3 deep overbite impingement that will lead to the loss of her teeth. So if she's not eligible under the criteria, then who is? Well, Mr. Speaker, evidently no one is. I'm looking at over 534 cases of children that were brought before Health Canada. 80% were rejected on the first round. The few that went to the second round, 99% rejection rate. On the third round, 100% of these children were denied by the bureaucrats at Health Canada. That's what systemic discrimination against these children looks like. I refer you, Mr. Speaker, to the working document of the Manitoba Canada Working Group, May 22nd, 2009, the Jordan's Principal Dispute Resolution. It states that when a child has special needs, for example, a wheelchair, Health Canada will not give an Indigenous child a motorized wheelchair. They have to get by with an adult push wheelchair. If they don't fit, it actually says, well, they'll have to put in some pillows. If they need a special lift because they cannot move, or if they need a special wheelchair, or they need a special tracking device, they don't get those three. They can pick one. That's it. This is what the systemic discrimination of this government against children has meant. So it's all very well, Mr. Speaker, for the kind words that we're hearing from this government, but we need to know whether this systemic discrimination is going to end and Canada is going to become compliant with the Human Rights Tribunal. So I want to hear, will they immediately stand up in this House and say they will not appeal against Cindy Blackstock, number one? Number two, will they prove to this child and to the country that they're willing to implement the Human Rights Tribunal? And then number 3, how are we going to deal with the 500, the 1,000 plus, all the other children who are being systematically denied day after day after day by their government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is fully committed to ensuring that First Nations and Inuit children have access to the health services they need. Our government is committed to working with our partners to provide effective, sustainable, and culturally appropriate health programs and services to improve the health of First Nations and Inuit people in Canada. I know with the leadership of Minister of Health and the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs, we will continue to build relationships with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities around Canada to work in partnership with them on their concerns and priorities. Health Canada's non-insured health benefits program is a health benefit program that provides coverage for medically necessary health-related goods and services not otherwise provided by the provinces. Benefits include prescription drugs, dental care, vision care, medical supplies and equipment, mental health counseling, and medical transportation where health services are not available in communities. NIHP is one of the largest health benefit programs in the country, supporting approximately 824,000 eligible First Nation and Inuits, with expenditures last year of over $1 billion. All benefits are provided without a co-payment or deductibles to all eligible First Nations and Inuit. Like any other publicly funded health benefit program, this program makes coverage decisions based on current scientific and clinical evidence. Specifically to the dental care, the program provides eligible First Nations and Inuit with coverage for dental benefits, including diagnostic, preventative, restorative, endodontic, periodontal, removable prosthodontics, oral surgery, orthodontic, and other services. Last year, the program processed approximately 2.5 million dental claims for 290,000 First Nation and Inuit clients, supported with over $200 million in funding. Orthodontic services are covered when they're needed because of a person's ability to chew in the adversely effective. There are clear criteria and guidelines in place, and these are always followed. As the honourable members of the House are aware, not all Canadians have access to insured dental health care services. We know the importance of oral health and contributing to the overall health of First Nations and Inuit. And this program does cover a broad range of dental services in an effort to address the oral health needs of First Nations and Inuit populations through NIHP programs. Unlike the private plans, the NIHP program will cover, for most cases, the full cost of the orthodontic treatment that meet program criteria. In the majority of the provinces and territories, the program pays for more than $6,000 per case. This represents about 3 times more than what a private plan would cover per client. Mr. Speaker, I'm not able to comment on the details related to this specific case in order to protect the patient confidentiality, but our government continues to work with the First Nations and Inuit partners to enhance access to non-insured health benefits for First Nations and Inuit. For instance, in partnership with the Assembly of First Nations, Health Canada has begun a joint review of the NIHP program in the spirit of continual improvement of the program. This 2-year review will enable direct input from First Nations. Each NIHP benefit program will be examined with a view to identifying and addressing gaps and streamlining services delivery. Mr. Speaker, we know that there is always more to do. We are committed to delivering the best possible healthcare services to the First Nations and Inuit communities, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite and value his commitment to representing and advocating for his constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm absolutely appalled. We're talking about whether Canada is in compliance with a human rights tribunal ruling that's gone around the world for systemic discrimination against children. And what I'm hearing from that member, it makes it sound as though these children are getting, a better deal than the ordinary white Canadians, that they're getting access to services that other kids wouldn't get. And that, maybe there's more to do. Well, yeah, there's more to do. If she read the internal documents, that they routinely deny emergency medical treatments. If they look at the documents, 100% refusal rates at level 3. More to do? Yes, there's more to do. It's about being in compliance with the legally binding rules. And I didn't hear one word about whether or not that minister, government, will meet the obligations that have been laid down by the Human Rights Tribunal to stop this systemic discrimination against these children that is endemic within Health Canada. It's a legally binding ruling. I would have liked to have heard, yes, we will respect that ruling. Yes, we will make sure that discrimination stops. But I didn't hear any of that. I heard more pointed talk and blather.
The Honorary Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member again for his question, and I'm happy to have this interaction today and speak to the importance of First Nations and Inuit children having access to health services they need. As I said previously, and yes, we know that there is more that can be done, and we will do more. And the First Nation children must have access to the health services they need, including the provision of orthodontic services through Health Canada's NIHP program. The joint review of the NIHP program currently being undertaken with the Assembly of First Nation will be an important part of this work. The review will enable direct input from the First Nations and Inuit in the spirit of continual improvement of the program. And we will continue to work with the partners and provide effective, sustainable, and culturally appropriate health programs and services to improve the health of First Nations and Inuit people in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to be adopted. The House therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.